Chapter 201, The Monster Race is Speechless. The Shen family shows its might. Cheng Zhou's summary. Inside a large universe secret realm. Venerable Tianhua, who had snow-white fur all over his body, a hunched back, a giant blood-red vertical eye on his face, and emitted an endless bloody aura, looked terrible at this moment. This was a sharp contrast to his usual arrogant self. Venerable Thunder Sword, the third son of the human race's lord of the divine firmament. To think he would use me as a stepping stone the moment he appeared. He killed several overlords of my race, presumably just to lure me into making a move. Venerable Tianhua said this, having figured everything out. Previously, in this secret realm, he had come to support the overlords of his race, and incidentally, he had thought about killing Venerable Thunder Sword. Nowadays, everyone knew that Lord of the Divine Firmament was an incredibly wealthy universe lord among the human race. His third son likely possessed many rare treasures. In order to exchange for the supreme treasure White Needle within his race, Venerable Tianhua had previously donated all his other treasures to the race. He was very poor now. That was why he had set his sights on Shen Chen. However, he never expected that Shen Chen would also erupt with the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. Especially that last secret technique. Had he not taken out the supreme treasure White Needle, he might have truly fallen at the hands of Shen Chen. Venerable Tianhua looked down on Shen Chen's other secret techniques, but that final one was truly too terrifying. According to Venerable Tianhua's estimation, it was likely because Shen Chen's life gene level was too high, granting him a powerful innate secret technique. The Shen family of the human race. Incredible, Venerable Tianhua said, eventually shaking his head helplessly. Even as a personal disciple of Lord Tinlong and a disciple of the monster race, he couldn't help but sigh at this moment. At this moment, within the monster race territory, in the Dream Ancestor secret realm. Venerable Tianhua's divine power incarnation arrived here, and then directly entered the virtual space of the monster race. After arriving here, several high-level existences of the monster race were already waiting for Venerable Tianhua. Teacher. Venerable Tianhua looked at the silver-white snake on the main seat and bowed respectfully. This was his teacher, and also one of the two universe strongest of his monster race. Shen Chen, that is, Venerable Thunder Sword, truly has the combat power of a top-tier universe overlord. Dream Monster Ancestor asked slowly. That is correct. Upon hearing Venerable Tianhua admit it himself, even those universe lords of the monster race who were unwilling to believe it could only choose to believe it now. Is it another lord of the divine firmament? Dream Monster Ancestor sighed as he spoke. The other universe lords of the monster race were also speechless after hearing what Dream Monster Ancestor said. After all, one lord of the divine firmament had already caused their monster race to suffer heavy losses before. Now, here came another Venerable Thunder Sword. Venerable Thunder Sword must be eliminated. Even if there is a slight possibility of him becoming a lord of the divine firmament, we must absolutely not let him succeed. He is only at the undying level. I will go contact the automaton race and the insect race. Dream Monster Ancestor said directly. Soon, in a familiar starry territory, three consciousnesses descended directly. They were the Zerg Queen, the Machine Race Father God, and the Monster Race's Dream Monster Ancestor. According to the spies left by our race in the human race territory, there are already 3 universe exalts in Lord of the Divine Firmament's family, Venerable Thunder Sword, Venerable Wanshou, and Venerable Yanyang. Venerable Thunder Sword goes without saying. His reputation has already resounded through the universe after stepping on Venerable Tianhua. Venerable Wanshou has never made a move, so it is unclear. Venerable Yanyang has inherited Lord of the Divine Firmament's treasure refining methods and can now refine high-level treasures. The insect race was skilled in the soul, so they had the most spies left within the human race. Both Venerable Thunder Sword and Venerable Yanyang are sons of Lord of the Divine Firmament. The probability of powerhouses emerging in the Shen family is simply too high, especially since it has only been one era. The Machine Race Father God and the others calculated carefully and sighed. The number of universe exalts emerging from the Shen family had long since broken the record for becoming universe exalts in the human race. Even the previously famous Venerable Shi Huo of the human race had a slower breakthrough speed than the universe exalts of the Shen family. No, we must continue to unite this time. Venerable Thunder Sword must be killed, and the other members of the Shen family must also be killed. If another Lord of the Divine Firmament emerges from the Shen family, that would truly be incredible. You and I have both experienced Lord of the Divine Firmament's talent. Who knows when he might become the next primordial Chaos City Lord, or even break through to become a universe strongest. Dream Monster Ancestor said slowly. Agreed. Agreed. The Zerg Queen and the Machine Race Father God chose to agree upon seeing this. As the strongest of the three races reached a consensus, orders were transmitted to the lower levels. This was especially reflected on the outside territory battlefield. Killing an undying spiritual god of the Shen family would result in a 10-fold increase in military merit. If a champion or universe exalt were killed, one could even obtain a heavy treasure or even a supreme treasure. As the three races prepared so rigorously, the reputation of the Shen family spread to all the major races of the universe. They were incredibly amazed, thinking that the human race was truly lucky. After having a Lord of the Divine Firmament, even the family behind him was so powerful. Meanwhile, Shen Chengzhou was extremely happy. Because now, when he entered the Great Alliance space through the virtual universe, the looks the universe exalts gave him were different. The universe exalts of the human race were a bit speechless. They had already been slapped in the face once because of Shen Chen, and now they were slapped again because of Shen Chen's third son. However, they didn't mind. After all, it was just another top-tier universe overlord for their human race. At the same time, they were looking forward to the Shen family producing a few more top-tier universe overlords. That would be a good thing. After all, the more powerhouses there were, the more resources the race would obtain, and these universe exalts, would also have hope of obtaining some supreme treasures and resources. The ethereal green lotus is no longer of much use to me. And I have killed so many universe exalts and 3 universe overlords of the monster race. I have also summarized quite a bit of experience. The purple lightning time tracing sword is also very suitable for me. Combined with my strongest innate secret technique, Light Yin Tribulation, I even managed to injure Venerable Tianhua. However, as an undying, casting Light Yin Tribulation once burns too much of my divine power. If it weren't for having treasures to supply my divine power at all times, my divine body would have already annihilated. After summarizing, Shen Chengzhou felt that his divine body was a bit small. However, he had no other way, as he did not possess the innate secret technique clone like Shen Longhai. And when he was at the World Lord rank, he had never thought about possession of a special life form. With Shen Chen's wealth at the time, it was enough for him to exchange for one, but he always chose not to. He firmly believed that he could accomplish many things with his own human body. It is time to return to the family. Dad has urged me many times before, saying he wants to equip me with a full set of supreme treasures. However, knowing Dad's character, I expect all the supreme treasures will be top tier. It is truly a headache. Shen Chengzhou sighed. If other powerhouses learned of Shen Chengzhou's sigh, they would probably curse him to death. After all, Shen Chengzhou was only at the undying level, and Lord of the Divine Firmament actually wanted to equip him with a full set of supreme treasures, and the lowest ones were all top tier. However, Shen Chengzhou had also killed so many universe exalts and 3 universe overlords this time and obtained quite a few supreme treasures. He decided to donate these supreme treasures to the race and the family. Chapter 202, Amazing Peak Supreme Treasure. Lord Liho. However, it was a pity that Shen Chengzhou's plans could not keep up with the changes. He had agreed to return to the family as soon as possible to borrow Shen Chen's 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne to comprehend Universe Overlord level secret techniques. But in the end, during his journey back to the Ganwu Universe country, he actually comprehended a peak Universe Overlord level secret technique. This resulted in Shen Chengzhou not returning to the Ganwu Universe country. Instead, following the words of several universe exalts within the Great Alliance, he headed to a secret realm where the conflict between the human race and the insect race was extremely severe. It was not only to explore the treasures within that secret realm but also to engage in battle with the insect race. That fellow Cheng Zhou has urged him several times, yet he still hasn't returned. Sigh, Shen Chen said helplessly regarding this. Fortunately, during this period, he had no intention of leaving the human race to engage in battle with the universe lords of other races. Therefore, he spent his time comprehending various fusion laws. 4,000 years passed by in the blink of an eye. During these 4,000 years, the universe lords and universe exalts of the human race were practically driven to the extreme. After all, the other three peak races had implicitly joined forces to suppress the development of the human race. During these 4,000 years, Tianxi Palace Master, Demon Lord Xingyu, and Lord Zushu had successively comprehended universe lord level peak secret techniques. As top-tier universe overlords, their divine bodies were already several thousand times stronger during their time as universe exalts. Moreover, they all possessed several top-tier supreme treasures given by Shen Chen. Nowadays, they were between the level of a Tier 2 universe lord and a Tier 3 universe lord. Therefore, the human race successively announced the news of Tianxi Palace Master and the others breaking through to become universe lords. And Tianxi Palace Master and the others also participated in the contention for various secret realms. After all, the Universe Sea was still a bit too dangerous for them. They would avoid it if they could. During these 4,000 years, the various powerhouses of the human race also successively brought back various supreme treasure materials from the Universe Sea. Regarding this, Shen Chen's Laotian clone naturally accepted everything that came its way. At this moment, inside the Chronos Temple, Shen Chen's human original body sat cross-legged on the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. Now, my Fire Space, Thunder Time, Gold Space, and Path of the Beast God have all reached the perfection of the 7th level. As for the Light Time, Wind Time, and Path of the Beast God, after these tens of millions of years, they have also crossed the threshold of the 7th level. After Shen Chen opened his eyes, streams of radiance flashed within his gaze. At this moment, he was still waiting to break through again after possessing the will of a universe strongest. Therefore, he had been comprehending other paths of the Beast God during this period. And he had also comprehended quite a few ultimate secret techniques. For him now, ultimate secret techniques were no longer difficult. According to Shen Chen's ideas, he now even had hope of comprehending a fusion ultimate secret technique. Without creating a fusion ultimate secret technique, which is a Tier 5 secret technique, like the teacher did, there is no way to fully comprehend the third layer of secret engravings of the Time Punishment Sword and unleash Tier 6 top-tier combat power. And I am still somewhat dissatisfied with my own foundation. After shaking his head, Shen Chen quickly became immersed in comprehending the laws again. Now, Shen Chen was comprehending the fusion of the origin law of time and the origin law of space. He thought about using this as a foundation to create a Universe Lord fusion ultimate secret technique. After all, the 10 origin laws could all be fused together. There was no reason why Shen Chen could not fuse the origin law of time and the origin law of space. As Shen Chen's human original body comprehended the laws, another part of his consciousness was placed on the Laotian clone. Junior Martial Uncle Ice Peak, Lord of Huangjian. These are the peak supreme treasures for the two of you. Beneath the massive divine body of the Laotian clone, Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Huangjian stood there, looking at the Laotian clone with faces full of anticipation. And the incarnation separated from the Laotian clone handed over a Peak Supreme Treasure Armor and a Peak Supreme Treasure Spear. Among them, the Peak Supreme Treasure Armor belonged to Ice Peak Lord, and the Peak Supreme Treasure Spear belonged to Lord of Huangjian. Many thanks, Lord of the Divine Firmament. Many thanks, Lord of the Divine Firmament. Even though Ice Peak Lord was Shen Chen's junior martial uncle, he did not display his previous aloof attitude in front of Shen Chen. It was even less likely for Lord of Huangjian. After all, in these 4,000 years, Shen Chen had refined quite a few peak supreme treasures for their human race. Sometimes they even had to beg Shen Chen. With you, Lord of the Divine Firmament, refining supreme treasures, nowadays within our human race, Tier 4 Universe Lords basically all have multiple peak supreme treasures. Lord of Huangjian said at this moment. Lord of Huangjian had dispatched 3 clones to the Universe Sea to search for supreme treasure materials, coupled with his accumulation over endless years. During this period, the peak supreme treasures Shen Chen refined for Lord of Huangjian were the most numerous, a full 3 pieces. And Ice Peak Lord had a bit fewer, only 1 peak supreme treasure armor. However, this was enough. Now the Universe Lords of the race only needed to search for peak supreme treasure materials, and they could have Shen Chen refine peak supreme treasures for them. It is just mutual benefit. After all, refining peak supreme treasures can also improve my skills, allowing me to refine special types of peak supreme treasures. Shen Chen waved his hand regarding this, saying indifferently, in these 4,000 years, the number of peak supreme treasures he refined was only 15. Don't look at it as just 15 pieces, but this basically emptied the inventory of the various Universe Lords, and even Great Axe Founder. Originally, the number of peak supreme treasures possessed by the human race was only a few dozen. Basically, they were all held in the hands of Tier 4 Universe Lords and Tier 5 Universe Lords. After a while, I should also go to the Universe Sea. After thinking for a while, Shen Chen said indifferently. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Huangjian did not try to persuade Shen Chen at all. After all, they were able to obtain so many peak supreme treasures because of Shen Chen. There was no reason why Shen Chen could not go to the Universe Sea. Moreover, they both knew that if Shen Chen wanted to truly become a Tier 5 Universe Lord like Primordial Chaos City Lord, experience was indispensable. We can go together when the time comes. In some dangerous places in the Universe Sea, even Tier 4 Universe Lords have to team up, only Tier 5 Universe Lords can travel alone. Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Huangjian said. Rest assured, I have prepared plenty of treasures for myself. Shen Chen smiled at this and did not choose to agree. Regarding this, Lord of Huangjian and Ice Peak Lord did not say much more. After all, Shen Chen also had clones, even if one of his clones fell. For a treasure refiner like Shen Chen who could refine peak supreme treasures, what was the big deal? Soon, Ice Peak Lord and Lord of Huangjian also left this place. After they obtained the peak supreme treasures, they naturally had to bind them and check their power. Just when Shen Chen turned around, preparing to continue refining treasures, Shen Chen gave a light hum, with confusion in his eyes. Because he received a distress call from Lord Liho. Lord Leihu's distress message was sent to Shen Chen's alias, Venerable Thunder Hu. He wanted Venerable Thunder Hu to notify his good friend, Lord of the Divine Firmament, to go to the cold prison secret region. Obviously, Shen Chen was Venerable Thunder Hu, so naturally, he also received the message. Lord Liho thinks that he only joined the Great Alliance not long ago. Even if he calls for help, the Universe Lords of the human race probably won't get there fast enough. He wants to use my alias, Venerable Thunder Hu, to ask me myself. At the same time, he also notified other Universe Lords within the Great Alliance. Fine, I will make a trip. The Time Punishment Sword has had 2 layers of secret engravings comprehended, but it hasn't been unsheathed yet. After pondering for a while, Shen Chen immediately chose to go. After all, Lord Liho had treated his alias, Venerable Thunder Hu, quite well. Not only did he wholeheartedly teach him the Thunder Time Fusion Law, but he also stood up for him when necessary. Reasonably and emotionally, he should make the trip. Soon, Shen Chen's human original body took the Time Punishment Sword and disappeared from the Chronos Temple. After all, having stayed in the Chronos Temple for tens of millions of years, Shen Chen had long since had enough of it. It was time to stretch his muscles. Cold Prison Secret Region. Lord Liho, clad in the Thunder Hu battle armor, continuously unleashed terrifying secret techniques. Possessing Tier 3 top-tier combat power, he was currently being beaten by 3 Universe Lords. Among these 3 Universe Lords, 2 were the same as him, both having Tier 3 top-tier combat power, while the other one had Tier 4 combat power. Lord Liho, having killed so many Universe Exalts of our race, you surely don't think that backing by the Great Alliance means nothing will happen to you, right? To actually dare to come to the Cold Prison Secret Region alone. One of the Monster Race Universe Lords said, looking at Lord Liho with a happy expression. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Lord Liho continuously let out roars, glaring at the three universe lords opposite him. Chapter 203, Lord Lehu's Anger. Lord Minglian, the strongest secret technique. Burning fire. Shock. Lord Liho was furious at this moment. After all, these three fellows actually dared to set a trap to ambush him. However, the more you pressure me, the more experience I can gain from it to create my strongest secret technique. By then, I will be a Tier 4 Universe Lord. However, Lord Liho thought to himself at this moment. He had achieved the status of a Tier 3 Universe Lord for a long time, but he had been unable to create the strongest secret technique for a Universe Lord. That was why he went to various secret realms in the universe to search for treasures. Although his Thunder God Mountains would generate fixed treasure point income for him, if he only relied on that, he would just be a Universe Lord sitting on a mountain of treasure without utilizing it. If he wanted to become a Tier 4 or even Tier 5 Universe Lord, the gap was simply too large. The three Universe Lords opposite him included two at his own level, and one who had even reached the peak of Tier 4. This resulted in him being suppressed. I just don't know if Lord of the Divine Firmament will come. At this moment, a strange expression flashed across Lord Lehu's face. Subsequently, he continued to unleash terrifying secret techniques, driving his Liho battle armor as he attacked the three Universe Lords relentlessly. He was just like that, ever since he revealed his existence as Lord Liho to the primordial universe from the Blood Spirit secret realm. He had never known what it meant to retreat. The three Universe Lords surrounding and attacking Lord Liho chose to retreat one by one in the face of the frenzied Lord Liho. After all, Lord Liho was still continuously burning his divine body. What they needed to do was suppress Lord Liho. If they could control him, that would be even better. They did not believe that a Universe Lord like Lord Liho, who had just joined the human race's Great Alliance, would have the opportunity to obtain a powerful soul treasure. The insect race's Universe Lord was none other than Lord Minglian, who had reached peak Tier 4 combat power and possessed a top-tier soul treasure and a peak domain treasure. With a peak domain treasure, Lord Liho could not escape even if he wanted to, so they let him vent his madness to his heart's content. In the cold prison secret region, a jade green light flashed across a continent, and two figures slowly appeared through God Kingdom teleportation. They were none other than Shen Chen and the human race's Ninesword Exalt. Ninesword Exalt had originally intended to go to the cold prison secret region to explore for treasures. After all, he had explored the cold prison secret region a long time ago and had left a token there. Upon learning in the Great Alliance that Shen Chen was going to the cold prison secret region, he volunteered. He brought Shen Chen along via God Kingdom teleportation. Lord of the Divine Firmament, we have arrived. Ninesword Exalt said respectfully as he looked at Shen Chen beside him. At this moment, Ninesword Exalt looked at Shen Chen beside him, his eyes filled with amazement. How long had it been? It had only been a little over 10,000 years since he presided over the genius competition. Back then, he was still marveling that Shen Chen would become a genius under his command. In any case, he could not have imagined that in just over 10,000 years, Shen Chen would have become an existence beyond his reach. Thank you, Ninesword Exalt. Take this. After waving his hand, Shen Chen gave him a crystal. After paying Ninesword Exalt for the travel expenses, Shen Chen headed directly toward the direction of Lord Liho. This is a Kongming crystal worth 1 treasure point. It was just a ride via God Kingdom teleportation for Lord of the Divine Firmament. One must know, given Lord of the Divine Firmament's status, even if he ordered me, I would have to obey obediently. After all, I am a venerable of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Ninesword Exalt said with a sigh. He had already become a high-level venerable a long time ago, and with the development of the human race during this period, Ninesword Exalt had also obtained a treasure. But even so, a Kongming crystal worth 1 treasure point was considered a small fortune for him. Just as Ninesword Exalt was still sighing, Shen Chen had already arrived at the battlefield. In the distance, terrifying fluctuations were coming over. Shen Chen saw the scene of Lord Liho fighting against the three Universe Lords. At this moment, the aura of Lord Leihu's divine body had weakened significantly, leaving only 50% remaining. However, when Shen Chen arrived, the expressions of the universe lords from the three races immediately changed. After all, Shen Chen had long since demonstrated his combat power as a Tier 3 universe lord. With Shen Chen here, it was possible that they might not be able to take down Lord Leihu today. Lord of the Divine Firmament. The soul-stirringly beautiful Lord Minglian had the wings behind her trembling slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Chen. After all, the name of Lord of the Divine Firmament had been built by stepping on the reputation of her insect race's Lord of Dream-Weaving. The insect race's universe lords were extremely rare, and each one could be considered to be at the Tier 3 level. But precisely because of this, they were incredibly united among their universe lords. Lord of the Divine Firmament, since you have come here, we can give up on Lord Leihu. I heard you are only at the venerable level. The Lord of Dream-Weaving couldn't control you, but that doesn't mean I can't. However, soon after, Lord Minglian spoke slowly. Her voice was incredibly pleasant, and a somewhat cute smile appeared on her face. Beside Lord Minglian, Lord Jintong and Lord Lanyao had strange expressions. As a universe lord of the monster race's space-time nightmare beast clan and a universe lord of the automaton race, they did not want the venerable level Shen Chen to be enslaved by the insect race. After all, Shen Chen had already demonstrated that he could refine peak treasures. His value far exceeded that of a so-called Lord Leihu. Enslave me, just by you. Even the Zerg Queen couldn't do it if she were here. Shen Chen said calmly as he looked at Lord Minglian. One must know that Shen Chen's current willpower had long since reached the limit of a universe lord, and on top of that, he had the Yongzhen soul disc. Even if the Zerg Queen were here, Shen Chen could calmly protect himself. Burning fire. Just as Lord Minglian wanted to say something, Shen Chen attacked directly. The god-slaughtering demon blade in his hand erupted with a flash of ultimate brilliance. This was the strongest secret technique for a universe lord created by Shen Chen using the fire-space fusion law. This flash of brilliance was 1,000,000 miles long, and its terrifying power caused the surrounding space of the secret realm to collapse. Damn it! Lord Minglian was furious at this moment. She would never have thought that Shen Chen would just attack like that. Subsequently, endless ripples began to appear around Lord Minglian. That was Lord Minglian's peak domain treasure. However, what Lord Minglian did not know was that Shen Chen's target was not her at all, but Lord Jintong, who was crazily attacking Lord Leihu. With just one slash, Lord Jintong, who was wearing top-tier treasure armor, was sent flying directly. His divine body was also directly annihilated by 5%. The strongest secret technique. The strongest secret technique. He is now a Tier 4 universe lord, and coupled with that top-quality peak treasure blade, the god-slaughtering demon blade, in his hand, I am no match for him. At this moment, Lord Jintong looked at Shen Chen, his face full of disbelief. How long had it been? He had already comprehended the strongest secret technique. What? Lord Minglian and the Lord Lanyao on the side were full of disbelief. But the facts were laid out right in front of them. Lord Jintong, wearing top-tier treasure armor, had had 5% of his divine body annihilated. There's more. Don't be in a rush, Shen Chen said with a chuckle as he looked at the three universe lords in front of him. In an instant, Lord Minglian and the others suddenly had a bad premonition. Beside them, Lord Leihu was also somewhat surprised. After all, how could the strongest secret technique be so easy to comprehend? If it were really that easy, he would have been a Tier 4 universe lord long ago, and would he be surrounded and beaten by these three fellows? Moreover, looking at Shen Shao, the strongest secret technique didn't seem to be his limit. Chapter 204, Tier 5 Combat Power Exposed. Killing another universe lord. Big brother, little brother. Following this, a long sword radiating a primitive gray color appeared in Shen Chen's hand. Upon seeing this scene, everyone recalled Shen Chen's previous title. King of Blade and Sword, Venerable Blade and Sword. Isn't Blade and Sword what this guy Shen Shao excels at? Could this be the eternal night ghost sword he possesses? Just like the god-slaughtering demon blade, it is a top-grade peak true treasure. Lord Lanyao, this Tier 3 top-tier universe lord of the automaton race, looked at Shen Chen's appearance, and his heart began to waver. After all, Shen Chen had already comprehended the strongest secret technique of a Universe Lord, displaying Tier 4 combat power. In that case, for them to kill Lord Liho again was simply an impossible task. So, it would be better to leave early. Such was the personality of Lord Lanyao. He had finally broken through to become a Universe Lord, and he hadn't yet properly honored the machine race Father God. Whenever there was the slightest mishap, Lord Lanyao would want to flee. How could I let you keep attacking? Lord Minglian looked at Shen Chen coldly at this moment. Ripples spread out from around her body, heading toward Shen Chen. This was the domain-type peak true treasure she possessed, the Lotus Domain. Endless ripples, incomparably terrifying, enveloped Shen Chen's entire body. The entire space had been controlled by Lord Minglian's domain-type true treasure. Even if Shen Chen took out the Thunder Illusion Pool, he could not contend with Lord Minglian's Lotus Domain. Time flies like an arrow. However, just at this moment, the time punishment sword in Shen Chen's hand emitted terrifying rays of light. A secret technique was directly unleashed by Shen Chen. This sword strike carried the incomparably terrifying origin law of time, as if it could sweep away all time entirely. And Lord Minglian's Lotus Domain could not contend against this sword strike at all. Those endless ripples were annihilated in an instant. Before her Lotus Domain could shroud him again, Shen Chen's sword strike had already arrived in front of Lord Minglian. Lord Minglian was not like Lord Jintong. The armor she possessed was a peak true treasure. However, even so, Lord Minglian's divine body was directly annihilated by 5%. How is this possible? Tier 5. This sword strike has Tier 5 power. After Lord Minglian's divine body flew backward, she stared fixedly at Shen Chen. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Lord Jintong and Lord Lanyao, after hearing what Lord Minglian said, also looked at Shen Chen in similar disbelief. Tier 5. Who among the Universe Lords capable of possessing Tier 5 combat power in the primordial universe is not famous? For example, the human race's primordial Chaos City Lord, the monster race's Lord Chengju, or the Northern Border Alliance's Lord Xing. Which of them did not rise after endless years? But what about Shen Chen? How much time has passed now? And Lord Lanyao could not care about anything else at this moment. How could he possibly contend against a Tier 5 Universe Lord? If he died at Shen Chen's hands, wouldn't that just further highlight the prestige of the human race? So, at this moment, Lord Lanyao directly fled from here. Lord Lanyao was different from other automaton race Universe Lords. He had forged his entire body into a flying fortress. It was completely different from Lord Jin Xie and the others. This fortress was also known as the Lanyao Fortress. Lanyao. At this moment, Lord Minglian's beautiful face was full of anger. But she could not stop Lanyao at all. After all, Lanyao's Lanyao Fortress was famous for its durability. Even if the 1000 top-tier Universe Overlord level insect race warriors under her command attacked together, they could not stop him at all. I didn't expect that the famous Lord of the Divine Firmament is truly the #1 genius to appear in the human race throughout endless years. To actually have created a Tier 5 secret technique in such a short amount of time. Lord Minglian said, looking at Shen Chen at this moment. Regarding Shen Chen's ability to unleash Tier 5 strength, Lord Minglian actually had two guesses in her heart. One was that Shen Chen had obtained a supreme true treasure and had comprehended the first two layers of secret engravings. The second was that Shen Chen had truly created a Tier 5 secret technique. Compared to the first conjecture, Lord Minglian was more willing to believe that Shen Chen had truly created a Tier 5 secret technique. After all, if Shen Chen possessed a supreme true treasure, the human race would definitely find a way to make Shen Chen hand it over to the Great Axe founder. After all, a universe strongest with a supreme true treasure and one without are completely worlds apart. You flatter me, you flatter me. Shen Chen directly acknowledged it. After all, if his time punishment sword hadn't unleashed its full power, it was not something Lord Minglian could have seen through. It really is. Lord Minglian's expression became ugly. The monster race, automaton race, and insect race had actually anticipated that Shen Chen could become a Tier 5 Universe Lord. But they had never thought it would be this fast. Tier 5. Beside him, Lord Liho swallowed hard, his huge pupils looking at Shen Chen's back, his face full of disbelief. But regardless, the truth was already laid out before them. Lanyao running away is fine. But if you two don't pay a price today, it won't be so easy to leave. Shen Chen continued at this moment. Subsequently, the time punishment sword in his hand erupted once more. The following sword strike even far exceeded Shen Chen's previous attack. That incomparable sword light, like a long river of time, headed toward Lord Minglian and Lord Jintong. Lord Jintong, as the second universe lord among the monster race's royal space-time nightmare beasts, had tier 3 top-tier strength. But at this moment, he was incomparably terrified. Previously, he had already had 5% of his divine body annihilated because of Shen Chen's strongest secret technique. Even a fool could see that this sword strike was even more terrifying. And Lord Minglian also made a move. As a tier 4 top-tier universe lord, even if Shen Chen was truly tier 5, she was confident she could contend for a period of time. However, this sword strike caused Lord Minglian and Lord Jintong to completely lose hope of resisting. With just one sword strike, Lord Minglian didn't even dare to bring out her insect race warriors to resist, and her divine body was annihilated by 7% as a result. Lord Jintong was even more miserable. One must know the main target was Lord Minglian. The mere residual attack that affected Lord Jintong caused his divine body to be annihilated by 10%, and his top-tier true treasure armor even looked somewhat shattered. A few more sword strikes, and he might truly fall. Damn it. Zerg Queen Mothers are all focused on soul and will. My most precious treasures, apart from the peak domain type true treasure, include a top-tier soul type true treasure. But wanting to use soul attacks to harm Lord of the Divine Firmament is impossible just by thinking about it. Lord Minglian also didn't know what to do at this moment. Shen Xiao, this time I admit defeat. I didn't expect you to have truly reached tier 5. If you want to kill me, you can't do it. After all, I have a peak domain type true treasure, and you don't have a treasure equal to my domain type true treasure. I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Lord Minglian directly put away the lotus domain that shrouded this area. She piloted her mother nest and directly left this place. And left on this battlefield, only Lord Jintong remained. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have joined forces with them. Lord Jintong secretly cursed in his heart at this moment. Lord Minglian, I indeed cannot kill. She has a peak domain type true treasure. But you were different, Shen Chen said with a smile as he looked at Lord Jintong, and subsequently, the thunder illusion pool in his hand erupted directly, suppressing Lord Jintong. Beside him, Lord Liho also simultaneously utilized control of space-time. At this moment, for Lord Jintong to want to flee again was simply an impossible task. Time flies like an arrow. This sword strike from Shen Chen directly shattered the top-tier true treasure armor on Lord Jintong. Lord Jintong's divine body was also directly annihilated by 30% because of this. No, Lord Jintong was desperate at this moment. Although he was also a veteran universe lord of the space-time nightmare beast race and possessed clones. But after losing a clone and the true treasures on that clone, he would also owe the race a huge amount of true treasure points. However, no matter how much he screamed, Shen Chen had absolutely no intention of holding back. After a few sword strikes, Lord Jintong's divine body was completely annihilated. Only a few true treasures were left behind. Lord Jintong is not very good, one top-tier true treasure warhammer, the others are all just high-grade true treasures. It seems his main treasures are all on that large divine body clone of his. After Shen Chen put away these few true treasures, he also shook his head. However, Shen Chen was still somewhat satisfied with this. This time he came out mainly to test the power of the time punishment sword. Apparently, this time the power of the time punishment sword did not disappoint him. It directly unleashed tier 5 top-tier combat power. Even the tier 4 top-tier Lord Minglian could only rely on her peak domain type true treasure to escape. If Shen Chen possessed matching peak domain type true treasures and peak ceiling type true treasures, Lord Minglian would not have been able to escape this time. So he would just have to try again next time. Lord Liho, I should go. After tidying up these true treasures, Shen Chen put away the time punishment sword, preparing to leave this place. Thank you, little brother. Shen Chen, with his back to Lord Liho, felt his body tremble slightly after hearing these words. You're welcome, big brother. After saying this, Shen Chen's figure also left this place through kingdom teleportation. After watching Shen Chen's back disappear, Lord Lihu's eyes were incomparably complex. He wasn't actually a fool. A Chronos Thunder beast with 1000 times life gene level, how could it be so simple to give birth to one? Moreover, most of the information within the human race's Great Alliance had not been hidden from him. Chapter 205, Shaking the Universe. The Universe's Strongest Size. Myriad Intent Soul Binding. The news of Lord of the Divine Firmament killing the clone of Lord Jintong and forcing back Lord Minglian in one battle quickly spread throughout the universe. Lord Jintong, Lord Minglian, and Lord Lanyao, who experienced this event, had no intention of hiding it and spread the news that Lord of the Divine Firmament possessed Tier 5 combat power. After all, that was the news of Lord Lanyao fleeing and the main body of Lord Jintong being killed. Even if Lord Lanyao and Lord Jintong did not want to complicate matters, the insect race would not let go of this opportunity to kick them while they were down. And even if they did not say anything, Shen Chen and Lord Liho might not necessarily keep it quiet. Once the news broke, it shocked all the major powers of the primordial universe. After all, although Lord of the Divine Firmament was very strong before, he was only at Tier 3. The Universe Lord he killed was only that Dreamweaver, a Universe Lord who lacked good supreme treasures and was only skilled in the Tao of Soul Enslavement. Now, Lord of the Divine Firmament actually displayed Tier 5 combat power. One must know that in the primordial universe, a Tier 5 Universe Lord is not so simple. After all, in the primordial universe, power is restricted, and even the strongest attacks unleashed by a universe strongest are only at the peak of Tier 6. One can imagine what a special existence a Tier 5 Universe Lord is. But now, the human race has added another Tier 5 Universe Lord. And this Tier 5 Universe Lord has risen in less than one epoch. He really has hope of becoming that madman. The Dream Monster Ancestor and the Vibration Monster Ancestor sighed after hearing about this. Their thoughts were the same. Shen Chen had indeed comprehended a Tier 5 secret technique. They did not believe that Shen Chen possessed a supreme treasure of the highest order. To be able to comprehend a Tier 5 secret technique in just one epoch, such a guy is worthy of being the most genius existence in the history of the human race. He has the hope of becoming the next universe strongest of the human race. The Machine Race Alliance, Zerg Alliance, Northern Border Alliance, Star Beast Alliance, and many other alliances had surprisingly consistent reactions. That is, they listed Shen Chen as an existence on par with the primordial Chaos City Lord. Shen Chen was even more intimidating than the primordial Chaos City Lord. That is because Shen Chen can refine peak supreme treasures, and every one of his clones has the hope of being equipped with peak supreme treasures. In that case, Shen Chen's threat far exceeds the primordial Chaos City Lord. After all, the 1000 Treasure River clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord is only equipped with 2 supreme treasures comparable to peak supreme treasures. Just as the major powers of the primordial universe were sighing, on the other side of the outside territory battlefield, inside the Star Tower, Luo Feng had already completed the ownership recognition, and Zuo Shank had also arrived here. After communicating, Luo Feng also acknowledged Zuo Shank as his teacher. Teacher, you said that after I recognize the Star Tower as my master, I am the leader of the Earth lineage. But now, Lord of the Divine Firmament is much stronger than me. His third son, my good friend Cheng Zhou, is also stronger than me. What qualifications do I have to be the leader of the Earth lineage? After receiving the tower bead and the star map given by Zuo Shank, Luo Feng said helplessly. After recognizing the Star Tower as your master, your potential even exceeds that of Lord of the Divine Firmament. However, the potential of Lord of the Divine Firmament is indeed very terrifying. But at the World Lord rank, he had no way to recognize the Star Tower as his master. After all, your will, at the current World Lord rank, has already reached that of a Universe Exalt. Zuo Shank said after thinking for a while. At the same time, Zuo Sheng felt a little helpless in his heart. Actually, he lied, he had inquired about the origin of Lord of the Divine Firmament. Growing from the planetary level to now in just one epoch, if he had not obtained some kind of heaven-defying legacy, the potential of Lord of the Divine Firmament would indeed be incomparably heaven-defying. However, you do not need to belittle yourself. When you comprehend the first 2 layers of the secret engravings of the Star Tower, you can also be on par with Lord of the Divine Firmament. Zuo Sheng continued. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's eyes lit up. After all, from his birth until now, he had taken Shen Chen and Cheng Zhou as his goals. As long as I comprehend the first 2 layers of the secret engravings of the Star Tower, I can be on par with Uncle Shen. Thinking of this, Luo Feng was excited. Zuo Sheng also saw Luo Feng's excitement, and Zuo Sheng had nothing to say about it. After all, setting a goal for his own disciple could also drive Luo Feng forward. This is the coordinate in the universe for the remaining 3 metal plates. Remember, do not die in these 3 dangerous places. The matter is over, and what I have prepared for you is enough. From now on, it is up to you, I will not help you anymore. Zuo Sheng transmitted a message into Luo Feng's mind, and then his figure disappeared from here. Just after Luo Feng recognized the Star Tower as his master, in the Lingshu secret realm, Shen Chen had already returned. One by one, the core members of the Shen family looked at Shen Chen's back and bowed respectfully. After all, Shen Chen's status in the Shen family now could not be matched by anyone. He had truly become an existence like a saint. Many clansmen were already calling Shen Chen the saint ancestor. Sure enough, my guess was right. After the news of me possessing Tier 5 combat power was exposed, the high-level members of the human race would also contact me soon. As soon as Shen Chen connected to the virtual universe, he could find a pile of emails. They were all from the various universe lords of the human race, and there were even emails from the Great Axe founder. Seeing this, Shen Chen replied to them one by one, only claiming that he was just lucky. He did not need to explain that he possessed a supreme treasure of the highest order right now. I did not expect that you would be able to stand on par with me in such a short time when I accepted you. In the Chaos Temple, the consciousness of the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below and sighed. The support from the teacher and the race is indispensable. Shen Chen nodded at this. You have already become a Tier 5 Universe Lord. But we all know that you are only a Universe Exalt. Break through to the Universe Lord as soon as possible, then you will be a genuine Tier 5 Universe Lord. It will be easier for me to take you to the Universe C. After all, if you want to break through to the Universe Strongest, tempering and fighting with other powerhouses is indispensable. Even I am looking for the path to become a Universe Strongest. The primordial Chaos City Lord thought carefully and decided to let Shen Chen go to the Universe C. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely go to the Universe C. Shen Chen did not refuse. After all, once he truly became a Universe Lord, he was definitely going to the Universe C. There were quite a few Universe Lords and Universe Strongest in the Universe C. Practicing with those guys was the most important thing. Soon, Shen Chen took his leave. I need to seize the time to improve my will now. But where is it so simple to possess the will of a Universe Strongest? The Yuanming Nether Sea, even if it expands at maximum speed, takes time. Shen Chen came to his God Kingdom and said slowly. However, I should also prepare for the future. After I possess the will of a Universe Strongest, if I leave the will unused, why would I improve my will? I need to find a way to get a will-based secret technique. Shen Chen thought, and then immediately went down to prepare. With Shen Chen's current status, he could research all the various secret techniques in the human race. However, regarding will-based secret techniques, even the various powerhouses of the human race had no clue. But soon, Shen Chen found a solution. That was the secret technique for enslaving spirit beasts recorded in the true explanation of beast taming. That secret technique had a hint of using the will. Coincidentally, Shen Chuyang also wanted to enslave stronger spirit beasts. He wanted to find Shen Chen to get a soul-based secret technique. Subsequently, Shen Chen used his will, which was at the limit of a universe lord, to try to improve the secret technique recorded in the true explanation of beast taming. Sitting on the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne for 1 million years. Time sequence Thunder Palace accelerated by 10,000 times. In the end, Shen Chen actually managed to work out a secret technique called will-soul binding. This secret technique was actually still soul enslavement, but the level was higher than any soul secret technique recorded in the human race. And this secret technique was also bestowed upon Shen Chuyang by Shen Chen. Bestowed the will-soul binding secret technique to the Red Aptitude clansman Shen Chuyang, 1000-fold return, obtained, myriad intent soul binding. Chapter 206, 206, The Arrival of Lord of Ganwu. Trouble for Luo Feng, the descent of the Wanbao River. Displaying power. It is just as I expected. After I modified the secret technique recorded in the beast taming true interpretation, I am able to bestow it. Moreover, myriad intent soul binding is a true willpower secret technique. It can enslave the willpower of universe exalts and universe lords. Once I break through to the willpower of a universe strongest, I will be able to enslave other universe lords through willpower. Shen Chen said slowly at this moment, his face full of excitement. Willpower enslavement secret techniques are much stronger than ordinary soul enslavement. After all, some energy-based life forms, rock-based life forms, and plant-based life forms do not have souls. Through willpower enslavement secret techniques, one can enslave them. However, the requirements for cultivating this secret technique are simply too high. Only those with the willpower of a universe lord can cultivate it. But once successfully cultivated, it can easily enslave universe exalts. It is a pity that myriad intent soul binding only covers the aspect of enslavement. It does not have content regarding attacks or cultivating willpower. However, for me right now, it is already enough. Once my willpower breaks through to the universe strongest level, I can modify myriad intent soul binding. By then, if I bestow it upon family members with aptitude, it is possible for them to return an even stronger willpower secret technique to me, Shen Chen said. Myriad intent soul binding is just the most ordinary willpower secret technique. It is merely the foundation for the protagonist willpower entry, and can even only be used by the willpower of universe lords and true gods. What I need to do now is to fully improve the Yuanming Nether Sea. According to my estimate, after increasing the maximum diameter of the Yuanming Nether Sea to 10 light years, my willpower will be able to directly reach the universe strongest level, Shen Chen said slowly. Subsequently, Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone continuously drove the Wan bead to begin expanding the Yuanming Nether Sea. However, for the current 1 light-year Yuanming Nether Sea, even if the Wan bead is driven with full force, the speed of expansion is somewhat slow. It seems I need to obtain an origin-type supreme treasure. Looking at the slowly expanding Yuanming Yuhai clone, Shen Chen set his sights on an origin-type supreme treasure. However, the only family member currently capable of returning a supreme treasure is Shen Chengzhou. Shen Chengzhou is still in a universe secret realm, so Shen Chen can only wait for Shen Chengzhou to return. However, Shen Chen was not without other things to do during this time. Because the Lord of Ganwu learned the news of Shen Chen causing a sensation in the primordial universe once again, he also came to the Lingshu secret realm. Originally, when Shen Chen received the title of Lord of the Divine Firmament, the Lord of Ganwu had visited once. But this time was different. After all, Shen Chen had another breakthrough, and he naturally wanted to come and see his good disciple. After all, with Shen Chen becoming the Lord of the Divine Firmament, the status of the Lord of Ganwu within the human race had climbed significantly once again, even though he was already a universe overlord before. Teacher, there is no need for this. I just wanted to test the power of the secret technique. It just so happened that those fellows went to besiege Lord Liho. After all, one of my clones has always been cultivating under the guidance of Lord Liho. Naturally, I had to go and deal with those fellows, Shen Chen said with a smile as he looked at the Lord of Ganwu before him. The happiest thing in my life is having a disciple like you. Sigh. It is just a pity that this teacher can no longer help you with anything now. The Lord of Ganwu blushed as he spoke. After All the things he had given Shen Chen were not much at all, but the supreme treasures Shen Chen had given him were simply too many. Even now, within the human race, there are many universe overlords who envy the Lord of Ganwu. After all, those were two high-level supreme treasures, and there was also a palace-type supreme treasure. Teacher, actually, if you want to help me, you are still able to do so. A thought suddenly popped into Shen Chen's mind at this moment, and he looked at the Lord of Ganwu with a happy smile. Great. Teacher, being able to help you is of course the best thing. Whatever it is, just tell me. The Lord of Ganwu also stood up, patting his chest to show his commitment. It is a good thing. The smile on Shen Chen's face did not stop, which made the Lord of Ganwu somewhat confused. However, he was not worried that Shen Chen would harm him. Subsequently, a life source core filled with terrifying vitality appeared in Shen Chen's hand. Just by smelling the aura emitted from the life source core, the divine body of the Lord of Ganwu trembled slightly. One must know that the divine body of the Lord of Ganwu had currently reached 100 times the life gene level. It was the limit of the universe. But this treasure actually caused his divine body genes to fluctuate. How could the Lord of Ganwu not be excited? Teacher, I want to research how to break through the universe life gene level limit. This treasure is something I obtained. So, please use it, break through the universe limit once, and let me research it. Teacher, you do not need to worry too much. After all, many members of my family have already used life source cores. I still have dozens of life source cores and cannot find anyone to use them, Shen Chen said, waving his hand at this. After all, the life source core was a treasure that had already been returned. After he bestowed it, it could not be returned again. Ordinary family members with purple talent at the champion level had no need to use life source cores. He would wait until he researched a method that could stably break the universe limit before saying anything more. All right then. After thinking about it, the Lord of Ganwu finally agreed. After all, he also knew that Shen Chen's current wealth was simply beyond his imagination. Just refining supreme treasures was enough for Shen Chen to become the richest person in the human race. Moreover, this matter could indeed help his disciple. Next, the Lord of Ganwu followed in Shen Chen's footsteps and entered Shen Chen's God Kingdom. Gulp, gulp. However, when the Lord of Ganwu saw Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone, he could not hide the shock in his heart. The news that Shen Chen possessed a Yuanming Yuhai clone was only known to a few people. In fact, that did not include the Lord of Ganwu. Subsequently, the nervous Lord of Ganwu followed the smiling Shen Chen into the Yuanming Yuhai clone. He began to use the life source core to break through the universe limit. And during this period, while Shen Chen obtained the willpower secret technique and improved the Lord of Ganwu, Luo Feng had long since left the outside territory battlefield and headed to the Wuhua secret realm, preparing to settle the next metal plate. The importance of the 9-volume manual to Luo Feng right now was self-evident. However, during this period, Luo Feng also encountered trouble and was locked into the ice prison by the Xido Co-Exalt. And in the ice prison, Luo Feng clearly also encountered quite a lot of trouble. During this time, he fought against various alien champions many times. Time passed bit by bit. Luo Feng even obtained a beast god inheritance token from the hands of a sky wolf. Luo Feng obviously notified the primordial Chaos City Lord directly about this matter. After all, the beast god inheritance token was still very precious. However, what was clearly beyond Luo Feng's expectation was that the universe lord of the Sky Wolf race, Lord Tinlong, descended directly into the ice prison. Even the Xido Co-Exalt could not stop Lord Tinlong. How terrifying, is this a universe lord? But even a universe lord like Lord Tinlong, I heard, was beaten up by Uncle Shen. Looking at the black sky wolf in front of him, Luo Feng instantly recognized its origin. After all, besides that Lord Tinlong, no other sky wolf could be treated so respectfully by the Xido Co-Exalt. And the reason Luo Feng knew about Lord Tinlong was entirely because Shen Chen had become famous by stepping on Lord Tinlong. Genius of the human race. Your background seems unusual. It is a pity, but you must die today, and the human race can forget about resurrecting you. I cannot kill Lord of the Divine Firmament, but other human race geniuses, I can still kill. Ha ha ha. The voice of Lord Tinlong at this moment carried infinite rage. One must know that he had been blackmailed by Shen Chen for a top-tier supreme treasure back then. Moreover, during this period, the friction between the human race and the monster race, insect race, and automaton race was growing larger and larger. As a universe lord of the monster race, for Lord Tinlong to want to kill a human race genius was not a big deal at all. Die. Lord Tinlong's cold and dismissive voice rang out. However, just at this moment, rumbling sounds rang out from the distance, entering into the hearts of all the experts. The entire ice prison star was enveloped by a terrifying starry sky river. This starry sky river seemed endless, and within it, it contained incomparably terrifying power. Within that starry sky river, there were also pieces of terrifying supreme treasures, emitting an inexplicable pressure. Is this the Thousand Treasure River? But I have seen the Thousand Treasure River, where is it this terrifying? And how could there be 10,000 supreme treasures inside the Thousand Treasure River? The Xido Co-Exalt was shocked at this moment. He stared fixedly at this terrifying, starry sky river. Surprise also appeared in the eyes of Lord Tinlong, because he felt the vast power of the Thousand Treasure River. No, the Thousand Treasure River can no longer be called the Thousand Treasure River, it can completely be called the Wanbao River. The terrifying Wanbao River directly enveloped the Sky Wolf Palace. At this moment, the Sky Wolf Palace could not stir up any waves at all in front of the Wanbao River. It was like a leaf placed in a river, as if it would be submerged at any moment. Chapter 207, Terrifying Might. The helpless Lord Tinlong. The reaction of the Lord of Craftsman God. After the Wanbao River descended upon this region, the entire ice prison star belt was enveloped by it. The Do Ko in the ice prison star, as well as Luo Feng and Lord Tinlong, could only look up in awe. They felt the terrifying might contained within the Wanbao River. My teacher, the primordial Chaos City Lord's true treasure is truly heaven-defying. In my senses, it seems second only to the Star Tower. At this moment, Luo Feng looked at the boundless projection of the Wanbao River above. Then, seeing Lord Tinlong, who had been incredibly arrogant before him, now forced to remain inside the Sky Wolf Palace, Luo Feng admired the primordial Chaos City Lord even more. Lord Tinlong, you members of the monster race really cannot break the habit of killing the younger generation of my human race. At this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord's towering figure, over 10,000 kilometers tall, arrived with the Wanbao River. The stone staff in the primordial Chaos City Lord's hand also exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. Primordial Chaos City Lord. No wonder this person is worth you coming in person. Luo Feng, Blade River King, you are actually his disciple again. It is exactly the same as that fellow Shenshao from before, able to earn the title of champion at the World Lord rank. At this moment, after Lord Tinlong checked, he looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord in the sky, his face revealing a look of surprise. After all, in the eyes of Lord Tinlong, the way Luo Feng rose to prominence was so similar to that of Shen Chen before. Upon hearing these words from Lord Tinlong, the faces of the nearby purple Do Ko venerables also revealed looks of surprise. After all, they had never imagined that the Luo Feng before them was actually just a world lord. Moreover, he was compared by Lord Tinlong to Lord of the Divine Firmament. Do you have such a genius in your Tinlong clan? Ha ha ha. However, at this moment, after hearing what Lord Tinlong said, the primordial Chaos City Lord burst into laughter. As his laughter rang out, the Wanbao River shook, and waves of terrifying might erupted directly from within it. Using a peak true treasure core component as the center, it drove 10,000 true treasures. One could imagine that monstrous might, even with Lord Tinlong controlling his Sky Wolf Palace, he could not stabilize his position within the Wanbao River at all. It was only because the Sky Wolf Palace was a top-tier high-level palace-type true treasure. However, according to Lord Tinlong's estimation, if his Sky Wolf Palace were continuously bombarded by the Wanbao River, it might really sustain damage. Lord Tinlong had seen the primordial Chaos City Lord's Thousand Treasure River before. He had never thought that the primordial Chaos City Lord's Thousand Treasure River could actually be upgraded. Moreover, it seemed that the Wanbao River possessed more than just the might of a peak domain-type true treasure. After all, within his monster race, they did have peak domain-type true treasures. He had also seen the dream monster ancestor unleash a peak domain-type true treasure. As the Wanbao River enveloped this region, even the Sky Wolf Palace could not accelerate to the speed of light to enter the dark universe. At this moment, Lord Tinlong could neither escape nor fight back. Rumble. However, at this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord also began to manipulate the Wanbao River to attack directly. After all, this was a treasure his disciple, Lord of the Divine Firmament, had painstakingly upgraded for him. How could the primordial Chaos City Lord not take this opportunity to make a name for it? In an instant, the Wanbao River was fully activated by the primordial Chaos City Lord. Terrifying streaks of treasure light gathered continuously, bombarding the Sky Wolf Palace. The power far exceeded the previous attacks. Damn it, I didn't feel wrong. Wonder level, that is, a sub-universe strongest true treasure. Primordial Chaos City Lord. At this moment, Lord Tinlong, inside the Sky Wolf Palace, was full of anger. Because he had never imagined that the primordial Chaos City Lord could actually possess a wonder-level domain-type true treasure. One must know that even among the Fifth-Order Universe Lords of his monster race, none possessed a wonder-level true treasure. They were all in the hands of those two universe strongest beings. Wonder-level, sub-universe strongest. However, the onlookers around were clueless about what Lord Tinlong had said. But they could tell from Lord Tinlong's reaction just how terrifying this Wanbao River was. HMPH. The primordial Chaos City Lord's expression did not change in the slightest, he just let out a cold snort. Primordial Chaos City Lord, what do you want? After taking a deep breath, Lord Tinlong spoke slowly. There was no other way, today he had to admit defeat. Although his Sky Wolf Palace was a palace-type true treasure, in the face of a wonder-level domain-type true treasure, he had no way to teleport away. Moreover, the primordial Chaos City Lord was a Fifth-Order Universe Lord, who could guarantee that his clone did not possess a ceiling-type true treasure. A top-tier true treasure weapon. The primordial Chaos City Lord clearly knew about the past between Shen Chen and Lord Tinlong. It seemed he was directly imitating Shen Chen, demanding a top-tier true treasure weapon from Lord Tinlong. Upon hearing the primordial Chaos City Lord's words, Lord Tinlong, hiding in the Sky Wolf Palace, looked extremely ugly. Even for him, a top-tier true treasure weapon was extremely rare. Moreover, he had already given Shen Chen a top-tier true treasure weapon previously. My disciple, Lord of the Divine Firmament, seems to be coming out of seclusion soon. At this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord said intentionally. Unintentionally. Here you go. After hearing this sentence from the primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord Tinlong did not hesitate at all and threw out 3 high-level true treasures. There was no choice, he didn't even have a top-tier true treasure on him now. The most valuable thing on his entire body was his Sky Wolf Palace. After receiving the 3 high-level true treasures from Lord Tinlong, the primordial Chaos City Lord waved his hand. He didn't need to push Lord Tinlong into a corner. After all, there were 2 universe strongest beings in the monster race. If Lord Tinlong were to ask for help, those 2 universe strongest beings would definitely come. After all, Lord Tinlong was a veteran universe lord of the monster race and had a very close relationship with those 2 universe strongest beings of the monster race. It was enough to take advantage of the situation. The current human race was waiting for the next universe strongest to appear. It would either be the primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord of the Divine Firmament, or the Darkness Lord. Once the human race gave birth to another universe strongest, then the primordial Chaos City Lord would not need to be like today, just taking small advantages. Seeing this, Lord Tinlong hurriedly took his descendants and left. After the primordial Chaos City Lord said a few words to the purple Doko venerables, he also disappeared with Luo Feng. Only those Doko were left looking at each other in dismay. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, a universe lord. In their race, there was still not a single universe lord to this day. Soon, the news that the primordial Chaos City Lord's Thousand Treasure River clone possessed the Thousand Treasure River true treasure, which had turned into the Wanbao River and even had wonder-level might, circulated among the major powers of the universe. Moreover, according to what Lord Tinlong said, it was simply upgraded by Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race for his teacher, the primordial Chaos City Lord. A domain-type true treasure with wonder-level might made all races feel shocked. They were stunned at this moment. They had begun to slowly accept that Lord of the Divine Firmament had become a fifth-order universe lord in such a short time. Now, you tell them again that Lord of the Divine Firmament had actually upgraded a wonder-level true treasure. Such news was no less than Lord of the Divine Firmament comprehending a fifth-order secret technique. The various neutral powers of the primordial universe, those that did not participate in the war between the three peak races, also began to have thoughts. After all, the Lord of Craftsman God before could receive the courtesy of various major powers. There was no reason why they wouldn't go to ask for treasures from Lord of the Divine Firmament, who was even stronger than the Lord of Craftsman God. Craftsman God Star, on one of the most famous planets in the primordial universe. It was also the place where the Lord of Craftsman God resided. At this moment, the Lord of Craftsman God also learned the news that Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race had upgraded the Thousand Treasure River. Able to refine peak true treasures and upgrade them to wonder-level true treasures. Chapter 208, 208, Fifth Order Secret Technique. Supreme Treasure, Heart of Myriad Sources. Finally achieving true Godwill. The Lord of Craftsman God is a mountain giant, his divine power body standing 10 million kilometers tall. His entire body is the color of glazed glass, containing an incomparably terrifying aura from head to toe. However, the Lord of Craftsman God is feeling a bit bewildered at this moment. He has existed since the very beginning of the universe. From that time on, he has been constantly studying the art of treasure crafting. After an incredibly long time, he is now barely able to craft peak-level treasure weapons. The Lord of Craftsman God has existed since the beginning of the universe, and with the former god King Zuo Shenk interested in guiding him, barely crafting peak-level treasures should be no problem for him. In the primordial universe, Zuo Shenk basically does not craft treasures for other unrelated people. But the Lord of Craftsman God is different. Therefore, the Lord of Craftsman God has many friends in the primordial universe. Even the human race, monster race, insect race, etc., often ask him to help craft treasures. There are even quite a few universe strongest who have good relationships with him. However, he spent such a long time to only barely be able to craft peak-level treasure weapons and create special types of top-tier treasures. Yet, on what grounds could Lord of the Divine Firmament reach this level in just a single era? Could it be that my aptitude is truly insufficient? The Lord of Craftsman God cannot help but doubt in his heart at this moment. But doubt is just doubt. After all, the Lord of Craftsman God himself is still able to craft peak-level treasures. Otherwise, Zuo Shenk would not have chosen the Lord of Craftsman God to instruct him on how to craft treasures. Therefore, the Lord of Craftsman God quickly steadied his heart. He just sighed that Lord of the Divine Firmament's treasure crafting talent is indeed stronger than his own. Or perhaps Lord of the Divine Firmament obtained better treasure crafting techniques. The Lord of Craftsman God also knows that in the Universe C, there is no shortage of factions that have obtained the civilization legacy from before the reincarnation era. So, the Lord of Craftsman God has this thought in his heart at this moment. Should I go pay a visit to Lord of the Divine Firmament? Exchanging treasure crafting techniques is also an option. The Lord of Craftsman God thinks in his heart at this moment, feeling slightly stirred. The Lord of Craftsman God, who can craft peak-level treasure weapons, has this reaction. The monster race, insect race, and automaton race, who are hostile to the human race, have even more severe sighs in their hearts. However, their sighs are filled with more hatred. They are speechless. The human race's luck is actually this good. After all, the human race produced an origin ancestor at the very beginning. Later, the great axe founder appeared out of nowhere. Now, there is an even more heaven-defying Lord of the Divine Firmament. What can they do next? Just when the various neutral factions in the primordial universe were thinking of finding Lord of the Divine Firmament to craft treasures, the Lord of the Divine Firmament in their eyes is still researching. Lord of Ganwu has already used the life source core given to him by Shen Chen, breaking through the 100-fold life gene level. Subsequently, Shen Chen gave Lord of Ganwu 10 Azure Heaven Marrows, raising Lord of Ganwu's life gene level to 10,000 times. Now, Lord of Ganwu can already be considered a top-tier universe overlord. Shen Chen has already recorded the entire process of Lord of Ganwu's transformation. After all, Lord of Ganwu is the first universe overlord Shen Chen has observed raising his life gene level. Previously, Shen Chengzhou and Shen Longhai basically raised their levels to this point at the World Lord rank. World Lord rank, Undying level, Venerable level, Universe Lord level. The resources consumed to raise the life gene level between these four ranks are completely different. After all, just for Shen Chengzhou to raise his level to the perfect gene level at the World Lord rank, it consumed 2 peak level treasure points for Shen Chen. It is no wonder that 4th order universe lords are rare. Ordinary 4th order universe lords all have to accumulate treasures over a long period of time to raise their life gene levels. They are nothing like Shen Chen, who throws treasures around crazily as if treasure points don't matter. Shen Chen, when Lord of Ganwu reached the 10,000 times life gene level, he felt regret. After all, in his eyes, he was not worth so many treasures. Teacher, it's okay. These treasures are only worth a few peak level treasures. To me, it is really no big deal. Moreover, now that you, teacher, have reached the 10,000 times life gene level, you can barely be considered a universe lord with 100-fold life gene level. When you go to the various secret realms of the universe, the danger will be reduced significantly. However, teacher, if you want to become a universe lord, then I cannot help. I assume you have the permission to know about that treasure within the race. I will not pay the treasure points required to use that treasure for you. Shen Chen waved his hand, completely unconcerned. After all, if he wants to get treasures now, besides crafting them himself, or simply finding clan members with purple talent and bestowing heavy treasures upon them, he can always get treasures returned. Rest assured, with my 10,000 times life gene level, I can exchange for a special treasure within the race. I have the confidence to become a universe lord. When that time comes, whatever you need in the Shen family from Ganwu Universe country, it will be directly allocated to you. Lord of Ganwu patted his chest and stated. At this moment, the most valuable thing he has is nothing more than half of the jurisdiction of Ganwu Universe country. I also believe in you, teacher. Shen Chen nodded at this. Subsequently, Lord of Ganwu left Shen Chen's divine kingdom with an indomitable aura. After Lord of Ganwu left, Shen Chen also turned his attention to the Yuanming Yuhai clone. Next is to upgrade the Yuanming Nether Sea. Then, the human original body will create the strongest universe lord fusion secret technique. Then there will be hope to comprehend the 3rd layer of secret engravings of the time punishment sword and burst out with top-tier 6th order combat power. In the primordial universe, top-tier 6th order combat power is already considered the limit. Shen Chen said slowly, his eyes revealing a look of determination. Soon, Shen Chen's various clones and the human original body were all performing their respective duties. Finally, Shen Chen's human original body spent 10 million years in the Chronos Temple and finally created a strongest universe lord fusion secret technique. It can only be said that the further one goes, the more time it takes to create secret techniques. Shen Chen was already thinking about going to the Universe Sea to see if there were any treasures that could improve comprehension ability even more heaven-defying than the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. And this strongest Universe Lord fusion secret technique was created based on the 2 fusion laws of Wind Time and Thunder Time. It counts as the weakest 5th order secret technique. Let's just call it the Wind Thunder Sword. After all, it will always be performed with the Time Punishment Sword. Shen Chen traced his finger, and the space in front of him instantly ceased to exist. A touch of green light and blue light slowly intertwined and fused together, bursting out with incomparably terrifying power. It was only because the materials of the Chronos Temple are comparable to peak-level palace type treasures. Otherwise, the Chronos Temple would not have been able to withstand it. The next focus is to increase the volume of the Yuanming Nether Sea. Shen Chen said. It must be said that upgrading the Yuanming Nether Sea is truly difficult. Even though Shen Chen exchanged for many treasures to upgrade the divine power body in the human race treasury, plus the one bead constantly absorbing energy from the primordial universe origin land. But now, the maximum diameter of the Yuanming Nether Sea is only 1.2 light-years. However, just 300 years later, good news soon arrived. That is, Shen Chengzhou returned from a universe secret realm. And after Shen Chengzhou returned, Shen Chen's first thing was to trade with other universe lords for a top-tier origin-type treasure. Then he directly bestowed it down. After all, Shen Chengzhou's divine power body had also reached a maximum of over 90,000 kilometers. After the divine power body is consumed, naturally, an origin-type treasure is needed. Bestow top-tier treasure spirit origin bead to Golden Talent clan member Shen Chengzhou, 10,000 times return, supreme treasure heart of myriad sources. After hearing the prompt from the creation treasure tree, a smile finally appeared on Shen Chen's face. And as a supreme treasure of the origin type, the efficiency of the heart of myriad sources completely exceeded the one bead that Shen Chen previously possessed. After all, supreme treasures are completely different in class compared to peak-level treasures. 100 million times. That's right, the efficiency of the heart of myriad sources reached a full 100 million times. In other words, Shen Chen's speed of absorbing energy now reached 100 million times. Soon, Shen Chen also directly used the heart of myriad sources. Expanding the divine power body volume of the Yuanming Yuhai clone involves condensing an incarnation of the Nether Sea, during which the Yuanming Nether Sea will consume a portion of energy. Subsequently, Shen Chen absorbed the energy of the Law Ocean of the primordial universe origin land through the heart of myriad sources, expanded the Yuanming Nether Sea completely, and then let the incarnation of the Nether Sea self-destruct and fuse into the Yuanming Nether Sea. With the heart of myriad sources, the expansion speed of Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone was simply too fast. As the Yuanming Yuhai clone continued to expand, the monstrous divine power also constantly pushed Shen Chen's will to the limit. In normal 1,000 years of the primordial universe, which is 100 billion years of Shen Chen absorbing the Law Ocean energy of the universe origin land at a normal speed, plus the filling of various other treasures. 2 light-years, 3 light-years, 4 light-years, 9.9 light-years. Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone kept expanding like this. In the end, Shen Chen's divine kingdom could no longer contain the Yuanming Yuhai clone. Finally, Shen Chen chose to place the Yuanming Yuhai clone in a medium-sized universe secret realm in Ganwu Universe Country. Finally done. And as the volume of the Yuanming Yuhai clone reached a maximum of 10 light-years, Shen Chen's will reached a fundamental transformation. It instantly broke through the limit of the Universe Lord's will. True God-level will. Done. Chapter 209, 209, Breakthrough. Universe Lord. All Tier 5. As Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone reached a maximum diameter of 10 light-years, his will finally broke through to the true God level. This is what the primordial universe commonly refers to as the universe strongest. At this moment, Shen Chen's human original body stood above the Yuanming Nether Sea, clearly sensing the terrifying divine power gestating within the Yuanming Yuhai clone. This monstrous divine power could be utilized by Shen Chen, and it also influenced his will, pushing it to the true God level. Now, by using my will to drive the myriad intent soul binding, I can instantly enslave a top-tier universe overlord. As for some universe lords who lack the ultimate will of a universe lord, I can easily enslave them if I spend some time. Will enslavement secret techniques are just that unreasonable. Shen Chen sighed inwardly at this moment. And now that I have the will of a true god, I can proceed to break through to become a universe lord. There is no need to remain at the venerable level any longer. My will has reached the standard, and I have also created a Tier 5 secret technique. After all, I do not possess the secret engravings diagram flow that Luo Feng has. It is extremely difficult to create a secret technique of a universe strongest while still at the venerable level. Even with the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne, it is still the same. Shen Chen said slowly, having made up his mind. After all, given his current rate of rise, he had stayed at the venerable level for quite a long time. Furthermore, Shen Chen possessed the Yuanming Yuhai clone, and in the future, he intended to follow the path of becoming a true god through divine power. Only at the Universe Lord level would it be convenient for Shen Chen to create secret techniques and pursue the path of becoming a true god through divine power. After understanding his next goal, Shen Chen's figure vanished from this secret realm. In the Lingshu secret realm, within the core hall of the Shen family, the core clansmen witnessed a divine light returning to the Chronos temple. Upon seeing this, they understood that their old ancestor had returned. After all, even for some core clansmen, they could not enter the Chronos temple on their own without Shen Chen's permission. After returning to the Chronos temple, Shen Chen sat directly upon the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne. I can follow the beast god path to become a universe lord, or I can comprehend the origin law of space to become a universe lord. After all, it is the same regardless of which path I take to break through to become a universe lord. Shen Chen thought to himself. However, after thinking carefully, Shen Chen decided to comprehend the origin law of space. He would break through to become a universe lord using the most mainstream method. Having made up his mind, Shen Chen sat on the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne and began to gradually comprehend the origin law of space. Locking, strangling, and teleportation, these three profound mysteries of space were constantly fusing under Shen Chen's comprehension. Strange auras flickered across Shen Chen's body. It must be known that Shen Chen's Tao of Fire Space Fusion and Tao of Gold Space Fusion had long since reached the 7th level of perfection. In terms of comprehension of the origin law of space, Shen Chen was in no way inferior to some top-tier universe overlords. Even though the universe lords imposed restrictions on him, this time venerable, hindering Shen Chen from comprehending the origin law of space, it had absolutely no effect on Shen Chen, who was sitting on the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne with his comprehension ability constantly stacking. Finally, a breakthrough. Only 1 year had passed, and the bottleneck that had hindered Shen Chen vanished in an instant. Locking, strangling, and teleportation, these three profound mysteries of the origin law of space were fused by Shen Chen into the origin law of space. And as Shen Chen comprehended the origin law of space, he directly broke through to become a universe lord. After Shen Chen opened his eyes, he teleported away from the Chronos temple. In the secret realm where the Yuanming Nether Sea was located, Shen Chen arrived above the Yuanming Nether Sea. At this moment, the Yuanming Nether Sea was a full 10 light-years in diameter. A single splash was enough to annihilate an ordinary universe exalt. And as Shen Chen broke through to become a universe lord, the origin law of the primordial universe descended directly, and the terrifying pressure swept across the entire Yuanming Nether Sea. Subsequently, huge whirlpools appeared above the Yuanming Nether Sea, containing endless, terrifying power within them. The diameter of the whirlpools in the sky exceeded 1 trillion kilometers. Terrifying divine power of time and divine power of space twisted within them incessantly. And at the center of that huge whirlpool was a passage leading to the ocean of cosmic laws. Let's begin. Shen Chen did not hesitate in the slightest and directly began to devour divine power. From the whirlpool passage, the monstrous ocean of divine power continuously poured into the Yuanming Nether Sea. Shen Chen, using his true god-level will, constantly drove the Yuanming Nether Sea to keep absorbing the divine power, and then converted that divine power into the divine body of the Yuanming Yuhai clone. At this moment, what was originally only 10,000 times Gene Venerable level divine power began a qualitative change, reaching 10,000 times Gene Universe Lord level divine power. With Shen Chen's current true god level will driving the Yuanming Nether Sea, the speed of conversion could be imagined. However, having reached the Universe Lord level, it was the same as the previous Venerable level. It would no longer be like the Undying level, where the primordial universe would finish converting. Your divine body for you. My Yuanming Yuhai clone has reached a maximum diameter of 10 light-years. Even with my true god level will constantly absorbing divine power, I have only managed to convert 5% of the divine power of my Yuanming Nether Sea divine body. But even just 3% of the divine body is enough to make all the strong individuals in the entire universe sigh in envy. Shen Chen looked at the Yuanming Yuhai clone before him, his face full of smiles. After all, that was a 10,000 times Gene Universe Lord level divine body with a diameter of 0.3 light-years. For the next period of time, I need to use the heart of myriad origins to start continuously absorbing the divine power from the ocean of laws and convert it into the universe Lord divine body, Shen Chen muttered to himself. After all, since it was converting into a universe Lord divine body, even with the 100 million times efficiency of the heart of myriad origins, according to Shen Chen's estimation, it would take a very long time. Just at this moment, beside Shen Chen's human original body, the golden horned beast clone, the temporal thunder Hu clone, and the Laotian clone all arrived here via kingdom teleportation. Yet, even for the Laotian clone, with its giant mountain range divine body stretching over 100 million kilometers in diameter, the vast divine power required was not even a drop in the ocean compared to the divine body of the Yuanming Yuhai clone. In an instant, Shen Chen's human original body, golden horned beast clone, temporal thunder Hu clone, and Laotian clone began to transform, their divine power converting continuously. All of them reached the 10,000 times Gene Universe Lord level of divine power. The Laotian clone was not a combat clone, so its combat power could be ignored. But the temporal thunder Hu clone and the golden horned beast clone were different. Once Shen Chen equipped the clones with true treasures and created the strongest fusion secret technique, they could easily reach Tier 5 combat power. Next, I want the temporal thunder Hu clone and the golden horned beast clone to create their own Tier 5 secret techniques. Then, I will have the Laotian clone forge matching peak true treasures for these two clones. By that time, added to my human original body, there will be 3 Tier 5 combat powers. If I go to explore the Universe Sea, it will be highly secure. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he directly left this place. He let the Yuanming Yuhai clone control the heart of myriad origins to start converting all the divine power of the Yuanming Yuhai clone into Universe Lord level divine power. By that time, Shen Chen's will would be able to continue climbing. Just after Shen Chen broke through to become a Universe Lord, the Great Axe founder, who had gone to explore the Universe Sea, returned to the primordial universe. This also surprised the primordial Chaos City Lord. After all, every time the Great Axe founder went to the Universe Sea, wasn't it counted in eras? Chapter 210, Hymning Spirit Bead. Divine Power Burning Secret Technique, Ash Burn. Actually, for the universe strongest of the various peak races in the primordial universe, the time spent heading to the Universe Sea, although counted in epochs, is actually very short in the eyes of universe lords and the universe strongest. After all, if something were to happen to the primordial universe, these universe strongest would not have enough time to return from the Universe Sea. But this time, Great Axe founder returned from the Universe Sea a bit too early. Great Axe, what good things did you bring back from the Universe Sea this time? In the virtual universe, Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Great Axe founder and asked directly. In Primordial Chaos City Lord's thinking, Great Axe founder being able to return from the Universe Sea in such a short time, other than getting some good things, there shouldn't be any other reason. Although my main focus this time was on collecting supreme treasure materials, I did indeed manage to get my hands on something good. Great Axe founder's face showed a smile. Seeing the smile on Great Axe founder's face, Primordial Chaos City Lord was happy at this moment. After all, a treasure that could be called a good thing by Great Axe founder, even if it wasn't a supreme true treasure, could at least be called a sub-peak supreme true treasure. Even among his human race, sub-peak supreme true treasures were rare. Basically, they were all controlled by Great Axe founder. After all, only Great Axe founder could unleash the power of a sub-peak supreme true treasure. I obtained a treasure called the Hymning Spirit Bead. It can nourish the soul and significantly enhance comprehension ability. For the universe strongest, it doesn't have much use, but for universe lords, it has great utility. In terms of soul defense, it is also equivalent to a peak soul supreme true treasure. Great Axe founder said, then projected a bead in the virtual universe. Looking at the bead in Great Axe founder's hand, Primordial Chaos City Lord was happy at this moment. After all, treasures that can enhance comprehension ability are indeed rare. Moreover, it was a bead that was very useful for universe lords. Actually, I originally wanted to give this bead to you. After all, after enhancing your comprehension ability, you also have hope of becoming the next universe strongest of our human race. By then, my pressure will be very small. We can also learn from the monster race, with one universe strongest heading to the universe C and one universe strongest guarding the primordial universe. Great Axe Founder said. There was hope in his eyes. Great Axe Founder was not actually the type of person to manage affairs. When Origin Ancestor was around, everything was managed by Origin Ancestor. It wasn't until Origin Ancestor was imprisoned by the origin will of the primordial universe that Great Axe Founder had to shoulder the human race. I have already found the path I want to take. Following it step by step, there is still great hope of achieving a breakthrough to true God. This treasure should be given to Shen Chen. To Great Axe Founder's surprise, Primordial Chaos City Lord refused him directly. It is not that I am favoring my disciple. It is that giving it to Shen Chen has the greatest effect. Shen Chen can create a fifth-order secret technique in just over one epoch. Once he uses the hymning spirit bead, there is hope to create a sixth-order secret technique. By then, he may become the universe strongest before me. Moreover, Shen Chen previously handed over a 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne to the race. Primordial Chaos City Lord waved his hand in refusal. And have you thought about it? If Shen Chen becomes the universe strongest, with his treasure refining skills, he should have a very good hope of refining supreme true treasures. That is the most meaningful thing for our human race. Primordial Chaos City Lord continued. After hearing what Primordial Chaos City Lord said, Great Axe Founder also nodded, clearly acknowledging Primordial Chaos City Lord's reasoning. After all, everyone was very clear about Lord of the Divine Firmament's aptitude. Alright then, this treasure will be given to Lord of the Divine Firmament. I hope he is truly as you say, and he becomes the next universe strongest of our race. Great Axe Founder agreed. The hymning spirit bead, you can give it to him when the time comes. As for me, I will place the 3 peak supreme true treasure materials I obtained into the race treasury, and then continue to head to the universe C. Previously, I was busy searching for supreme true treasures and disdained to compete with other universe strongest for some peak supreme true treasure materials. But now, as Shen Chen is able to refine peak supreme true treasures, everything is different. With the 5th order secret technique Shen Chen has created now, in the future, he might even be able to refine strange level or sub-peak supreme true treasures. By then, it will be even more different for our race. Our race's universe lords will all be the same, searching for various supreme treasure materials. You should instruct them on this matter. After Great Axe Founder finished giving his final instructions, he headed to the primitive mystical region to hand over the treasures and supreme treasure materials to Primordial Chaos City Lord's Wanbao River clone. And after Primordial Chaos City Lord took the hymning spirit bead, he did not hesitate at all and went straight to the Lingshu secret realm. Meanwhile, in the Lingshu secret realm where Shen Chen was located, Shen Chen had already emerged from seclusion. Now that he had achieved a breakthrough to Universe Lord and Universe Strongest will, his speed of comprehending secret techniques had improved significantly. The Temporal Thunder Hu clone and Golden Horned Beast clone, along with his human original body, were comprehending with all their might. They had each prepared a 5th order secret technique for the Chronos Thunder Beast and Golden Horned Beast clones. In other words, Shen Chen now truly possessed 3 5th order combat powers. 5th order is already the limit that the various universe lords of the primordial universe can reach. For 6th order, one needs to create a 6th order secret technique or possess a supreme true treasure. My human original body has already reached the peak of 6th order combat power. If the other clones want to improve quickly again, unless they achieve a breakthrough, then it must be a divine power burning secret technique, or mechanical flow supreme true treasures. After all, I am on the path of using divine power to achieve true God, so I will not achieve a breakthrough in the short term. Shen Chen muttered to himself. To get a divine power burning secret technique, aside from the ancient civilization legacy, I can also place my hope on Cheng Zhou. After all, he is a golden aptitude clansman. The 10,000-fold return is very likely to return a divine power burning secret technique to me. But what must I bestow upon Cheng Zhou to have him return such a secret technique to me? After Shen Chen thought about it carefully, he immediately began searching for similar divine body-burning secret techniques in the human race treasury. Then, using the Yuhai incarnation separated from the Yuanming Yuhai clone as a base, he began to research and improve it. It can only be said that Shen Chen's ideas and methods were not wrong, it's just that wanting to create a pre-existing divine body-burning secret technique from scratch, and also being able to bestow it upon Shen Chengzhou, was somewhat difficult even for the current Shen Chen. However, just when Shen Chen felt it was difficult, primordial Chaos City Lord's Wanbao River clone arrived at the Lingshu secret realm with the Hymning Spirit Bead. Hymning Spirit Bead, good stuff. This treasure seems to be a level higher than my 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. It can help Universe Lords research the strongest fusion secret technique. Great Axe Founder is just giving this to me. Shen Chen looked at primordial Chaos City Lord, full of confusion. Do not underestimate yourself. Just based on the fact that you created a 5th-order secret technique in such a short time, plus refining peak supreme true treasures, the Hymning Spirit Bead, apart from you, even I am not worthy of possessing it, so rest assured. Primordial Chaos City Lord smiled and explained. Many thanks to Great Axe Founder and the race. I have indeed been troubled by secret techniques during this period, and the Hymning Spirit Bead has arrived at just the right time. Shen Chen said. Seeing that Shen Chen was satisfied, Primordial Chaos City Lord left directly after exchanging some pleasantries. Primordial Chaos City Lord's original body was about to return from the Universe Sea, so Primordial Chaos City Lord decided to hand the Wanbao River over to his original body. Using the Wanbao River to search for supreme treasures and supreme treasure materials in the Universe Sea would be even easier. So he didn't stay there long. And the Hymning Spirit Bead was indeed a treasure a level higher than the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. After decades in the outside world and hundreds of thousands of years of research in the Chronos Temple, Shen Chen finally finished a divine body-burning secret technique called Divine Power Silence Burning. Compared to the divine body burning of ordinary powerhouses, this secret technique could allow divine power to burn and climb significantly higher, and the effect of some divine power burning was more obvious. And this divine body burning secret technique could improve the strength of Universe Exalts and Universe Lords in the short term. Compared to the divine body burning of ordinary powerhouses, this secret technique could increase the power by another 5 times. Then Shen Chen directly bestowed this divine body burning secret technique upon Shen Chengzhou. Bestow secret technique, divine power silence burning, to Golden Aptitude Clansman Shen Chengzhou, 10,000-fold return, obtain secret technique, Ash Burn. The divine power burning secret techniques in the late stage basically all explode with 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold power. Chapter 211, Tier 7 Peak Combat Power. Contributing Treasures. 70,000 treasure points. Dad, this divine body burning secret technique is indeed quite useful for me right now. After all, I cannot always use my strongest innate secret technique as a regular attack. After obtaining the divine body burning secret technique, Shen Chengzhou studied it for a while, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. After all, this thing was truly useful to him. After you reach the Universe Exalt level, I will teach you an even more heaven-defying divine power-burning secret technique. It is a heaven-defying secret technique that the entire human race does not possess. Shen Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing that Shen Chen actually possessed an even more heaven-defying divine power-burning secret technique, one that even the entire human race lacked, a look of astonishment flashed across Shen Chengzhou's face. However, upon realizing that it was his father who was providing such a secret technique, Shen Chengzhou felt it was perfectly reasonable. For some reason, Luo Feng has been staying in the outside territory battlefield for over 6,000 years recently. He is still staying within the Elder God cult now. I want to see when he will be able to reach the undying level. After putting away the divine body-burning secret technique, Shen Chengzhou brought up Luo Feng's situation. Luo Feng, remember, do not underestimate Luo Feng. Shen Chen, looking at Shen Chengzhou below, said directly. After all, that treasure, the Star Tower, is in a league of its own, even within the entire Universe Sea. I have never underestimated Luo Feng. If it weren't for the support you give me every time, Dad, I might not even have been able to reach the undying level before Luo Feng. Although Shen Chengzhou was confident, he still had a good sense of proportion. He had dealt with Luo Feng for so long, from the Earth era to the present. He knew Luo Feng's terror better than anyone. If Luo Feng were given the same level of resources as himself, Luo Feng would definitely have reached the undying level long ago. After nodding to acknowledge, Shen Chengzhou left the Chronos Temple. Watching Shen Chengzhou leave, Shen Chen turned his attention to Ashburn. Ashburn has a total of 3 volumes. They correspond to the Universe Exalt, Universe Lord, and True God levels. 3 levels. However, to cultivate Ashburn, for a Universe Exalt, one must have a super-large divine body clone. Otherwise, just driving Ashburn would burn up the divine power in an instant. Shen Chen muttered. At the same time, he sighed in his heart that the way this secret technique recorded how to burn divine power and how to operate the divine body was truly too exquisite. Compared to the divine body burning secret technique he created himself, it was leagues ahead. After perfecting the cultivation, it could allow one's own secret technique to erupt with 1,000 or even 10,000 times the power. Once I successfully study the first and second volumes of Ashburn, my secret technique will be able to rise by another tier. Added to the fact that I have now created a Tier 5 secret technique, once I comprehend the third layer of secret engravings of the Time Punishment Sword and erupt with Tier 6 peak power, combined with Ashburn, I will be able to directly erupt with Tier 7 peak attacks. Shen Chen said, his heart incomparably excited. After all, a Tier 7 peak attack could already be counted as an attack at the level of a Universe Strongest. He had just broken through to the Universe Lord level, and being able to erupt with such a terrifying attack in a short period of time, Shen Chen was naturally excited. Soon, Shen Chen turned his attention to the Ashburn secret technique and began to study it. The hymning spirit bead is truly excellent. In just a few 100,000 years, it has allowed me to master the Universe Exalt and Universe Lord chapters. Now, I only need to comprehend the third layer of secret engravings of the Time Punishment Sword to be able to erupt with Tier 7 peak attacks. Decades later, inside Shen Chen's Chronos Temple, he said, looking at the hymning spirit bead in his hand. It is no wonder that this treasure is rated by the Great Axe founder as a secondary supreme grade treasure. Even the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne returned by the Creation Treasure Tree cannot compare to it. However, only my human original body can erupt with Tier 7 peak attacks. The Golden Horned Beast clone and the Temporal Thunder Who clone clearly cannot. They can only rely on the Ashburn secret technique to erupt with Tier 6 attacks. After Shen Chen finished speaking, there was no fluctuation in his heart. After all, for Shen Chen now, if he wanted his other clones to also erupt with attacks of the same level, he just needed to equip them with supreme treasures. Golden Horned Beast clone and Temporal Thunder Who clone. Continue to create the strongest fusion secret technique of a Universe Lord. When that time comes, I can head to the Universe Sea. After Shen Chen set his next goal, he walked out of the Chronos Temple. After all, for Shen Chen, sitting in the Chronos Temple for decades was still a bit unbearable. It was time to come out and stretch his muscles. Soon, the figure of Shen Chen's human original body arrived at the location of his Laotian clone. For these past few thousand years, I have been continuously exchanging for treasure materials from the race treasury. Plus, other experts ask me to refine treasures, and I also collect a portion of materials as a service fee. Now, I have over 800 excess treasures in my hands. There is not a single ordinary treasure among them. After all, ordinary treasures no longer have much use for me, and can be completely handed over to Chongyun to refine. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he began to think about what to do with these 800+ treasures. These were all treasures that Shen Chen's Laotian clone had refined casually. It was just to exercise his treasure refining skills and increase his proficiency. However, it was a pity that there were no peak treasures among them. I will just contribute these 800+ treasures to the race. Anyway, for me now, I can refine top-tier treasures with a wave of my hand. In the future, I will tailor a whole set of top-tier treasures for Shen Chengzhou. Only then will they perfectly suit him. After Shen Chen made up his mind, he put these 800+ treasures into his human original body's world ring. However, I still have some other treasures. There are still 57 life source cores. One was given to Chungyun, and one was given to my teacher. These 57 life source cores represent 57 opportunities to break the limitations of the primordial universe. I will leave 17 in the family treasury to give those with purple talent a chance to rise. After all, there are only 20 clansmen with purple talent in our race, which is enough. Moreover, what I want to study is how to use the gene map to break the 100-fold life gene level limit. The target of my research should also be those universe overlords of the human race who have long reached the 100-fold life gene level limit. After all, only after reaching the 100-fold limit can one use the life source core to break the limit. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he left with 40 life source cores. The remaining 17 life source cores were placed by him in the family treasury. They were set by Shen Chen as a heaven-defying treasure that only clansmen with purple talent could exchange for. Of course, only clansmen with purple talent could afford it. After all, many of those clansmen with purple talent were king-level immortals. Soon, in the primal universe's primordial chaos city, Shen Chen's human original body arrived. When he saw Shen Chen's human original body arrive, a look of astonishment appeared on the primordial chaos city lord's face. After all, Shen Chen had not been to primordial chaos city for a long time. Lord of the divine firmament, 10 special top-tier treasures, 200 top-tier treasures, 200 special high-tier treasures, 400 high-tier treasures. Total value is 70,000 treasure points. Are you willing to contribute them to the human race? In the side hall, Shen Chen placed the world ring on the stone plate. After a long time, the prompt sound of the virtual universe rang in Shen Chen's ears. It's about what I expected. Shen Chen nodded, somewhat satisfied. And just at this moment, the voice of the primordial chaos city lord appeared beside Shen Chen. Chapter 212, Primordial Chaos City Lord's Sigh. The Poor Lord Liho. Goal, Universe C. As expected of the number 1 treasure refining great master of our human race. Just one move, and he brings out 810 treasures. And not a single one of them is an ordinary treasure. Primordial Chaos City Lord is the current primary authority of the virtual universe. With his permissions, he could easily know how many treasures Shen Chen had contributed. Not bad, not bad. 10 special peak treasures, average price 3,000 treasure points. 200 ordinary peak treasures, average price 100 treasure points. 200 special high-level treasures and those 400 ordinary high-level treasures, adding up to 30,000 treasure points. However, among the special types of treasures, palace type, soul type, domain type, the domain type are the most numerous. Palace type are the fewest. After all, the materials required for palace type treasures are simply too many. Shen Chen calculated for a while before saying this. Many universe lords of our race do not have as much contribution as what you have contributed to the race this time. A full 70,000 treasure points. It is enough for you, Shen Chen, to sweep through quite a few treasures within the race. Primordial Chaos City Lord sighed as he said this. At the same time, Primordial Chaos City Lord was also sighing at how important a treasure refining great master is to the race. If Shen Chen were a treasure refining great master for the insect race, monster race, or automaton race, the human race would probably be unable to sleep at night. After all, he brings out so many treasures in one go. Cough cough. Asterisk. Actually, I have another batch of treasures. After coughing a few times, Shen Chen continued. There are still more treasures. Even at this moment, Primordial Chaos City Lord was full of surprise, looking at Shen Chen in disbelief. Shen Chen could already refine peak treasures, could he possibly take out peak treasures as well? However, when Shen Chen took out 40 life source cores, confusion flashed across Primordial Chaos City Lord's face. Even with his experience, he could not recognize what treasure the life source core was. This treasure is called a life source core, and it can help life forms break through the primordial universe's 100-fold life limit. If one uses a life source core before reaching 100 times, one can unconditionally ascend to a 100-fold life gene level. However, its most important function is always breaking the primordial universe's limit. Let the virtual universe set the price. After Shen Chen explained a few sentences, he placed the life source core on the stone disk. To prevent the virtual universe from failing to recognize the special effect of this treasure, Shen Chen thoughtfully displayed the process of Teacher Ganwu breaking the 100-fold limit. No wonder I wondered why, when Teacher Ganwu came to Primordial Chaos City, I perceived his life gene level had reached 10,000 times. So it was you who did it. Primordial Chaos City Lord said with a sigh at this moment. After all, he dared not imagine how much Shen Chen had sacrificed to raise a Universe Overlord life gene level to 10,000 times. However, once he thought about how Shen Chen had just obtained 70,000 treasure points, Primordial Chaos City Lord felt it didn't seem like such a big deal for Shen Chen. Lord of the Divine Firmament, the life source core belongs to the special treasure category. It has miraculous effects for universe overlords. For the development of the race, can it be priced at 100 treasure points? Unexpectedly for both Primordial Chaos City Lord and Shen Chen, the virtual universe actually started negotiating directly with Shen Chen. After all, the current Shen Chen had long since become a 5th-rank universe lord, and he could refine peak treasures. The virtual universe also recognized Shen Chen's authority, which was now second only to the Great Axe founder within the human race. Therefore, regarding the pricing of the life source core, the virtual universe could only discuss it with Shen Chen. How about this? The experts who spend 100 treasure points to exchange for a life source core must cooperate with me to research how their divine bodies broke the universe's limit. I need samples to research the path of life genes. For Shen Chen, treasure points were not important at all. What he wanted was how to create a secret technique capable of breaking the 100-fold life gene level through the life source core. After all, he already had a gene secret technique, life transition, that could reach 100-fold genes through slow cultivate. Accepted. The consciousness of the virtual universe also chose to agree, taking the 40 life source cores into the stone disk. Shen Chen thus obtained another 4,000 treasure points. Shen Chen, your help to the race far exceeds ours. The 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne you contributed to the race previously has been very helpful to the race. Yuho, whom you met before, created a strongest secret technique for a Universe Lord precisely because of the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. As long as he raises his life gene level to around 10,000 times again, he can be considered a 4th-rank Universe Lord. Moreover, the life source core you contributed is also heaven-defying. After all, if Universe Overlord level beings can break the limit, it is much easier for them to raise their life gene levels than it is for Universe Lords. There are simply too few treasures that can allow a Universe Lord to raise their life gene level. After Primordial Chaos City Lord finished speaking, he sighed again in his heart that he had accepted Shen Chen as his personal disciple earlier. It's fine, didn't the race also give me the Hymning Spirit Bead? The Hymning Spirit Bead is a level better than the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. Shen Chen smiled at this, saying it indifferently. However, this time there are so many more treasures in the race's treasury. The exchange ratio between heavy treasure points and treasure points can be lowered again. At the current exchange ratio, 3,000 heavy treasure points can be exchanged for 1 treasure point. Primordial Chaos City Lord's authority allowed him to easily understand the self-regulation of the virtual universe's will. After all, so many treasures were meant to be equipped to the experts within the race. And as more and more honorables achieved success through those 12 paths, the race obtained more and more resources. With such a virtuous cycle, it wouldn't be long before the human race returned to the position of the number 1 race in the primordial universe. You just obtained 74,000 treasure points. What treasures are you planning to exchange for? Primordial Chaos City Lord then looked at Shen Chen with a face full of confusion. Quote? Just as Shen Chen was about to answer Primordial Chaos City Lord, a trace of confusion flashed across Shen Chen's face. Seeing Shen Chen's appearance, Primordial Chaos City Lord was also somewhat puzzled. It seemed as if his clone had encountered some trouble. Of course, it is to exchange for peak treasure materials. And the few remaining peak treasure weapons in the race. I want to see if I can craft special type peak treasures. After all, treasure materials are still very rare. According to the usual treasure refining methods in the universe, one basically dismantles good materials from lower rank treasures and then refines higher rank treasures. Those guys from the Craftsman God Star do just that. They use the best materials from a series of heavy treasures to refine treasures. Since I cannot find enough peak treasure materials, I obviously have to follow this path. Shen Chen waved his hand and stated directly. After speaking, Shen Chen directly spent 20,000 treasure points to exchange for the 3 peak treasure materials and 7 peak treasure weapons that the Great Axe founder had just brought back. To the race. Teacher, I am going to refine some treasures. After saying goodbye to Primordial Chaos City Lord, Shen Chen's figure quickly disappeared from the primal universe. The race currently has a few too many treasures. However, how to properly handle these treasures still requires a meeting of the Universe Lords to discuss. After all, these are treasures worth tens of thousands of treasure points. It is not something I can decide alone. After thinking for a while, Primordial Chaos City Lord also left the side hall. On the other side, in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm, in the Thunder God Mountains. Little brother, have you considered it? Do you want to go to the Universe Sea with me? Lord Liho looked at his Chronos Thunder Beast, which was Shen Chen's clone, with excitement. Big brother, have you already created your strongest secret technique? Shen Chen looked at Lord Liho with a puzzled expression. That's right. Ever since that battle, I have realized a lot, and after summarizing everything from my birth until now, I have created a strongest secret technique for a Universe Lord. Coupled with my top-tier treasure set, I can already be considered a 4th-rank Universe Lord. It is time to go to the Universe Sea to venture. Lord Liho said with a smile. In the Great Alliance, he had heard more than once about the experiences of those Universe Lords venturing in the Universe Sea. In dangerous places, they obtained one good top-tier treasure after another, or even peak treasures. Lord Liho could only say that he was too poor. In his eyes, possessing only one top-tier treasure set did not match his status as a 4th-rank Universe Lord. Big brother, do you have any special type top-tier treasures? Domain type, soul type, palace type. If you go to the Universe Sea without these 3 types of special top-tier treasures, some dangerous places, or even some powerful Universe Lords, could easily kill you. Shen Chen said, looking at Lord Liho in front of him. That I do not have, you know. I exchanged all my previous treasures for this Thunderhu battle armor. As for domain type, soul type, and palace type, I only possess high-level ones. It seems that going to the Universe Sea is indeed not enough. After calculating, Lord Liho said awkwardly. Forget it. Big brother, contribute all the Thunder God blood crystals you have accumulated over the years to the Great Alliance. There have been quite a few special type top-tier treasures in the Great Alliance recently. Or you can hand the Thunder God blood crystals to me. I will refine a peak treasure set for you. After thinking carefully, Shen Chen decided to act. Anyway, it was just refining treasures. Refining treasures for Lord Liho could also serve as a rehearsal for refining treasures for his own temporal Thunderhu clone. That would be great. Lord Liho looked at Shen Chen with a smile. Actually, he had been waiting for Shen Chen to speak. After all, who didn't know that Shen Chen, this Lord of the Divine Firmament, had treasure refining skills that were unrivaled across the entire primordial universe. Soon, Lord Liho followed Shen Chen's temporal Thunderhu clone to the Lingshu secret realm. They had already agreed that after refining the matching treasures, they would go to the Universe Sea together. Chapter 213, Immortal Spirit 9 Heavens Palace. Dingyu God Shuttle. 4 Supreme True Treasures. Luo Feng's exclamation. 200 Thunder God Blood Crystals. Big brother, you are truly generous. However, you said before that the current production of Thunder God Blood Crystals in the Thunder God Mountains is only one every 100 years. Only a few thousand years have passed, so there shouldn't be 200 Thunder God Blood Crystals. Upon learning that Lord Liho had offered 200 Thunder God Blood Crystals to the Great Alliance and obtained 3,000 true treasure points, a trace of doubt flashed across Shen Chen's face. He looked directly at Lord Liho and asked, I still have some stock, after all. Moreover, I can force out some blood crystals from that heart if I use some means. After all, if I want to assemble the true treasures, I naturally have to use some methods. Lord Liho said with a helpless face. If possible, he really didn't want to use the foundational heart blood within that heart. But there was no other way. If he wanted to exchange for more heaven-defying true treasures, he could only do this. However, 3,000 true treasure points can only exchange for one special type top-tier true treasure. There is still a gap in the required true treasure materials. How about this? You use the 3,000 true treasure points to exchange for top-tier true treasures from the universe lords of other races in the Great Alliance. I will dismantle those top-tier true treasures to obtain true treasure materials and forge higher-rank true treasures for you. After thinking about it, Shen Chen gave a solution. I knew you would have a way, little brother. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Lord Liho was obviously extremely happy. Subsequently, he also began to contact the universe lords of other races through the Great Alliance and started trading with them. Soon, Lord Leihu's 3,000 true treasure points were exhausted. He had also exchanged 10 top-tier true treasures and 10 special type high-tier true treasures from the universe lords of those races. On average, 150 true treasure points per item. Subsequently, following Shen Chen's guidance, Lord Liho brought these 10 top-tier true treasures and 10 special type high-tier true treasures to the Lingshu secret realm. Little brother, this Laotian clone of yours is truly massive. A mountain that is hundreds of millions of kilometers long. You don't lack divine power supply at all. When Lord Liho arrived at the Lingshu secret realm and saw Shen Chen's Laotian clone, he exclaimed directly, his face full of surprise. It's just like that. The flame incarnation waved his hand and took the 10 top-tier true treasures and 10 special type high-tier true treasures from Lord Leihu's hands. Also, give me your Liho battle armor. I will take the materials from the 10 top-tier true treasures to strengthen your Liho battle armor. The 10 special type high-tier true treasures will be used to forge 3 special top-tier true treasures for you. After Shen Chen took these 20 true treasures, he looked at Lord Liho and said, Good, good, good. I'll leave it to you, little brother. Lord Liho obviously had no scruples and handed these true treasures directly to Shen Chen. After nodding, Shen Chen directly drove the earth flame within the Laotian clone and began forging the true treasures. Looking at the Yanyang heaven-breaking hammer in the hands of the Laotian clone, Lord Liho couldn't help but sigh at his little brother's net worth. Just a treasure hammer for forging true treasures had reached the level of a peak-grade true treasure. Some old-school universe lords in the Great Alliance didn't even have true treasures of this rank. For the next period, Lord Liho and Shen Chen's Laotian clone stayed in the Lingshu secret realm to forge true treasures. However, Shen Chen still found time to forge matching true treasures for Shen Chengzhou. After all, he still had quite a lot of materials left from his previous exchanges, enough to forge several top-tier true treasures for Shen Chengzhou. 100 years passed just like that. Good, good, good. Little brother, I underestimated you before. 10 top-tier true treasures, plus 10 special type high-tier true treasures. You actually forged a peak true treasure set for me, a top-tier soul-type true treasure, a top-tier palace-type true treasure, and a top-tier domain-type true treasure. Lord Liho didn't know what to say at this moment. He fully realized what a true great master of treasure refining was. With Shen Chen, why would the human race not rise? He was also glad that he had decisively defected to the human Great Alliance when he was in the Blood Spirit secret realm. Otherwise, facing the human race with Shen Chen, if he had defected to another peak race alliance, Liho would probably have been beaten up by the universe lords of the human race. Liho Treasure Armor. A peak true treasure set consisting of 1 peak true treasure, 5 top-tier true treasures, and 200 high-tier true treasures. In terms of value, it rivals a special type peak true treasure. As for the remaining 3 special type top-tier true treasures, they were forged by consuming the 10 special type high-tier true treasures you gave me. They are called Liho Treasure Bead, Liho Palace, and Liho Domain, respectively. Shen Chen briefly introduced the 4 treasures he had forged for Lord Liho. And Lord Liho, who accepted the Liho treasure armor, Liho treasure bead, Liho palace, and Liho domain, was constantly roaring at the sky at this moment. At this moment, he didn't know how to express his excitement. He could only respond with roars. Seeing the excited Lord Liho, Shen Chen also smiled. He didn't say much. After all, for the current Shen Chen, refining special type top-tier true treasures and ordinary peak true treasures was no longer difficult. What he wanted to do was to refine special type peak true treasures, or even exotic level true treasures. However, to refine peak true treasures of this rank, Shen Chen still needed to spend a lot of effort. Or simply grant Shen Chengyun more experience in refining treasures. Big brother, you should familiarize yourself with these true treasures for a while. I also need to go down and prepare some things, and then we will head to the Universe Sea together. Shen Chen said. For Shen Chen's request, Lord Liho naturally agreed happily. After all, he did need to familiarize himself with these true treasures. The things Shen Chen wanted to prepare were, of course, a full set of supreme true treasures. After all, Shen Chengzhou had been staying in the territory of the human race during this time and had not yet gone to explore the various universe secret realms. Shen Chen wanted to seize this time to equip Shen Chengzhou with treasures. Soon, Shen Chengzhou received Shen Chen's email, asking him to come to the Lingshu secret realm. Then came a scene that made Shen Chengzhou dumbfounded. Shen Chen began to tailor-make true treasures for Shen Chengzhou. Granting the palace-type true treasure Thunder Palace to a clansman with gold aptitude, 10,000 times return, obtained the supreme true treasure Immortal Spirit Nine Heavens Palace. Granting the domain-type true treasure Phantom Thunder Pool to clansman Shen Chengzhou, 10,000 times return, obtained the supreme true treasure Dao Source Thunder Sea. Granting the soul-type true treasure Phantom Soul Bead to clansman Shen Chengzhou, 10,000 times return, obtained the supreme true treasure Soul Suppression Cauldron. Granting the power refining weapon type true treasure Nian Tian Shuttle to clansman Shen Chengzhou, 10,000 times return, obtained the supreme true treasure Dingyu God Shuttle. As a result, in the next 20 years, Shen Chen tailored 4 true treasures for Shen Chengzhou. Top-tier palace type, top-tier domain type, top-tier soul type, top-tier mental power weapon type, all were forged for Shen Chengzhou. And Shen Chen also obtained 4 supreme true treasures because of this. Adding the previous time punishment sword and heart of 10,000 sources, Shen Chen possessed a total of 6 supreme true treasures. It can be said that if Shen Chen wanted to, he could already wholesale supreme true treasures now. Shen Chengzhou, who had obtained the 4 treasures, was still dizzy when he left the Lingshu secret realm. Damn, Uncle Shen is so good to you. And when Luo Feng learned about the 4 treasures Shen Chengzhou had obtained, he also exclaimed. Chapter 214, Temporal Thunder Who Clone reaches Tier 7. 3 heroes of the Shen family. Finally arriving at the Universe Sea. Stop teasing me. I came to see you to ask when you will break through to Undying. Once you reach Undying, we can go explore the various secret realms. Your clones should be complete by now, right? According to my father, once you reach Undying, your combat power will quickly reach the Universe Overlord level. Also, we know about what you did in the Elder God cult. In the human race, who doesn't know you have several supreme treasures in your possession? Shen Chengzhou gradually put away his thoughts, looked at Luo Feng in front of him, and asked directly. Soon. Luo Feng nodded seriously in response. After all, looking at Shen Chengzhou's expression, Luo Feng realized that there was no need for him to stay at the World Lord rank for too long. After all, the human race was currently providing great support to geniuses and experts. Of course, that was also due to the pressure caused by the 3 major races vaguely joining forces. However, this was also the best era. Luo Feng knew that once he made a breakthrough, he would very likely be able to contend with a Universe Exalt. Therefore, Luo Feng also felt that there was no need to linger any longer. Take this treasure. Break through as soon as possible. My breakthrough speed is also very fast, and there are not many Universe Exalts in the human race that I am familiar with. It is best if you and I go explore the various Universe secret realms together. Shen Chengzhou looked at Luo Feng and said, then handed the ethereal green lotus directly to Luo Feng. Just by looking at the ethereal green lotus, Luo Feng felt that his comprehension ability had improved slightly. Luo Feng was a bit dumbfounded. After all, a treasure of this level was definitely not inferior to an ordinary supreme treasure, right? Uncle Shen is really good to you. Luo Feng sighed once more. Afterward, he did not waste Shen Chengzhou's good intentions. After all, he knew very well that the ethereal green lotus could not be of much use to Chengzhou right now. Luo Feng secretly thought to himself that when he became successful in the future, he would repay Chengzhou. Finally finished the ownership binding of these few supreme treasures. The 9 Heavens Immortal Palace, Dao Source Thunder Sea, and Soul Suppressing Cauldron are all done. It's just that, for the Dingyu Divine Shuttle, I am not a Psyker Master, so I am not skilled at using it. So, forget it. I will keep the Dingyu Divine Shuttle for now. In the future, I'll see whether to give it to Chengzhou or place it in the race treasury or the family treasury. At this moment, in the Lingshu secret realm, Shen Chen looked at the several supreme treasures in front of him and felt quite excited. After all, in the current human race, even the Great Axe founder, with Tier 8 combat power, did not possess a single supreme treasure. But now, Shen Chen had several supreme treasures. Moreover, the special types like Palace type, Soul type, and Domain type were all complete. The Temporal Thunder Who clone previously created a Universe Lord's strongest fusion secret technique. A Tier 5 secret technique, plus the Ash Burn, Divine Power Burning secret technique. Added with the matching supreme treasure. If the Temporal Thunder Who clone explodes with full power, it can also unleash Tier 7 power. In this way, it can safely pass through some dangerous places in the Universe Sea. After all, the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace is a palace-type supreme treasure. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he decided to let the Temporal Thunder Who clone take the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace and the Dao Source Thunder Sea, and go to the Universe Sea together with Lord Liho. As for his original body, it would continue to stay in the primordial universe. After all, Shen Chen had already broken through to Universe Lord, and he still needed to continue researching other fusion laws. He would strive to comprehend even higher tier secret techniques. After deciding everything, Shen Chen's actions were swift. His Temporal Thunder Who clone entered directly into Lord Lihu's Liho Palace. Subsequently, the Liho Palace followed the route to the Tuya Black Hole. After all, there were only 2 ways to go to the Universe Sea. One was to enter the Space Interlayer, then teleport to the end of the Space Interlayer, and penetrate out through the endless universe thin wall. The second was to leave the primordial universe through the Tuya Black Hole. While Shen Chen's Temporal Thunder Who clone and Lord Liho were heading to the Universe Sea, the family of Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race had gained a reputation among the various forces in the primordial universe again. Because another venerable Wansho had emerged from the Shen family. This venerable Wansho was actually not very powerful. But he had enslaved 5 alien universe exalts with his soul. Plus the 3 beast-taming exalts under his command. Now, the venerable Wansho alone represented 9 venerable level combat powers. In various universe secret realms, he was invincible. Damn, what race is this? Should it become my beast to tame? Damn, here is another race with a high life gene level. It should also become my beast to tame. You, don't run, submit to my command, and I will give you many treasures. And what the venerable Wansho was most famous for were these words he said. After saying these words, a universe exalt would become his tamed beast. This made the experts of the major races extremely angry. But they had no choice. After all, enslaving other races was something even they were doing. They couldn't beat the venerable Wansho, so they had no way to deal with him. But the venerable Wansho was simply too arrogant. However, when they thought of the Lord of the Divine Firmament behind the venerable Wansho, everyone lost their temper. Some universe exalts from weak and strong races would basically choose to run away when they saw the venerable Wansho. Only the exalts and universe overlords of the peak races thought about killing the venerable Wansho to exchange for race rewards. Apart from the venerable Wansho, venerable Yanyang of the Shen family could refine high-tier heavy treasures, and even welcomed experts from all races except for the 3 peak race alliances to come to him for treasure refining. This made the name of Venerable Yanyang resound throughout the universe. After all, an existence capable of refining high-tier heavy treasures was enough to make some strong races admire him. Moreover, treasure refiners were basically arrogant. They were nothing like Venerable Yanyang, who was very welcoming to those who came to him for treasure refining. Therefore, many living beings headed to the Lingshu secret realm of the human race. Some treasure refiners who could refine heavy treasures even wanted to take Venerable Yanyang as their master. It could only be said that after the reputation was spread, it was still very effective. The current Lingshu secret realm was very likely to become a universe treasure refining holy land like the craftsman god star. Especially since the level of Lord of the Divine Firmament's refining of supreme treasures was not inferior to the Lord of Craftsman God at all. It was even vaguely surpassing it. And the Venerable Wansho, Venerable Yanyang, and the Venerable Thunder Sword, their names were extremely prestigious in the human race and even the entire primordial universe. Coupled with the fact that they all belonged to the family of Lord of the Divine Firmament, many people called them the three heroes of the Shen family. The three heroes of the Shen family, I am also about to break through to undying soon. At that time, I will let you know that there are more than 3 geniuses in the Shen family. At this moment, in a certain universe secret realm, after Shen Longhai received this information from the family, ambition rose in his heart. After all, his current talent was also unmatched throughout the human race. Temporal Thunder Hu clone, 9 Nether Blood Sea clone, heart-eating worm attached to his soul. It could only be said that Shen Longhai had the capital for his arrogance. Consequently, Shen Longhai continued to go deeper into this universe secret realm. He prepared to explore this universe secret realm clearly, then immediately create an ultimate secret technique. Afterward, he would directly make a breakthrough to undying. Just when the reputation of the 3 heroes of the Shen family resounded throughout the universe, Shen Chen's Temporal Thunder Hu clone and Lord Liho also spent some time and finally arrived at the Tuya black hole. The Tuya black hole was arguably the strongest black hole in the primordial universe. A powerful devouring and twisting force acted on the Temporal Thunder Hu clone and Lord Liho. However, for Lord Liho and the Temporal Thunder Hu clone, it posed no threat at all. Subsequently, the two entered the Tuya black hole directly and flew into the universe sea through the Tuya black hole. The chaos airflow, which was like fog, permeated the surroundings, producing monstrous pressure. It could only be said that the universe sea was a forbidden land for undying spiritual gods and even universe exalts. Just the chaos airflow alone was not something ordinary undying spiritual gods could withstand. Let's head to the gathering place according to the map in the Great Alliance. Lord Liho looked at Shen Chen beside him and asked directly. There was no way. Shen Chen's strength was stronger than his, so the main decision-maker was Shen Chen. Shen Chen also nodded. Universe C, outer region of the collapsing peak world. Even according to the map of the Great Alliance, Lord Liho and Shen Chen wasted quite a bit of time before arriving at the gathering place of the Great Alliance. On a celestial rock with a maximum diameter of 8.2 light-years, the figures of Shen Chen and Lord Liho arrived here. In a valley, there was a temple. And in that temple, there were 6 auras of universe lords. Lord Liho, Lord of the Divine Firmament, you have finally come to the universe sea. That's right. We have heard so much of your fame. Finally, we see the real person of Lord of the Divine Firmament. Chapter 215, Shen Chen's status. The envy caused by the Wanbao River. The function of numerous treasures. The universe lords in that temple were Primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord Peng Gong, Lord Yuho, and Lord of Huangjian. There were also 2 universe lords from the Great Alliance. They were Lord Sushi and Lord Lenghen respectively. The 8 universe lords of the Human Race Alliance sat down around the round table in the temple. At this moment, their main focus was, of course, Shen Chen. Lord of the Divine Firmament, you have finally come to the universe sea. We all thought you would wait for some time before coming to the universe sea. Lord Yuho looked at Shen Chen at this moment and said directly. His face wore a smile, appearing so approachable. After all, he was a disciple of Darkness Lord, and Shen Chen was a disciple of Primordial Chaos City Lord. Moreover, the fact that he was able to create a Universe Lord's strongest secret technique was largely thanks to the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne that Shen Chen had contributed to the race. If he could further raise his life gene level to 10,000 times in exchange for a peak treasure within the race, he could also be considered a Tier 4 Universe Lord. Sorry to have kept you all waiting here, Shen Chen also said with a smile at this moment. The other Universe Lords also spoke up one after another. However, they did not forget to greet Lord Liho. After all, the current Lord Liho could also be considered a Tier 4 Universe Lord. It was just because he only had one Universe Lord's strongest secret technique. He could not yet be considered top tier among Tier 4. Although Lord Liho could feel the difference, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, look at who he came here with. That was his little brother, the renowned Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race. And also a Universe Lord who had displayed Tier 5 combat power. He himself was only able to have his current status by relying on his little brother. The old rules. Primordial Chaos City Lord on the side smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, there was a wine glass in front of every Universe Lord present, and the glass was already filled with fine wine. Lord of the Divine Firmament, Lord Liho, I wish you endless treasures and eternal life. Endless treasures, eternal life. The other 6 Universe Lords raised their glasses high, looking at Lord Liho and Lord of the Divine Firmament in front of them as they spoke. This had been an old rule of the human race for many years. Endless treasures, eternal life. Shen Chen and Lord Liho obviously did not refuse, and they also raised their glasses high. Lord of the Divine Firmament, I am Lord Sushi of the Great Alliance. I have been looking forward to this for a long time. Lord Sushi raised his glass high at this moment, looking at Shen Chen in front of him with a full face of smiles. Although he was just a special life form without a race behind him. But he still had to curry favor with Lord of the Divine Firmament. He was not only a Tier 5 Universe Lord, but also capable of refining peak treasures. In the future, he might have times when he would need to ask Lord of the Divine Firmament for help. Lord Sushi, hello, Shen Chen responded with a sentence while raising his glass high. After greeting Lord Sushi, Shen Chen also turned his gaze to Primordial Chaos City Lord. Then he directly took out the Wanbao River. Originally, Primordial Chaos City Lord wanted his true self to return to the Primordial Universe to retrieve the Wanbao River. But after hearing that Shen Chen was going to the Universe Sea, he directly had Shen Chen do it for him. After the Wanbao River was taken out, the eyes of the others also changed. After all, they had long known of the reputation of the Wanbao River. And it was upgraded personally by Lord of the Divine Firmament. The current power of the Wanbao River had long reached the level of a wonder. For a treasure of this rank, only Primordial Chaos City Lord could fully utilize its immense power. After all, the Wanbao River was no different from the previous 1000 Treasure River, except that the secret engravings and treasures were stronger and more numerous. A wonder-level Wanbao River. Even I only possess one peak domain-type treasure. Lord Peng Gong stroked his beard on the side at this moment, letting out a sigh of admiration. That's right, that's right. Only Lord of the Divine Firmament could forge a treasure of this level. The other Universe Lords were obviously in the same mood. Currently, I can only refine peak treasures, weapon-type treasures. I cannot even refine special-type peak treasures. The reason the Wanbao River was able to reach the wonder level is because it can be combined. I just used a trick. However, give me some more time, and special-type peak treasures won't be impossible. As long as there are enough peak treasure materials present, or if you can let me dismantle some materials from peak treasures, my Laotian clone will be ready to refine treasures for everyone at any time. After all, I also want to be able to personally forge wonder-level treasures, or even the strongest treasures. Shen Chen did not hide his ambition at all. The Universe Lords present also understood what Shen Chen meant. That was that Lord of the Divine Firmament had the ambition to break through to become a universe strongest. Then thank you, Lord of the Divine Firmament. I do indeed have some surplus top-tier treasures and peak treasures. Lord Peng Gong said with a chuckle at this moment. I have long heard of the reputation of Lord Peng Gong. After all, you are the person in charge of our human race's galaxy bank. Shen Chen also nodded at Lord Peng Gong. Previously, his Lingxiao star armor was traded with Lord Peng Gong. That was also a top-grade peak treasure armor. Soon, Lord Langhen and Lord Sushi left this gathering place. Even Lord Liho left the temple one step ahead. Only Primordial Chaos City Lord Peng Gong, Lord of Huangjian, Lord Yuho, and Shen Chen remained here. Dismissing those three universe lords of the Great Alliance, keeping you here is mainly to discuss matters. Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen at this moment and said directly. Shen Chen had already expected this and nodded. The 810 treasures you handed over to the race are simply too many. Only those 10 special top-tier treasures have been completely exchanged by us universe lords. The other 800 treasures cannot be consumed by ordinary universe overlords and universe exalts. So we plan to set aside a portion of the treasures to trade with major powers in the primordial universe or powers in the universe C. To trade for resources usable by champions, venerable level, and overlord level. Even treasure materials. Primordial Chaos City Lord said, looking at Shen Chen in front of him. This was also the result reached after these top-level humans discussed it. After all, leaving so many treasures in the race's treasury just gathers dust. Coupled with the fact that the current human race is facing the siege of the three major peak races, they urgently need to improve their mid-level strength to defend their territories and some cosmic secret realms. As for the Universe Lords, they are guarding some important areas, while the remaining Universe Lords are basically all in the Universe C searching for treasures or treasure materials. I have no objections. After all, the race has already given me 70,000 treasure points. Shen Chen had nothing to say about that. Anyway, the race had already paid the price. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Primordial Chaos City Lord also smiled with satisfaction. After all, these were treasures that Shen Chen had contributed to the race, so how to arrange this batch of treasures naturally required communicating with Shen Chen. Moreover, Shen Chen was already a high-level member of the human race. The universe exalts of our human race have already exceeded 10,000. I hope that after consuming this batch of treasures, we can break through to 20,000, and the number of universe overlords also has hope of reaching over 1,000. In this way, more universe lords can be born from the universe overlords. The number of universe lords in our human race is now approaching the monster race. Thanks to Shenshao, Lord Peng Gong also said from the side. The other universe lords obviously had the same thoughts. After discussing the method for handling the treasures, one by one, the universe lords left this place. Shen Chen was the same. Chapter 216, Exploring the Waters. Lord Liho erupts, slaying Lord Anyang. Apart from Lord Zhu Shu, the Lord of Tianxi Palace, and Demon Lord Xing Yu, our human race seems to have birthed 2 more universe lords recently. This means that our human race now has 24 universe lords. We are closing in on the monster race. Shen Chen was currently inside Lord Leihu's Liho Palace, calculating to himself. The human race had some estimates regarding the number of universe lords in the major peak races. As for the monster race, not only do they have 2 universe strongest, but they also have 18 royal clans, with at least 1 universe lord in each royal clan. Looking at it this way, the number of universe lords in the monster race has long reached over 20, and there are even hidden universe lords. As for the automaton race, they seem to only have a dozen or so universe lords, which is about the same as the human race before. As for the insect race, they don't even have double digits. However, every universe lord of the insect race has rank 3 strength. After all, their breakthrough difficulty is quite high, and once they break through, with the resource supply of the insect race, they can quickly reach rank 3. The reason why the insect race has many high-rank resources is entirely because the number of Zerg Queen Mothers is small, and even fewer reach the level of Universe Lord. Coupled with the fact that the Zerg Queen, this universe strongest, possesses a palace-type supreme treasure. This ensures that the safety of the Zerg Queen exploring the various dangerous places in the Universe C is greatly increased. The probability of obtaining supreme treasures also increases simultaneously. Even Lord Minglian, a rank 4 Universe Lord, is qualified to obtain a peak domain-type supreme treasure. It is nothing strange for those rank 4 universe lords of the first reincarnation era to possess such special types of peak supreme treasures. But within the human race, special types of peak supreme treasures can only be equipped by rank 5 universe lords like Primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord Peng Gong, and Darkness Lord. Other rank 4 universe lords like the Lord of Huangjian and Ice Peak Lord, the special types of supreme treasures they possess are at most top tier. Cousin, where are we going? At this moment, Lord Liho also looked at Shen Chen and asked. After all, this is our first time in the Universe Sea, so let's go explore the waters in the outer region of the collapsing peak world. After all, the danger level of the outer waters of the collapsing peak world cannot compare to the inner region. After hearing Lord Leihu's question, Shen Chen also replied simply. Shen Chen's main purpose for coming to the Universe Sea, besides searching for supreme treasures, was to fight against universe lords from other reincarnation eras. He wanted to create more and stronger universe lords' strongest fusion secret techniques as much as possible. All right, I'll listen to you. Lord Liho clearly had nothing else to say. For the next period of time, Lord Liho and Shen Chen stayed in the waters to explore. During this period, they encountered universe lords from other reincarnation eras. They also met those water spirits in the waters. During this time, Lord Liho was quite lucky and obtained a high-tier supreme treasure. And relying on the Liho treasure armor, he had clashed with quite a few universe lords. Although Lord Leihu's level was only that of an ordinary rank 4 universe lord, his body had reached 1 million kilometers. Such a massive divine power body made some rank 4 universe lords shrink back. Even rank 5 universe lords, in the absence of benefits, did not choose to make a move against Lord Liho. Boom! Just as Lord Liho was flying slowly in the depths of the waters, bypassing some dangerous places, the spatial fluctuations around him suddenly stagnated. Space lock. In an instant, specks of sand appeared out of thin air. And countless sand grains instantly enveloped the surrounding area of several light years. One must know that this is the depths of the waters, and there are dangerous places everywhere. Even if Lord Liho wanted to teleport, there was no way. Ice Sand Sea. Lord Anyang of the God Eye race. Lord Leihu's memory was still quite outstanding. From some intelligence of the Great Alliance, he accurately recognized this treasure. He also learned who the universe lord targeting him was. At this moment, Lord Leihu's heart was not surprised at all, since many universe lords of the God Eye race were staying in the depths of the waters. Encountering a universe lord of the God Eye race was not strange at all. I saw a humanoid creature suffused with white light arriving in front of Shen Chen. Behind Lord Anyang's head, there was a phantom of a single eye. Lord Liho of the Primordial Universe Human Alliance. According to intelligence, you have just reached rank 4. And that armor on you is not bad. After killing you, using that armor of yours, there is hope for me to exchange for a peak domain type supreme treasure. Lord Anyang looked at Lord Liho in front of him with a smile. Just by you. However, Lord Liho was used to being arrogant and simply did not indulge Lord Anyang. His Liho domain, plus the Liho treasure armor, directly erupted with full power. The Liho domain directly offset Lord Anyang's Ice Sand Sea. The Liho treasure armor also reflected endless thunder light. The single horn on top of Lord Leihu's head, combined with the Liho treasure armor, directly erupted with a terrifying secret technique. The core component of the Liho treasure armor was the single horn component that Shen Chen had forged for him, which was engraved with a universe lord's strongest fusion secret technique. What? Lord Anyang clearly did not expect that Lord Liho was crazier than him, attacking with full force right from the start, and even crazily attacking towards him. Lord Anyang could no longer care about hiding, holding a golden scepter, attempting to block Lord Leihu's single horn. At the same time, he also unleashed his strongest secret technique. Lord Anyang basically kept changing when fighting enemies, constantly unleashing various forms of the strongest secret techniques. But today, he had encountered Lord Liho, this reckless brute. Relying on the Liho treasure armor, Lord Liho did not fear Lord Anyang's attacks at all, completely trading injury for injury with Lord Anyang. The divine power bodies of the two universe lords were constantly being consumed. Damn it! A universe lord who has just reached rank 4 can actually possess such a terrifying treasure armor. The armor on Lord Anyong's body was also a top-grade peak supreme treasure armor. It could weaken material attacks by 100,000th. But the armor on Lord Leihu's body was personally forged by Shen Chen for Lord Leihu, perfectly fitting Lord Leihu. Coupled with the fact that Shen Chen was also proficient in the Chronos Thunder Beast's strongest fusion secret technique, this caused Lord Anyong's divine power body to be lost even faster than Lord Leihu's. However, Lord Anyong did have a plant life clone of several million kilometers. That massive divine power body constantly replenished divine power for Lord Anyong. Therefore, with just one replenishment, Lord Anyong's original divine power was instantly restored to full. And Lord Leihu's divine power body was slowly weakened by 0.5%. Ha ha ha, Lord Leihu, you don't have any clones. After killing you, your top-tier domain-type supreme treasure and this treasure armor will belong to me. Lord Anyong laughed loudly. His eyes were full of greed. In his eyes, the treasures possessed by Lord Leihu were already his. Lord Leihu looked at Lord Anyong helplessly. He hated opponents with clone divine power bodies the most. With other clones ready to supply divine power at any time, even if he traded injury for injury, he could do nothing to others. Coupled with the fact that Lord Anyong had several sets of the strongest secret techniques, no matter how hard he fought, he would fall into a disadvantage. Moreover, the strongest fusion secret technique engraved on the single horn core component of his Leihu treasure armor had limitations. He could not always erupt with the strongest power of the Leihu treasure armor. Little brother, this time it's your turn to make a move. Afterward, Lord Leihu sighed and said, "What little brother? You came to the Universe Sea and actually brought a little brother. Are you trying to let your little brother delay time for you so you can run away? There's no way. Although my Ice Sand Sea cannot suppress your top-tier domain supreme treasure, delaying time for other universe lords is still possible." Lord Anyong held the golden scepter and looked at Lord Leihu with disdain. In his view, Lord Leihu had completely lost his mind. However, just at this moment, another Chronos Thunder Beast reaching the million-kilometer level appeared. What? Lord Anyong looked at the other Chronos Thunder Beast in front of him, and his whole person became a bit dumbfounded. Could the primordial universe give birth to a second such terrifying special life form? If this Chronos Thunder Beast also had the same level as Lord Leihu, he might really not be able to take down Lord Leihu. After Shen Chen appeared, his temporal Thunder Hu clone was draped in a set of armor. It was the Mohu battle armor forged by Shen Chen using the 3 peak supreme treasure materials brought back by Great Axe founder. In terms of value, it was completely comparable to Lord Leihu's Leihu treasure armor. Damn it! Just when Lord Anyong wanted to speak, his face suddenly sank, and he cursed. Because he felt that his Ice Sand Sea had received incomparably terrifying suppression. The endless sand grains were enveloped by streaks of thunder. In front of him appeared a scroll like a sea of thunder. That scroll carried incomparably terrifying power, directly suppressing him along with his Ice Sand Sea completely. A peak domain supreme treasure. At this moment, Lord Anyong was incomparably angry. He knew that a powerhouse possessing this level of supreme treasure was definitely stronger than a newly promoted rank 4 universe lord like Lord Leihu. But within the primordial universe human alliance, are there any powerhouses of this level? Primordial Chaos City Lord and Lord Peng Gong, these 2 rank 5 universe lords of the human race, do not have this kind of Thunder Sea-like peak domain type supreme treasure. Roar, roar, roar. Just at this moment, the Chronos Thunder Beast in front of him also roared towards the sky. In just an instant, an incomparably terrifying thunder light was summoned by Shen Chen. Dao Source Thunder Sea and Mohu battle armor were directly controlled by Shen Chen. It erupted with an unparalleled divine light. In this divine light, it carried the destructive intent of thunder. Dao Source Thunder Sea was erupted by Shen Chen with rank 5 power, and the Mohu battle armor was the same, plus the superposition of Shen Chen's strongest fusion secret technique, Thunder Horn. This strike was terrifying to the extreme. Just one strike annihilated 90% of Lord Anyong's original divine power body. Even if his top-grade peak supreme treasure armor was exerted to the extreme, it was still like this. Rank 5. Absolute rank 5 power, and not ordinary rank 5. Battle armor eruption, domain type supreme treasure eruption, plus the strongest fusion secret technique. What kind of monster have I encountered today? At this moment, Lord Anyang couldn't help but doubt his luck in his heart. Before he could say anything, Shen Chen continued to attack. After driving the Dao Source Thunder Sea and erupting with that rank 5 attack, Lord Anyang's original body was directly annihilated. If it weren't for hiding the combat power of this clone of mine, one strike would have been enough to kill you. Shen Chen looked at the disappearing original body of Lord Anyang and thought in his heart. Afterward, he directly took away the golden scepter, peak supreme treasure armor, and ice sand sea left behind by Lord Anyang's original body. Damn it! Lord Anyang's plant life clone divine power body also manifested at this moment, reaching as high as 9 million kilometers. With a look of fear, he glanced at Shen Chen. Finally, he fled from here directly, not even caring about his famous supreme treasures. He had to go back to carefully investigate the intelligence of the primordial universe. He had to figure out who exactly Lord Liho of the Human Alliance's little brother was. How could he be so terrifying? Too strong. Lord Liho opened his mouth wide and looked at Shen Chen with an unbelievable face. Because he discovered that this little brother of his was even stronger than when he was in the cold prison secret region. Chapter 217, The Shock Brought by Lord of Ganwu. The best era for the human race to develop. Just as Shen Chen's temporal Thunder Hu clone was exploring various places in the universe sea with Lord Liho to search for treasures. Within the human race's great alliance, several well-known venerables of the human race had gathered together at this moment. And leading these venerables was none other than Shen Chen's teacher, Lord of Ganwu. The other venerables were Venerable Lei Ming, Venerable Bai Ming, Venerable Ji Yu Ling, Venerable Huan Shu, Venerable Lu Yu, and Venerable Mei Ju. I didn't expect you, Teacher Ganwu, to be doing big things in silence. Your life gene level has actually reached 10,000 times. Back at that secret realm, I really thought you were going to be taken care of by that top-tier universe overlord of the automaton race. The burly Venerable Lei Ming, with his incredibly thick arms, teased Teacher Ganwu, who was standing to the side. The other venerables were also filled with emotion. After all, Teacher Ganwu, who used to be at the same level as them, now had a life gene level that had reached 10,000 times. A universe exalt with a 10,000 times life gene level could already be considered a universe lord with 100 times life gene level. Coupled with the series of supreme treasures given to Lord of Ganwu by Lord of the Divine Firmament, Lord of Ganwu could now be considered a top-tier universe overlord in the first tier of the human race. Lei Ming, Bai Ming, there's no need to tease me. After all, I know that you, Bai Ming, can now be considered a universe overlord as well. You have created a universe overlord level secret technique, and your life gene level and body amplitude have both reached 100 times. At this moment, Teacher Ganwu, being teased by the many venerables, smiled helplessly. He knew better than anyone that he was just basking in the glory of his disciple. So, he remained clear-headed. As for you, Lei Ming, it goes without saying. Now, not only have you reached the universe overlord level, but you can even refine ordinary heavy treasures, right? With your ability to refine ordinary heavy treasures, your wealth far exceeds that of a typical universe overlord. Lord of Ganwu continued, looking at Venerable Lei Ming in front of him. The other venerables also looked at Venerable Lei Ming with some surprise, as this was information they weren't quite aware of. It's all thanks to Lord of the Divine Firmament. Lord of the Divine Firmament guided me once before. Plus, I had already accumulated enough wealth. After I created the Universe Overlord level secret technique and studied how to engrave secret texts into heavy treasures, I was able to refine ordinary heavy treasures. Venerable Lei Ming had a smile on his face at this moment. At the same time, his words were full of respect for Shen Chen. After all, when Shen Chen was refining heavy treasures for him, he had always been guiding him and did not hide the process of treasure refining. That was why Venerable Lei Ming was so respectful to Shen Chen. Although Venerable Lei Ming knew that it was impossible for Lord of the Divine Firmament to take him as a disciple, he still considered Lord of the Divine Firmament his teacher in his heart. Just like when Lord Longxing guided him in refining heavy treasures back then. Since you have reached the universe overlord level, you must be aware of that kind of treasure in the race's treasury, right? The life source core. It is also a treasure that my disciple contributed to the race. It can allow us to break through the limitation of 100 times life gene level. That is how I reached the 10,000 times life gene level. Lord of Ganwu continued. After hearing what Lord of Ganwu said, Venerable Lei Ming nodded. The other venerables, although they were all high-level universe venerables, there were some treasures that they were not yet qualified to know about. There are only 40 such treasures. Each one is worth 100 heavy treasure points. They are simply prepared for top-tier universe overlords, or for the geniuses favored by those universe lords. Venerable Lu Yu, the high-level universe venerable from the Great Axe battleground, said slowly. Apparently, Venerable Lu Yu knew more than the average venerable. Exactly. Once one reaches the universe lord level, wanting to increase the life gene level is certainly much more difficult than at the venerable level. However, this is also thanks to Lord of the Divine Firmament for contributing so many treasures to the race. I heard that the breakthroughs of Tianxi Palace Master, Lord Zhu Shu, and Demon Lord Xingyu were also due to another heaven-defying treasure that Lord of the Divine Firmament contributed to the race. It's just that only top-tier universe overlords are qualified to know about that treasure. I've only heard about it through hearsay. At this moment, Venerable Baiming also spoke slowly. He was the most grateful to Lord of the Divine Firmament. Previously, he was only a high-level venerable. It was because he had traveled through the secret realms of the universe and made contributions. So, he obtained quite a few heavy treasure points. In the end, he also achieved the universe overlord level as he wished. Everyone, this is indeed the best era for our human race. Many of us have come from the ancient era. My disciple is now able to refine peak heavy treasures. With the 12 beast-taming path secret techniques and numerous treasures that my disciple, Lord of the Divine Firmament, has contributed to the race. The speed of the human race's development can simply be described as rapid. Everyone, cherish this period of time. Lord of Ganwu clearly knew much more than the others. That was why he gave this advice. Indeed, like the treasure refining classic called The True Explanation of Treasure Refining contributed by Venerable Yanyang. The treasure refining techniques recorded within it are incredibly clear. I heard that it was also Lord of the Divine Firmament who asked Venerable Yanyang to contribute those treasure refining techniques. Nowadays, Lord of the Divine Firmament disdains refining heavy treasures. But as the number of venerables in our race increases day by day, the heavy treasures in the race's treasury are becoming somewhat stretched, so the 5 major forces of our human race are now cultivating treasure refiners. Venerable Lei Ming only cared about treasure refining. So, he had personally redeemed the True Explanation of Treasure Refining to read it. The techniques for refining heavy treasures recorded in the True Explanation of Treasure Refining far exceeded his expectations. He regretted not having access to the True Explanation of Treasure Refining when he was laying his foundation. Yes, that's right. Because nowadays, our human race grants 200 heavy treasure points to newly promoted universe venerables. A newly promoted universe venerable has the possibility of equipping a full set of heavy treasures. This was far unimaginable before. Even other peak races are not as wealthy as we are. Venerable Ji Yu Ling said at this moment, feeling somewhat emotional inside. You know, when he broke through to the universe venerable level, the race only granted him 50 heavy treasure points. Everyone, after this gathering, I am going to head to a dangerous secret realm of the universe. There are many rare resources in that secret realm of the universe. I want to secure those resources and contribute them to the race. Then use them to exchange for the qualification to use that heaven-defying treasure. After thinking for a while, Lord of Ganwu finally spoke. After hearing what Lord of Ganwu said, the eyes of the universe venerables present immediately lit up. They could understand the meaning behind Lord of Ganwu's words. Did it mean that after Lord of Ganwu used that heaven-defying treasure, he would have the qualification to break through? To become a universe lord. At that time, their friend would be a universe lord. For them, it was simply great news. Then I wish Teacher Ganwu a bright future. Exactly. It seems I also need to hurry up and refine heavy treasures to exchange for the life source core, to see if I can also raise my life gene level to the top-tier universe overlord level. After hearing what Teacher Ganwu said, those universe venerables stood up in their excitement, raising their glasses to celebrate Teacher Ganwu. 10,000 years passed quietly. Chapter 218, Three-Element Fusion, Secret Technique. Peak treasure emerges. Terrible commotion. Universe C, deep in the waters outside collapsing peak world. Lord Liho piloted the Liho Palace, cautiously exploring these dangerous areas. Over the past 10,000 years, his luck had been quite good. He had obtained 10 high-level treasures and 1 top-tier treasure. Among them was even a soul-type high-level treasure, which, according to Lord Leihu's estimation, was absolutely worth 300 treasure points. Sure enough, the Universe C is the main place for the production of treasures. It's just that I don't know if I have the chance to obtain a peak treasure, or even a wonder-class treasure, or perhaps a universe strongest treasure. Lord Liho couldn't help but daydream in his heart at this moment. After all, in 10,000 years, he had obtained so many treasures. Combined with the 100 Thunder God blood crystals produced by his Thunder God mountains over these 10,000 years, his net worth had reached around 2,000 treasure points again. When the time came to exchange for some top-tier treasures, he could once again let his little brother help him refine high-quality treasures. After thinking about it, Lord Liho couldn't help but cast his gaze on Shen Chen's temporal Thunder Hu clone. For these 10,000 years, Shen Chen had only felt a bit surprised at the very beginning. Later on, Shen Chen also gradually put away his curiosity. He stayed in the Liho Palace with peace of mind to study secret techniques. Only when Lord Liho couldn't solve a problem would Shen Chen take action. It was just that Lord Liho had a top-tier palace-type treasure, plus the Liho treasure armor. The troubles he couldn't solve were few and far between, so the times Shen Chen took action were also very few. Just as Lord Liho was watching the temporal Thunder Hu clone, Shen Chen also opened his eyes. The thunderous intent in those eyes surprised even Lord Liho. Little brother, you've woken up again. Although I have long known that your comprehension of the Thunder-Time Fusion Law exceeds mine, I still can't help but exclaim. Lord Liho looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said, there was a slight breakthrough this time. Plus, my family has had some significant events, so I've come out of seclusion to take a look. Shen Chen also smiled at this moment. The perspective returned to the Lingshu secret realm. Shen Chen's human original body slowly walked out of the Chronos Temple at this moment. An inexplicable aura surged on his body. All the clansmen in the entire Lingshu secret realm felt 3 different kinds of pressure. Sometimes it was like thunder, carrying a terrible intent of destruction. Sometimes it was like a breeze brushing against the face, and there was even brilliance like light. The old ancestor has broken through again. Didn't they say that the further one goes, the more difficult it is to improve one's realm? Aren't you talking nonsense? It is difficult to improve one's realm, but that is for others. How could it possibly stop the old ancestor? That's true. After all, the old ancestor is the #1 genius of our Shen family and even the entire human race. No, nowadays he can't just be called a genius, we should call the old ancestor a powerhouse with the #1 aptitude. At this moment, those core clansmen of the Shen family in the Lingshu secret realm also exclaimed. All clansmen who are cultivating the Thunder Time Fusion Law, Wind Time Fusion Law, or Light Time Fusion Law can come here to listen to my guidance. However, just as those core clansmen of the Shen family were exclaiming, a majestic voice rang in their minds. Upon hearing this voice, fanaticism flashed in the eyes of all the core clansmen of the Shen family. Although they were core clansmen of the Shen family, they also hadn't seen their Shen family's holy master, Shen Chen, for a long time. So they were naturally excited at this moment. Afterwards, those clansmen didn't care about the rules anymore and kept teleporting to the location of Shen Chen's temple. Soon, at the entrance of Shen Chen's temple plaza, one by one, core clansmen of the Shen family arrived here. Looking at the 30 core clansmen of the Shen family below, Shen Chen also nodded with satisfaction. These 30 core clansmen of the Shen family were each of purple talent. Subsequently, 5 more figures arrived here. These 5 figures all revealed the aura of the venerable level. Clearly, they were the 5 venerables of the Shen family. Unfortunately, Shen Chengzhou didn't know which universe secret realm he had gone to and hadn't returned yet. These 5 venerables included Shen Chen's eldest son, Shen Chengfeng, his second son, Shen Chengyun, and the first sequence genius, Shen Chuyang. There were also 3 other purple talent clansmen who had also broken through to the venerable level under the extremely abundant resources supplied by the Shen family. In other words, the current Shen family had a total of 6 universe exalts and 1 universe lord. That guy Longhai actually hasn't returned yet. Contacting him, he also said he is still staying in that secret realm. Never mind. Anyway, he is a red talent clansman, and he will definitely have his own opportunity in the future. Shen Chen looked at the clansmen below, and after carefully counting them, he found that Shen Longhai's figure was missing. After shaking his head, Shen Chen didn't bother with it anymore. The reason why Shen Chen had the mind to guide those clansmen, it was entirely because he had stayed in the Chronos Temple for these 10,000 years and had comprehended the Thunder Time Fusion Law, Wind Time Fusion Law, and Light Time Fusion Law. The Fire Space Fusion Law and Gold Space Fusion Law were also comprehended together. He only needed the Wood Space Fusion Law, Water Space Fusion Law, and Earth Space Fusion Law. Shen Chen would be able to achieve the accomplishment of comprehending all 8 fusion laws. Subsequently, Shen Chen took these core clansmen into the Chronos Temple. He wanted to answer questions and clear up doubts for these core clansmen, guiding them on how to comprehend the fusion laws. Some core clansmen who were not following the path of the fusion laws obviously wouldn't let go of this opportunity to get in touch with the old ancestor. With the old ancestor's realm, even if they were not walking the path of fusion laws, just a random bit of guidance from him would be enough for them to benefit. Just as Shen Chen's human original body was answering questions and clearing up doubts for the core clansmen of the Shen family. Universe C, in the waters of the collapsing peak world. In other words, you have now comprehended the 3 major fusion laws, Thunder Time, Wind Time, and Light Time. Your comprehension ability is truly breathtaking. And at this time, Lord Liho also learned this news from Shen Chen's mouth. For a moment, Lord Liho didn't know what to say. Big brother, during this period, I have also created a strongest fusion secret technique based on my temporal Thunder Hu clone. This strongest fusion secret technique is named 3-element fusion. It can conjure 3 beast god phantoms to attack. It can also fuse the 3 beast god phantoms into my magic Hu battle armor, erupting with even more terrifying power. This secret technique belongs entirely to the top tier of the 5th rank. When there is an opponent, I will display this secret technique, and you can also observe from the side, Big brother. After hearing Lord Leihu's exclamation, Shen Chen comforted him a few words. He also explained to him the secret technique he created, named 3-element fusion. Lord Liho couldn't say anything else besides exclaiming, "Now I have created a top-tier 5th-rank secret technique. It will take some time, and I will be able to comprehend the 3rd layer of secret patterns of the Tao Source Thunder Sea. By then, I will be able to erupt with top-tier 6th-rank attacks by relying on the Tao Source Thunder Sea. If I use Ash Burn again, I will not be inferior to some ordinary universe strongest." Shen Chen thought secretly in his heart at this moment. Moreover, Shen Chen still had a palace-type supreme treasure. For the current Shen Chen, he was already qualified to be arrogant in the Universe Sea for a while. Soon, the speed at which Lord Liho drove the Liho Palace became much faster. After all, now that Lord Liho had Shen Chen to back him up, Lord Liho became even more arrogant. Subsequently, the Liho Palace flew around in the depths of the waters, and at the same time, it opened the Liho domain to constantly explore the waters. Lord Liho still had the experience given by those universe lords of the Great Alliance. For a universe lord with endless lifespan, every mountain, every canyon, every lake had the qualification to be explored. Even Shen Chen was the same. However, just at this moment, a deep pool appeared in front of Lord Liho. Just as Lord Liho wanted to explore, he felt energy fluctuations coming from that deep pool. "Little brother, there seems to be a treasure inside." Lord Liho was obviously a bit excited at this moment. After all, for him, who had stayed in the blood-spirit secret realm for endless years, he had only explored the universe sea for 10,000 years. The sense of novelty hadn't completely disappeared yet. What's more, being able to obtain a treasure was a good thing in itself. Something seems wrong. However, when Shen Chen stared at that deep pool, a feeling that something was wrong arose in Shen Chen's heart. For a powerhouse, intuition was still somewhat accurate. Sure enough, waves of terrifying energy fluctuations spread from that deep pool. Such large-scale energy fluctuations were clearly not an ordinary treasure. Little brother, this time we seem to have really struck it rich. It might be a peak treasure or a special type of top-tier treasure. An ordinary top-tier treasure weapon doesn't have this kind of commotion at all. At this moment, Lord Liho had an excited look in his eyes. But big brother, this treasure has no intention of flying out of the deep pool at all, it is clearly still in the brewing stage. This deep pool is a bit terrifying, plus the time it takes to gestate and the terrifying energy fluctuations. I am worried that it may attract the attention of some alien universe lords in the vicinity. Shen Chen waved his hand to stop Lord Liho, who was becoming increasingly excited. That's right too. Lord Liho thought carefully, and he also felt that this was indeed the case. Rumble. Just at this moment, the deep pool suddenly erupted. Water columns as high as hundreds of millions of kilometers shot directly into the sky. The terrifying commotion swept through an entire area nearby. 5 water columns, oh my god. I remember that the Great Alliance has recorded the scene of such a deep pool erupting with water columns. 1 water column means a peak treasure, and 3 water columns mean a top-quality peak treasure. 5 water columns are very likely to be a special type of peak treasure. Little brother, this time we seem to have really struck it rich. Lord Leihu's thoughts, which had just been suppressed, instantly rose again at this moment. It is indeed our turn to strike it rich. Shen Chen finally nodded at this moment. Because a special type of peak treasure was enough to expose him a little bit. 5 water columns shooting into the sky, a special type of peak treasure. Ha ha ha, to think that there is such a grade of treasure in the waters, it should belong to my God Eye race. A powerhouse of the God Eye race immediately headed towards the deep pool. At the same time, there were universe lords from other reincarnation eras heading there. After all, the commotion of those 5 water columns shooting into the sky was indeed a bit too large, and the energy fluctuations emitted made the surrounding waters turbulent. How amazing was the investigative power of the universe lords, even some weak energy fluctuations could attract their attention. After all, this was the universe sea. At any time and any place, there was hope of obtaining high-quality treasures. There is a treasure. It's the commotion of 5 water columns shooting into the sky. I am currently in the waters of the collapsing peak world, in the area of the 186,523rd region. The commotion is just too big. Even in the virtual universe of the human race. The Lord of Flint also discovered this commotion, and knowing that this kind of treasure was not something he could take, he immediately reported it to the Great Alliance. Chapter 219, Great Alliance excited. Peak Soul Type True Treasure. Lord Jinqian, Rank 5. What? 5 water columns. Based on experience, it should be a special type of peak true treasure. To think that a true treasure of this rank would appear in the waters. At this moment, within the Great Alliance, some universe lords exploring the universe sea also exclaimed in surprise. And some universe lords staying in the primordial universe who received this news expressed regret. After all, if they were in the waters, they would also have a chance to obtain this true treasure. Lord Peng Gong, where are you right now? I am currently in the inner domain, rushing back to area 186,523. The gathering place of the human race universe lords. Primordial Chaos City Lord's consciousness looked toward Lord Peng Gong beside him. After all, even within the human race, there were only a few treasures of this rank. And they were basically all in the hands of the 3 rank 5 universe lords. If one more special type of peak true treasure were added, it would be good news for their entire human race. I am very close to area 186,523 and am rushing there. With the two of us, both rank 5 universe lords, there is a very good chance of taking down that peak true treasure. Lord Peng Gong stroked his beard, looking somewhat satisfied. I am also very close to there. However, there are some dangerous places on the way, so it will take some time. Ice Peak Lord also spoke up at this moment. Other universe lords of the human race also spoke up one after another. After all, the main location the human race explored was the collapsing peak world. And the waters were also their main area of investigation. Only Primordial Chaos City Lord or some universe lords with extremely strong secrecy capabilities could go to the inner domain. Teacher, and everyone. Right now, this special type of peak true treasure has not yet been born, and I am right in front of this deep pool. However, at this moment, Shen Chen's consciousness also entered the Great Alliance of the virtual universe, projecting the scene appearing at the deep pool in real time. After all, it was Shen Chen's clone who was in front of that deep pool. After seeing this scene, the universe lords present were all excited. After all, Lord of the Divine Firmament's combat power was also rank 5. Plus Primordial Chaos City Lord and Lord Peng Gong, that was a total of 3 rank 5 universe lords. Unless a universe strongest or a rank 6 universe lord arrived. Otherwise, how could it be possible to snatch things from their hands? However, at this moment, the image projected by Shen Chen changed slightly. Another brand new water column shot up into the sky. The commotion of a full 6 water columns shook that area. And the universe lords in the virtual universe were wide-eyed at this moment. 6 water columns, they dared not imagine what rank of treasure was emerging. It is possible that it is a peak soul type true treasure. In any case, it is definitely a top-tier item among special peak true treasures, and it is very likely approaching the level of a strange object. This treasure must be taken. Chaos, Shenshao, Peng Gong, I will leave it to you 3. Obviously, such a big commotion meant that even Great Axe Founder's consciousness had entered the virtual universe. Regarding this, Great Axe Founder looked at Primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord of the Divine Firmament, and Lord Peng Gong, and spoke directly to the 3 of them. Yes. After the 3 heard what Great Axe Founder said, their consciousnesses disappeared from the virtual universe. Collapsing Peak World, Waters, Area 186,523. Good heavens, a full 6 water columns. After the universe lords in the Great Alliance learned that I was here, they all wished they could take my place. At this moment, Lord Liho in Liho Palace, looking at the scene before him, after another water column erupted. His face was full of joy. He couldn't quite believe his luck. Before coming to the Universe Sea, Lord Liho had also heard other Universe Lords explain the rules of the Universe Sea. When those Universe Lords went to the Universe Sea, they didn't have as good luck as him. Seeing the 6 water columns slowly merge, a circular precious mirror revealing treasure light slowly emerged. Peak soul type true treasure. Good heavens. And it is definitely a top-tier item among peak soul type true treasures. Good heavens, I was just worrying that my clone didn't have a peak soul type true treasure to guard it. Shen Chen's temporal thunder who clone also looked up and saw this circular precious mirror. After all, Shen Chen's current consciousness had long since reached the level of a universe strongest. The supreme true treasure Junhun Cauldron was placed by Shen Chen with his human original body. And the temporal thunder who clone only had the Yongzhen soul disc that Great Axe Founder had given him at the time. However, it looks like this circular precious mirror has not yet been born. It is estimated that it will take some time. This is just perfect. It will take time for the other universe lords to come, and it will also take time for Teacher and Lord Peng Gong to get here. Shen Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with that. At worst, he could stop hiding and reveal a little of his true strength. Before Shen Chen could react, 2 figures carrying white light had already appeared here. Behind these 2 figures were phantom images of a single eye. Obviously, they were 2 universe lords of the God Eye race. And one of them happened to be an old acquaintance of Shen Chen. Damn it, why did I meet these 2 guys again? However, I should have thought of it, they are also universe lords like those of the human race, basically all exploring in the waters. Lord Anyang looked at Lord Liho at this moment, his expression extremely ugly. Lord Anyang, do you know who the owner of this Top-tier true treasure palace is. Looking at Lord Anyong's appearance, Lord Jiayu beside him also looked a bit curious. Lord Jiayu, like Lord Anyong, was also a rank 4 universe lord of the God Eye race. Of course I know. It is Lord Liho of the human race. I just don't know if Lord of the Divine Firmament is still with Lord Liho this time. Lord Anyong said, gritting his teeth. Lord of the Divine Firmament. Is that the human universe lord who caused you to lose all the true treasures of your original body last time? Lord Jiayu asked with a hint of disbelief. That's right. Lord Anyong said coldly. He would never forget this guy Shen Chen, who caused him to lose so many true treasures. At that time, after his original body fell, he returned to their race and asked the universe strongest of the God Eye race. He still remembers to this day how the universe strongest of his race praised Lord of the Divine Firmament. At that time, the seventh true master of his God Eye race said, Lord of the Divine Firmament is the number 1 genius of the human race in the primordial universe, reaching the level of a rank 5 universe lord in less than 2 eras. There is a high probability that he will become a universe strongest again in the future. Lord Anyong, you are not his match, try to stay away from him next time. Originally, after hearing these words from the seventh true master, he had no intention of looking for trouble with Lord of the Divine Firmament again. But he didn't expect that today, because of a peak true treasure emerging, the two of them would face each other again. The God Eye race again. It's you guy again. Lord Liho obviously recognized Lord Anyong, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. And Lord Anyong glared at Lord Liho, this lunatic, at this moment. And at this moment, Shen Chen also walked out of Liho Palace. Shen Xiao, don't be arrogant. My race does not lack rank 5 universe lords. After Lord Anyong saw Shen Chen walk out of Liho Palace, he was inevitably a bit afraid, even taking a step back. He was afraid that Shen Chen would suddenly attack. Lord Anyong, I'm here. Just at this moment, another voice came from afar. Lord Jinqian, you finally came. Lord Anyong's words at this moment were filled with relief and excitement. Chapter 220. Combat power fully explodes. Killing a tier 5. Chaos is shocked. Lord Anyong did not believe that he and Lord Jiayu, 2 tier 5 universe lords, could stop Lord Liho and Lord of the Divine Firmament from the opposite side. Especially Lord of the Divine Firmament, that terrifying guy. At this moment, Lord Jinqian of the God Eye race also arrived here. Little brother. That guy is Lord Jinqian of the God Eye race. He is also a tier 5 universe lord, and he lacks nothing in terms of special peak tier true treasures. At this moment, Lord Liho, who was beside Shen Chen, said via divine power transmission. It doesn't matter. Shen Chen expressed his indifference to this. After Lord Jinqian arrived here, he noticed the strange expression of Lord Anyong. When he focused his gaze on Shen Chen, he also reacted somewhat. After all, the news of Lord Anyong's main body falling, as well as the information about the true treasures carried by his main body, could be considered a piece of news that was neither too big nor too small among the universe lords of the God Eye race. Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race. This peak soul type true treasure belongs to my God Eye race. Retreat immediately, otherwise, I will settle the score with you for killing Lord Anyong's main body. Lord Jinqian looked at Shen Chen and said directly, his eyes revealing the pride unique to the God Eye race. After all, they were the top power of the first reincarnation era, even the universe lords of the Holy Land universe had to avoid their edge. Ha ha ha, you idiot of the God Eye race. Do you think a single sentence can make a tier 5 universe lord retreat? Lord of the Divine Firmament, don't be afraid of him. I will help you take him down. Before Shen Chen could speak, another figure arrived in the distance. It was a universe lord exuding an aura of darkness, eeriness, and slaughter. Skeleton race. Lord Mingui. Looking at this figure, Shen Chen recognized. This renowned universe lord of the skeleton race. This Lord Mingui was also a tier 5 universe lord. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Lord Jinqian in the slightest. Lord Mingui, you damned guy have come to. HMPH. Today, the true treasure will definitely not have any share for your skeleton race. Upon seeing Lord Mingui, Lord Jinqian immediately shifted his attention to him. After all, compared to the human race, the enmity between the God-Eye race and the skeleton race could be considered truly deep. They had been fighting ever since they were born in the primordial universe until the current third reincarnation era. Just as the God-Eye race and the skeleton race were arguing, another figure arrived here. It was none other than Lord Chengju of the monster race in the primordial universe, who was also a Tier 5 universe lord, and had even reached the peak of Tier 5. The status of Lord Chengju within the monster race was second only to the two universe strongest beings of the monster race. In just a small area, a total of 4 Tier 5 universe lords had gathered. Human race, Lord of the Divine Firmament. The one who came today is just your temporal thunder who clone. This clone of yours should not have reached the level of a Tier 5 peak. Lord Chengju looked at Shen Chen and said directly. In fact, the major powers of the primordial universe, because their strength in the universe C was the weakest, basically would not have any bloody battles when they met. But today was different, it was a peak soul type true treasure, so Lord Chengju would not back down. Lord Chengju, don't overestimate yourself. It won't take me many moves to kill you. Shen Chen glanced at Lord Chengju indifferently and said directly. All talk. Lord Chengju obviously did not believe what Shen Chen said. After all, everyone was a Tier 5 universe lord, how could they be so easy to kill? Why hasn't it been born yet? Does this true treasure only emerge after we have fought each other? However, soon, a trace of doubt arose in Shen Chen's eyes. After all, the time for this treasure to be born had been too long, right? Just as Shen Chen had this thought, the six-fold water column instantly disappeared. That circular treasure mirror slowly emerged in the void realm. As long as someone could be the first to imprint their divine power mark on that circular treasure mirror, they could obtain this peak soul type true treasure. In an instant, the 4 Tier 5 universe lords present acted simultaneously. They all attacked the circular treasure mirror. For a moment, 4 terrifying domains descended here, constantly colliding with each other. However, just after a moment, the terrifying Tao Source Thunder Sea directly blasted away the domain-type true treasures of Lord Mingui, Lord Jinqian, and Lord Chengju. That terrifying might made these 3 universe lords widen their eyes. You must know that the domain-type true treasures they possessed were also at the peak level. To think they would be blasted away by one person's true treasure. A strange object-level true treasure. I heard that you, Lord of the Divine Firmament, upgraded a strange object-level domain-type true treasure for your teacher, the primordial Chaos City Lord. I didn't expect you to have another true treasure of this rank. Lord Chengju looked at Shen Chen and said. There was admiration in his eyes. If there was such a great master of treasure refining in their race, that would be great. Unfortunately, such a great master was actually from the human race. The 2 universe lords of the skeleton race and the God-Eye race obviously had the same thoughts. It could only be said that the primordial Chaos City Lord had used the Wanbao River in the Universe Sea more than once during this period. The news spread very quickly to nearly 100 powers in the Universe Sea. After all, any true treasure would become famous along with its owner. Not to mention a universe lord like the primordial Chaos City Lord. No time to mess around with you guys. Let your blood symbolize the strength of my Shenshao. Otherwise, any stray dog thinks they have the guts to stand before me. However, just at this moment, Shen Chen looked at these 3 guys coldly and said. In just an instant, Shen Chen's temporal thunder who clone directly used the ash burn secret technique. In an instant, the divine power burned in an incomparably regular form, and its might instantly increased 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold. 3 origins combined. In an instant, 3 beast god phantoms slowly emerged behind Shen Chen, and then directly merged into his demon roar battle armor. Immediately after, Shen Chen's incomparably massive temporal thunder who clone charged directly toward Lord Jinqian. The monstrous beast god phantom carried incomparably terrifying might. After seeing this scene, Lord Jinqian's pupils dilated. The terrifying pressure made him lose his focus. Is this really a Tier 5 secret technique? This is clearly Tier 6. At this moment, Lord Jinqian cursed in his heart, was there something wrong with their intelligence system? With such terrifying might, they actually said it was a Tier 5 universe lord. In just an instant, the terrifying horn containing all the might landed directly on Lord Jinqian's armor. His peak domain type true treasure was already suppressed by Shen Chen's Dao Source Thunder Sea. So even if Lord Jinqian wanted to use his movement technique to escape, he couldn't do it at all. Boom! The violent roar echoed throughout the entire water area. Damn it! Lord Jinqian cursed loudly, because even through his top-grade peak true treasure armor, his divine body had lost a full 10%. You must know that he was a Tier 5 Universe Lord. Without the slightest hesitation, Lord Jinqian did not want to stay here at all. He wanted to leave directly. However, Shen Chen would not give Lord Jinqian this opportunity. The Dao Source Thunder Sea erupted with ultimate might, locking onto Lord Jinqian tightly. And the nearby Lord Mingui and Lord Chengju had already been scared into fleeing the place rapidly. They took advantage of the gap when Shen Chen was dealing with Lord Jinqian to run away. Lord Jinqian was cursing these two cowardly guys in his heart. But at this moment, he also wanted to escape. And Lord Anyang and Lord Jiayu were the same. They felt that Lord Jinqian's divine body had lost 10% directly. Even such a terrifying Lord Jinqian had this outcome, let alone them. Subsequently, the Dao Source Thunder Sea condensed into terrifying thunder swords. Each thunder sword had Tier 6 might. It was a terrifying battle sword that Shen Chen drove the Dao Source Thunder Sea to erupt with through the Three Origins combined secret technique. You must know that Shen Chen's world ring now had a large area of abyss nether sea water as a reserve, so even if ash burn was constantly burning, Shen Chen could always recover his divine body. Tier 6. You were actually Tier 6. You wait, I also have a clone. Daring to kill my main body, my race will not spare you. Under the pressure of the Dao Source Thunder Sea, Lord Jinqian finally let out a roar of unwillingness before falling directly. Following the fall of Lord Jinqian's main body, a peak soul type true treasure, a peak domain type true treasure, and a peak palace type true treasure were left in the air. A damaged peak true treasure armor and a peak true treasure weapon were left behind. This guy actually didn't take out a peak palace type true treasure to resist. But even if he took out a peak palace type true treasure, it would just be like that. The Dao Source Thunder Sea is enough to suppress the speed of a peak palace type true treasure, not to mention I have the Immortal Nine Heavens Palace. The Immortal Nine Heavens Palace has a sealing effect. After Shen Chen collected those 5 peak true treasures, as well as other miscellaneous gains that Lord Jinqian had in the inner domain of the collapsing peak world. Shen Chen also shook his head and said indifferently, Shen Chen, you. At the same time, Lord Peng Gong and the Primordial Chaos City Lord also came here together. Just now, they felt that there was a terrifying attack fluctuation here. So both of them hurriedly flew to this place. But they never imagined that they would actually witness Shen Chen easily taking care of Lord Jinqian. And Shen Chen had actually directly erupted with Tier 6 Universe Lord combat power. Even the Primordial Chaos City Lord felt so strange looking at Shen Chen at this moment. Teacher, this time, our human race has gained a lot. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the Primordial Chaos City Lord and Lord Peng Gong also came to Shen Chen's side. They looked at Shen Chen with some hesitation. But in the end, they did not ask why Shen Chen could erupt with Tier 6 Universe Lord combat power. After all, the current Shen Chen was no longer the World Lord rank that he was back then. Lord Jinqian possessed a full set of peak true treasures. Plus this peak soul type true treasure. Our race has indeed gained a lot. After the Primordial Chaos City Lord sighed, he also looked at Shen Chen with complex eyes. Subsequently, he did not say much more. Lord Liho on the side was already too scared to make a sound. Teacher, I will explain to you later. In the future, maybe you and Lord Peng Gong can also burst out Tier 6 combat power. After all, once I comprehend Tier 6 secret techniques, I can also imprint the secret engravings of Tier 6 secret techniques onto true treasures. Shen Chen said happily at this moment. Good, good, good. It seems that in the future, I will have to bask in your glory, Lord of the Divine Firmament. Lord Peng Gong was the first to react. After all, Lord of the Divine Firmament was also a universe lord of his human race. If he could bask in Lord of the Divine Firmament's glory, it would indeed be good news for him. After seeing Shen Chen smile, the primordial Chaos City Lord could not help but laugh out loud. That's right, isn't Shen Chen being strong just the human race being stronger? The human race was happy. But Lord Jinqian, who had lost his main body, and the God Eye race, were not very happy. Even Lord Mingui and Lord Changju, who saw Shen Chen kill Lord Jinqian, could not hide the shock in their hearts. Without the slightest discussion, they chose the same behavior. They directly spread the news that Shen Chen possessed Tier 6 combat power. After all, a Shen Chen who could burst out Tier 6 combat power without knowing what means he had. It was very likely to become a target for some lone universe strongest beings. After all, Tier 6 combat power very likely represented that Shen Chen had a supreme true treasure. Chapter 221, God Eye Race Enraged. Great Alliance Shocked. Great Axe Inquires. Universe C, God Eye Race's first universe. At this moment, an incarnation of divine power of Lord Jinqian slowly walked out, because a blurred figure had appeared before him. This figure was none other than the first true master of the God Eye race. First true master. Lord Jinqian's incarnation bowed respectfully to the first true master. There was no helping it, the first true master held the highest status within the God Eye race. Does the human race's Lord of the Divine Firmament really possess Tier 6 combat power? The first true master looked down at Lord Jinqian and asked. That is correct. With just a single strike, 10% of my divine power was annihilated. Then, after unleashing a few more attacks, my strongest true body fell as a result. All the treasures I have accumulated over countless epochs are gone. Lord Jinqian said with some anger. One must know that he was a Tier 5 universe lord who possessed a complete set of peak true treasures. Now, not only did he fail to obtain the newly emerged peak soul type true treasure, but he even had all his own treasures snatched away by Lord of the Divine Firmament. Tier 6. How could the human race give birth to such a heaven-defying genius again, one even more heaven-defying than that madman? Tell me everything you experienced exactly as it happened. The first true master then said with a stern expression. He really did not want to believe that the human race was about to produce another heaven-defying universe strongest like the origin ancestor. He would rather believe that Shen Chen was simply a universe lord who possessed a supreme true treasure. Lord Jinqian did not hesitate in the slightest and projected everything that had happened in the waters exactly as it was. It must be a domain-type supreme true treasure. As for the attack he unleashed at the beginning, it must have also utilized that supreme true treasure. Otherwise, there is no explanation for why your peak domain-type true treasure, as well as those of Lord Chengju and Lord Mingui, would all be suppressed by Lord of the Divine Firmament's domain-type true treasure. After watching the entire process, the first true master said, a domain-type supreme true treasure. After hearing the words of the first true master, Lord Jinqian did not have the slightest doubt. After all, this was the first true master. Just at this moment, two more incarnations of divine power from the God Eye race's universe strongest arrived in the first universe. After all, Lord Jinqian was a Tier 5 universe lord and a figurehead for the God Eye race. How could he possibly die so inexplicably? They were none other than the third true master and the seventh true master of the God Eye race. God Eye. Last time, the strongest true body of Lord Anyang fell at the hands of Lord of the Divine Firmament. Now, the same has happened to Lord Jinqian. With Lord Anyang and Lord Jinqian falling one after another, and all the treasures that accompanied them being lost, our God Eye race has suffered a huge loss this time. The third true master said, looking at the first true master. I fear that this time, some alien races will secretly mock our God Eye race, saying our experts are useless. Especially those idiots from the sea race. Lord of the Divine Firmament must die. Even if he has a clone, we must kill Lord of the Divine Firmament until he dares not enter the Universe C again. As the primary power of the first reincarnation era in the Universe C, how can we allow the human race of the primordial universe to provoke us like this? The first true master said fiercely. After all, his God Eye race had stood at the peak for a long time. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant fellow as Lord of the Divine Firmament. In a short span of 10,000 years, he had killed the strongest true bodies of two universe lords of his God Eye. Race in succession. Of course, the first true master actually had other thoughts in his heart. That was that the domain-type supreme true treasure in the hands of Lord of the Divine Firmament should not be held by the human race. It should belong to his God-I race. Correct, anyone who dares to provoke our God-I race must be punished. The seventh true master also said with a serious expression, "Seventh true master, you shall personally head to the collapsing peak world. Command all the universe lords in the collapsing peak world. Once you see Lord of the Divine Firmament, immediately kill his true body, then take back the treasures of Lord Anyang and Lord Jinqian, and of course, Lord of the Divine Firmament's domain-type supreme true treasure." The first true master then looked at the seventh true master and said, "Very well." The seventh true master had nothing else to say. After all, he only possessed one supreme true treasure. If he killed Lord of the Divine Firmament, he would have the hope of obtaining another supreme true treasure. Therefore, he chose to agree directly. If the universe strongest of the God-I race had this reaction, it went without saying for the universe lords of the God-I race. Although they were all incredibly angry, they were also very clear about the situation. Against a Tier 6 universe lord, the most they could do was stall. Furthermore, what Shen Chen possessed was a domain-type supreme true treasure. A domain-type supreme true treasure was best suited for bullying lower-tier opponents. If what Shen Chen possessed had been armor type, it would have been a different story. Just as the God-I race was incredibly enraged. In the inner city of the Great Alliance City in the virtual universe. In the main hall of the Great Alliance Palace, various universe lords of the Great Alliance gathered. Clearly, by this time they had also learned the news of Shen Chen slaying Lord Jinqian. After all, Lord Chengju of the monster race in the primordial universe had experienced this event. After the two universe strongest of the monster race side, they chose to directly transmit this information to all the major forces in the entire primordial universe. After all, it could not be hidden. It was better to let the universe strongest of the primordial universe keep an eye on Shen Chen. Even those two universe strongest, after hearing Lord Chengzhou's explanation, instantly realized that Shen Chen's domain-type true treasure was definitely a supreme true treasure. Lord of the Divine Firmament possesses a domain-type supreme true treasure. And he even slew Lord Jinqian. Is this news true? Lord Sushi asked with an expression of disbelief. The other universe lords also shook their heads, equally confused. After all, in the primordial universe, there was only one domain-type supreme true treasure held by the Elder God cult, and one held by the Northern Territory Alliance Master. Even within the human race, there was not a single supreme true treasure. Of course, what surprised them even more was that Shen Chen had actually unleashed Tier 6 combat power and slain a Tier 5 universe lord. Ice Peak Lord, aren't you also heading to that location? Did you see Lord of the Divine Firmament? Lord of Huangjian looked at the Ice Peak Lord beside him with disbelief. The Ice Peak Lord had previously said that he was very close to that location. The other universe lords also turned their attention to the Ice Peak Lord. How would I know? Senior brother told me that the matter has already concluded. Lord Jinqian is dead, and that Peak Soul-type true treasure has been pocketed by Lord of the Divine Firmament. They have already moved far away from there. If you want to know the exact information, you will have to wait for senior brother to come and tell you himself. The Ice Peak Lord shook his head, indicating that he could not hide his own shock. He did not even call Shen Chen by his name anymore, changing it to Lord of the Divine Firmament. After all, calling an expert who was stronger than him by their real name was not very appropriate. Even if Lord of the Divine Firmament was his martial nephew. To their surprise, the consciousness of the Great Axe founder also logged into the virtual universe. He was also waiting for the primordial Chaos City Lord and Lord Pengong to come online. Before long, the figures of the primordial Chaos City Lord and Lord Pengong appeared in the palace. However, after the primordial Chaos City Lord and Lord Pengong spoke a few simple words, they did not reply anymore. And the figure of the Great Axe founder left the place. In the Great Axe Palace. Chaos, does Shen Chen really possess a domain-type supreme true treasure? Chapter 222, Great Axe's Respect. 1500 Peak Materials. Yao Beast Ancestor. Great Axe founder looked at Chaos in front of him and said directly. In the Great Axe Temple right now, besides primordial Chaos City Lord, there was only Lord Gong. Both of these were universe lords who had personally sensed Shen Chen erupt with Tier 6 combat power. Therefore, besides asking them, Great Axe Founder could not find any other universe lords to inquire. After all, Shen Chen was not online in the virtual universe at all right now. He had no way to ask him directly. It should be true. That is a domain-type true treasure of the highest quality that looks like a sea of thunder. The power it erupted with is definitely at Tier 6. Lord Gong nodded. Good. The wild-looking Great Axe Founder was full of smiles at this moment and said directly. After all, for the human race, having one more true treasure of the highest quality was completely a treasure to suppress the race. It was just that Great Axe Founder felt some helplessness in his heart. After all, he had explored the universe sea and searched for endless years, yet he hadn't found a single true treasure of the highest quality. But now, a universe lord of his human race had obtained a domain-type true treasure of the highest quality so simply. How could he not feel helpless? Great Axe. If possible, I can ask for Shen Chen's opinion. See if he is willing to lend that true treasure of the highest quality to you. After all, for the race, a true treasure of the highest quality can only exert its strongest power in your hands. After all, the three of us know that the secret technique you created has already reached the peak of Tier 8. As long as you have a true treasure of the highest quality, the universe strongest of the monster race, insect race, and automaton race will simply be no match for you. Primordial Chaos City Lord thought for a moment and said. It could only be said that Primordial Chaos City Lord was truly as fair as could be. Everything was prioritized by the race's improvement in strength. The secret technique created by Great Axe Founder reaching the peak of Tier 8 was also a secret of the human race. Only the 3 Tier 5 universe lords of the human race were qualified to know. Ordinary universe lords had no way of knowing such confidential matters. After all, the other universe strongest in the universe C basically treated Great Axe Founder as a junior. Only when the 3 Tier 5 universe lords of the human race were in danger would Great Axe Founder erupt with Tier 8 peak power to go and rescue them. In normal times, Great Axe Founder was forbearing. No, although I am tempted. But forget it. Great Axe Founder waved his hand at this moment. Chaos, do you know how long it has been since your disciple rose to this point? Great Axe Founder then turned his head and asked. 2 eras, I suppose. Primordial Chaos City Lord's memory was astonishing, and he said directly. As he spoke, his heart was also filled with surprise. What did 2 eras mean to universe lords like them? But in such a short time, Shen Chen had transformed from the planetary level to a Tier 5 universe lord, and even mastered a domain-type true treasure of the highest quality. Then how many treasures has he contributed to the race? The initial time ruins tribulation body secret technique, 12 universe exalt level beast taming paths. Heavy treasure forging techniques, and thousands of treasures he forged himself. Among them, there was no lack of peak treasures, special peak treasures, etc. You and I both know that he very likely obtained the legacy from before the reincarnation era. Judging from his previous behavior, we only need to treat Lord of the Divine Firmament with sincerity. Then Lord of the Divine Firmament will not be stingy. Moreover, with Lord of the Divine Firmament's aptitude, is it difficult for him to become a universe strongest? I even dare to assert that it won't be long before he might truly create a Tier 6 secret technique. Even a step ahead of you. Great Axe Founder said calmly. Upon hearing what Great Axe Founder said, Lord Gong and Primordial Chaos City Lord also suddenly reacted. After all, they had been concerned about the domain-type true treasure that Shen Chen possessed. Of course, I am not completely without thoughts. Wait until I find more peak treasures or exotic treasures in the Universe Sea. Then I will see if there is a chance to exchange for a true treasure of the highest quality from Lord of the Divine Firmament. After all, do you dare to assert that Lord of the Divine Firmament only has one true treasure of the highest quality? The ancient civilization legacy he obtained, according to my estimation, might be even more heaven-defying than the legacy obtained by the God-Eye race. Wait until Lord of the Divine Firmament becomes stronger. After Great Axe Founder finished speaking, he didn't say anything more. After Lord Pengong and Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at each other, they nodded. They were still very expectant in their hearts. After all, during the time Shen Chen had risen, his human race had also risen accordingly. After all, just the treasures Shen Chen forged had improved the strength of his human race by an unknown amount. As the conversation between Great Axe Founder, Primordial Chaos City Lord, and Lord Pengong ended, the various universe lords of the human race also thought about investigating the information. However, they were rejected by Great Axe Founder and Primordial Chaos City Lord. Great Axe Founder even ordered all universe lords not to pursue why Lord of the Divine Firmament could erupt with Tier 6 combat power. The universe lords of the human race were sure that Shen Chen definitely had a domain-type true treasure of the highest quality. However, hindered by the order given by Great Axe Founder, they were not good at going to ask Lord of the Divine Firmament anymore. The universe lords of the human race had this reaction, let alone the reactions of the primordial universe, or even the nearly 100 forces in the universe C. After all, any Tier 6 universe lord enjoyed a great reputation in the universe C. Now, in the human race, there was an extra Tier 6 universe lord. For a time, the name of Lord of the Divine Firmament was remembered by all forces. At the same time, some universe strongest who did not have a true treasure of the highest quality remembered Shen Chen's name. After all, if these universe strongest had a true treasure of the highest quality, their strength could increase directly in a short time. And just when nearly 100 forces in the universe C were discussing Lord of the Divine Firmament. The Lord of the Divine Firmament they were speaking of was currently staying in a water area of the collapsing peak world. Little brother, do you really possess a domain-type true treasure of the highest quality? My virtual universe mailbox is about to be crushed by the emails sent by those universe lords. Lord Liho in the Liho Palace looked at Shen Chen beside him and said with a look of surprise. Shen Chen did not hide it from Lord Liho and nodded directly. As expected of my little brother. Lord Liho patted Shen Chen's single horn at this moment, full of relief. Shen Chen smiled helplessly at this. Lord Liho just had this temper, and he had nothing to say. However, what surprised me is that Great Axe Founder only sent a congratulatory email and didn't say anything else. Teacher also didn't ask me. Shen Chen looked at the several emails in the virtual universe at this moment, also quite surprised. It seems that the race still doesn't have other thoughts. However, Great Axe Founder, if you really asked, the Tao Source Thunder Sea is not impossible to give to you. After all, I owed you 4 true treasures of the highest quality back then. I owed teacher a full set of true treasures of the highest quality, Shen Chen thought in his heart. After all, this was his original thought. Moreover, if it really reached the late stage, if a universe strongest did not have a full set of true treasures of the highest quality, he would probably be embarrassed to go out. Little brother, what shall we do next? With your domain-type true treasure of the highest quality, where in the water area of the collapsing peak world can we not go? I heard that the power of a domain-type true treasure of the highest quality is not comparable to a peak domain-type treasure. Lord Liho was full of excitement at this moment. Still treasure hunting. Let's hide for a while. I have successively killed the strongest original body of a Tier 4 Universe Lord and a Tier 5 Universe Lord of the God Eye race. I took away all their treasures. The God Eye race is the number 1 force of the first reincarnation era. Will they let me go so simply? In their God Eye race, there are now 7 universe strongest. You are the same, who doesn't know that you, Lord Liho, are my big brother? Shen Chen looked at Lord Liho happily and said. The smile on Lord Liho's face also stopped immediately. Shen Chen's temporal thunder Hu clone and Lord Liho seemed to have completely disappeared from the universe C for the next period of time. Primordial universe, in the Lingshu secret realm. Shen Chen's human original body had long finished explaining the law for the genius of the Shen family. His comprehension ability had also improved a lot because of this. After all, among his Shen family genius, the quality was really high now. 30 purple clansmen were all king-level immortal, and there were 5 venerable level listening to his preaching. The returned comprehension ability was somewhat high. Chungyun, how is the secret technique creation going? Is there hope of forging a peak treasure? The other clansmen were persuaded to leave by Shen Chen, only Shen Chengyun was kept by Shen Chen. His current treasure forging skills were already very easy for forging peak treasures. So he was now thinking about forging special types of peak treasures. High-level treasures are no longer difficult for me. But Dad, the Universe Lord Ultimate Secret technique is really too difficult for me. Shen Chengyun felt quite helpless at this moment. Go to my temple. You haven't experienced the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne yet, it seems. Even if you create the lowest level Universe Lord Ultimate Secret technique, it is enough to forge top-level treasures. Or simply, I will find a way to let you break through to Universe Lord directly. Shen Chen thought for a moment, then looked at Shen Chengyun seriously. However, Shen Chengyun waved his hand. He had no intention of breaking through to Universe Lord right now. Although he didn't pursue combat power much, he didn't want to be the weakest kind of Universe Lord. It could only be said that the comprehension ability improved by the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne was still very heaven-defying. Especially for universe overlords like Shen Chengyun. And Shen Chengyun stayed in the Chronos Temple for 1 million years, and under Shen Chen's guidance, the Fire-Space Fusion Law also reached the 7th level of perfection. He also put effort into creating 3 styles of Universe Lord Ultimate Secret technique. Next, my Laotian clone will guide you on how to forge top-level treasures. You don't need to worry about materials. Dad has prepared many treasure materials for you. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengyun, who had created the Universe Lord Ultimate Secret technique, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Shen Chengyun's eyes were shining at this moment. After all, being able to forge top-level treasures was simply the best news for him. You must know that Shen Chen's account now had a full 74,000 treasure points. Some ordinary top-level treasure materials were only 10 plus treasure points. Even special top-level treasure materials like soul type or domain type were only a few dozen treasure points. Plus Shen Chen directly increased the price to acquire top-level treasure materials from those universe lords of the Great Alliance. So in the next 100 years, the top-level treasure materials in Shen Chen's hands instantly reached thousands. Some universe lords who had hoarded materials for a long time were also extremely excited. After all, they didn't expect that Lord of the Divine Firmament would increase the price to acquire them. And after Shen Chen obtained these thousands of top-level treasure materials, he immediately chose to give one to Shen Chengyun every year. Bestow the Red Aptitude clansman Shen Chengyun with top-level treasure materials, 1,000-fold return, peak treasure materials. Shen Chen heard such a prompt sound for a full 1,500 times in the next 2,000 years. That is to say, Shen Chen now had a full 1,500 pieces of peak treasure materials in his hands. Bestow the Red Aptitude clansman Shen Chengyun with top-level treasure forging experience, 1,000-fold return, peak treasure forging experience. And as Shen Chengyun was able to forge top-level treasures, after the return, Shen Chen was now able to forge special types of peak treasures. And those 1,500 pieces of peak treasure materials came just right. Just when Shen Chen was preparing to let his Laotian clone go all out. In a universe secret realm of the primordial universe, a black figure stretching for tens of millions of kilometers was staying here. Have you found out the whereabouts of the Thunder Beast clone of Lord of the Divine Firmament in the Universe Sea? The black figure asked the Universe Lord below. Ancestor, Lord of the Divine Firmament is hidden very well. Our intelligence simply cannot investigate the whereabouts of Lord of the Divine Firmament. The giant beast like a lion below said respectfully. Continue to check. A true treasure of the highest quality, how can it be allowed to be possessed by a universe lord of the human race? It rightfully belongs to me, the Yao Beast Ancestor. Chapter 223, A Pile of Peak Special True Treasures. Forging a Wonder Rank True Treasure. 5 Elements Staff. Lingshu Secret Realm, at the location of the Laotian clone. Shen Chen's human original body arrived here. He handed the world ring in his hand, containing 1,500 pieces of peak true treasure materials, directly to the Laotian clone. By now, Shen Chen already had experience in forging peak special true treasures. Coupled with these 1,500 pieces of peak true treasure materials, it could be said that as long as Shen Chen wanted to, he could forge a large batch of peak special true treasures. Let's start by forging the most difficult peak soul type true treasure. After thinking about it, Shen Chen's Laotian clone decided to start with the peak soul type true treasure. Of course, this was also because peak soul type true treasure materials were relatively rare. Among the 1,500 pieces of true treasure materials, only 200 pieces of peak true treasure materials could be used to forge soul type true treasures. In an instant, the earth flame within the Laotian clone erupted directly. Only now could Shen Chen's Laotian clone nurture the flames capable of forging peak true treasure materials. Ordinary treasure forgers needed to search for terrifying flames if they wanted to forge true treasures. But Shen Chen's Laotian clone did not have such a requirement. After all, Shen Chen's Laotian clone had reached the perfect life gene level. The earth flame it nurtured was naturally incomparably terrifying. Subsequently, Shen Chen began to forge the peak soul type true treasure according to his experience. 3 pieces of true treasure materials, sufficient to exchange for top-tier true treasures, were directly thrown by Shen Chen into the Laotian clone. He proceeded to forge and polish them continuously. The Yanyang heaven-breaking hammer reflected an incomparably terrifying force. Boom, boom, boom. The sound produced by forging the true treasure resounded throughout the entire Lihuo mountain. That Lihuo mountain, which was on the scale of hundreds of millions of kilometers, was currently operating at full capacity. Shen Chen's human original body was quietly watching this scene unfold. There was anticipation in his eyes. After all, being able to forge peak special true treasures was enough to prove that his treasure forging methods had improved once again. A treasure bead filled with a strange aura appeared before Shen Chen. This strange treasure bead was completely comparable to the peak soul type true treasure that Shen Chen had obtained from the waters of the Qingfeng realm. In other words, the peak soul type true treasure that ordinary 4th rank or 5th rank universe lords could only obtain by risking their lives, Shen Chen could now forge with ease. However, it has not yet reached the top grade rank. If I forge a few more peak soul type true treasures, I should be able to forge a top grade peak soul type true treasure. Shen Chen thought to himself. However, if he were to offer this single treasure bead to the race's treasury, Shen Chen would be guaranteed to receive at least 10,000 true treasure points. After all, special types of peak true treasures were very scarce in the human race's treasury. Some 4th rank universe lords did not even have the qualifications to possess treasures of this rank. Next, I will try forging peak domain type true treasures and peak palace type true treasures. It's just that peak palace type true treasures require the most true treasure materials. At least 10 pieces of peak true treasure materials are needed to build one. Domain type true treasures and soul type true treasures are about the same. They can both be built with 3 or 4 pieces of true treasure materials. It's just that soul type true treasure materials are relatively precious. After calculating for a while, Shen Chen suddenly realized that his 1,500 pieces of peak true treasure materials could build too many peak true treasures. I'll forge them slowly. I'm still preparing to forge a wonder rank true treasure on my own. After thinking for a while, Shen Chen's human original body decided not to waste these 1,500 pieces of peak true treasure materials. After all, these true treasure materials were of no great use to him if kept. If he bestowed them upon Shen Chengyun, there would be no way to get them back. Next was to create an even stronger universe lord's strongest fusion secret technique. The 3 major fusion laws, lightning time law, light time law, and wind time law, have already been fully comprehended. Next are the 5 elements and space laws. After thinking about it, Shen Chen's human original body immediately returned to the Chronos Temple and began trying to comprehend the other fusion laws. Another 2,000 years passed. Inside the Chronos Temple, Shen Chen slowly opened his eyes, and at this moment, 5 colors were reflected in his eyes. His entire body also exuded an aura of intertwined and fused laws. Having stayed in the Chronos Temple for 20 million years, Shen Chen had already comprehended the wood space, water space, and earth space fusion laws. In other words, Shen Chen had now fully comprehended all 8 major fusion laws. It is the same as the previous 3-element fusion secret technique. I have created a 5-elements fusion secret technique. This secret technique is similar in power to the 3-element fusion secret technique. It fully meets the standard of a Universe Lord's strongest fusion secret technique. I have created so many Universe Lord's strongest fusion secret techniques. It is time to try fusing a Universe Lord's strongest secret technique into a peak true treasure embryo to see if I can create a wonder rank true treasure. Shen Chen said happily. Soon, his figure arrived at the location of the Laotian clone. Over these 2,000+ years, the Laotian clone had been forging special peak true treasures day and night. Without stopping, the 1,500 pieces of peak true treasure materials had been almost entirely consumed. And Shen Chen had forged over 200 special peak true treasures. This was over 200 special peak true treasures. The entire human race's total number of peak true treasures combined probably didn't reach this amount. Not to mention that they were special types. However, Shen Chen did not come today to forge special peak true treasures. After selecting 10 pieces of high-quality peak true treasure materials, Shen Chen's Laotian clone began to challenge itself. The 10 pieces of peak true treasure materials were continuously dissolved and forged within the Laotian clone, changing into various forms. Soon, a basic true treasure embryo was crafted by Shen Chen. However, to make this true treasure embryo truly transform into the wonder rank, Shen Chen still needed to engrave the strongest fusion secret technique he had created into it. Moreover, the rank of the strongest fusion secret technique would also affect the quality of this true treasure. However, according to Shen Chen's estimation, the 5-elements fusion secret technique he had created should be sufficient. Even among all 5th-rank Universe Lords, his 5th-rank secret technique could be considered powerful. After all, he had not failed to engage in battle with 5th-rank Universe Lords in the Universe Sea. Shen Chen had also learned about the secret techniques of the 3 5th-rank Universe Lords within the human race. Even though Shen Chen had forged too many true treasures, this time, Shen Chen still could not help but feel a little nervous. After all, this time it was purely relying on himself to forge a wonder rank true treasure. It was not like the Wanbao River, which relied on the combination of multiple true treasures to burst forth with wonder rank power. Instead, it was genuine, entirely forged by himself. Under Shen Chen's guidance, one after another, law secret runes, metal space, wood space, water space, fire space, and earth space, were slowly engraved into this true treasure embryo. The 5-elements fusion secret technique slowly merged into it. The first layer of secret runes was completed first. Then came the second layer of secret runes. And when the final third layer of secret runes was completed, this true treasure embryo erupted with terrifying treasure light. Shen Chen felt incomparably terrifying power within it. Subsequently, a staff-type true treasure appeared before Shen Chen. Let's call you the 5-elements staff. You are also the first wonder rank true treasure I have forged. Shen Chen picked up the 5-elements staff and observed it carefully in his hand. After feeling the terrifying power contained within the 5-elements staff, a smile appeared on his face. The Extinction Divine Armor, this wonder rank true treasure, has the strongest fusion secret technique engraved within it. The material quality might be a bit special. Chapter 224, The Human Race's Astonishment. Lord of the Divine Firmament is wealthy and generous. Special true treasure, Law Unification Steel. Creating the strongest fusion secret technique does not mean one is capable of forging a strange object-level true treasure. After all, the skill required just to forge a strange object-level true treasure embryo is comparable to that of a special type peak true treasure. Not to mention a true treasure embryo capable of carrying the strongest fusion secret technique and law secret engravings. Moreover, this 5-element staff of Shen Chen has special powers. It not only grants the user the defensive power of a top-grade peak true treasure armor, but it can also unleash a will shock when attacking. Shen Chen used a soul-type true treasure material when forging it. 5-element staff. If this true treasure were placed in the clan's treasury, it probably wouldn't be exchangeable for less than tens of thousands of true treasure points. It is even more precious than a peak palace-type true treasure or a peak soul-type true treasure. As Shen Chen spoke, a smile appeared on his face. There was no help for it, after all, once he became capable of forging strange object-level true treasures. He had made a name for himself in the primordial universe, and even the entire universe C. As for that fellow Zuo Shank, Shen Chen didn't even want to say much about him. Those powerhouses from the first reincarnation era and the second reincarnation era. Although they obtained some civilization legacies, there were very few treasure refiners capable of forging peak true treasures. Let alone forging strange object-level true treasures. Furthermore, they were extremely lacking in true treasure materials. Therefore, even some well-known treasure refiners in the Universe C had no way of forging strange object-level true treasures. However, this 5-element staff of mine still cannot compare to a true strange object. Things like strange objects do not require any so-called secret engravings. Any universe lord holding one can unleash its full power. Whereas this true treasure of mine requires the user to reach the 4th tier level and create the strongest secret technique. It's about the same as the Extinction Divine Armor from the original story. Of course, a 5th tier universe lord wielding the 5-element staff is far stronger than a 4th tier universe lord wielding the 5-element staff. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he put the 5-element staff away. He decided to offer it to the clan's treasury after some time. He would wait until he had used up all his true treasure points first. In the time that followed, the clansmen of the Shen family looked at each other in dismay. Because they discovered that the old ancestor had started distributing various treasures again. Even those who were not core clansmen received gifts from the Shen family. Universe rank clansmen, territory lord rank clansmen, and world lord rank clansmen appeared one after another. There were also quite a few undying spiritual god clansmen. Even those clansmen below the undying spiritual god level were able to receive support provided by the Shen family. Not to mention those clansmen with purple talent and red aptitude. Among them, those who received the most treasures were Shen Chuyang and Shen Chenyan. Both of them had been raised by Shen Chen to the perfect life gene level. Any treasures in the clan's treasury, as well as those in the hands of some universe lords of the Great Alliance that could significantly increase the life gene level, were exchanged by Shen Chen at an extremely high cost of true treasure points. After all, for the current Shen Chen, what were true treasure points anyway? Just forging a single special type peak true treasure was worth over 10,000. I heard the Shen family has gained more than a dozen new king-level immortals. More than a dozen. You're underestimating it, right? That is Lord of the Divine Firmament's family, after all. But how can king-level immortals compare to Universe Exalts? I heard there are several more Universe Exalts. He truly is a great master of treasure refining, and the #1 treasure refining great master of our primordial universe at that. The clansmen of the Shen family have really been blessed during this period. That's right. Although I am also from a Universe Lord's family, the family resources I receive really cannot compare to those of the Shen family clansmen. Consequently, during this period, other powerhouses of the human race could clearly feel that many more king-level immortals and Universe Exalts had appeared within Lord of the Divine Firmament's family. It seems Lord of the Divine Firmament gives even more resources to the venerable level clansmen of the Shen family. Have you seen Venerable Wanshou and Venerable Yanyang? Nonsense, who hasn't seen them? I even asked Venerable Yanyang to forge a high-level true treasure for me. It's too heaven-defying. The resources are being used as if true treasure points mean nothing. Meanwhile, in the Great Alliance, at a gathering place for some universe overlords, the direction of their exclamations was somewhat different. They were discussing Venerable Yanyang and Venerable Wanshou of the Shen family. Because when they saw these two venerables, they felt that their life gene levels had reached an extremely high level. Those venerables and immortals of the human race could not help but sigh that it was truly good to be a clansman of Lord of the Divine Firmament. The resources a treasure refining great master could obtain were truly heaven-defying. 10 Nirvana Divine Fruits. 10-star marrow origin beads. According to my estimate, each one can be exchanged for 4,000 true treasure points in the clan's treasury. Just 2 are enough to raise a Universe Exalt's life gene level to 10,000 times. What a heaven-defying true treasure. In the Lingshu secret realm, Shen Chen looked at the 20 heaven-defying treasures in front of him and sighed with emotion. These were the treasures returned to him after he bestowed universe rare treasures upon those two red aptitude clansmen, Shen Chuyong and Shen Chengyun. However, during this period, those universe lords in the Great Alliance, and those universe lords within the clan, a lot of their stock has been exchanged by me, right? I paid them extra true treasure points, after all. This is good too. By giving them more true treasure points, they can easily exchange for good true treasures and resources to improve themselves. In this way, it will be more convenient for them to venture into the Universe Sea. Secure various universe rare treasures, place them in the clan's treasury, and let me exchange for them, so that I can bestow them upon the geniuses in my family. Shen Chen was laughing happily at this moment. After all, how much effort would it take for him to explore the Universe Sea alone? It was better to let those universe lords in the clan spread out and explore for treasures for him. After all, treasures like the hymning spirit bead and the ethereal green lotus were obtained by the clan in the Universe Sea. Just when Shen Chen was still happy, Primordial Chaos City Lord called, asking Shen Chen to log into the virtual universe. At the peak of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, inside the Chaos Temple. Shen Chen arrived here leisurely at this moment. After all, a happy event makes one feel refreshed. How much of your 70,000 true treasure points do you have left? Primordial Chaos City Lord asked, looking at Shen Chen with a curious expression. He had also recently heard the news of Shen Chen constantly scattering wealth. There's about 10,000 left. Last time I exchanged for thousands of top-tier true treasure materials, and this time I did the same, paying extra to exchange all the stock of those universe lords. There were also special materials in the clan's treasury that I exchanged for to improve the clansmen of my family. Of course, for the sake of birthing more powerhouses in my family, I am just bestowing treasures upon them. As for secret techniques and combat matters, that is not something I can manage. Shen Chen said regarding this. Upon hearing what Shen Chen said, Primordial Chaos City Lord could not help but sigh that his disciple was truly wealthy and generous. Even he himself did not have such a net worth. However, once he thought about the fact that Shen Chen was already capable of forging peak true treasures, Primordial Chaos City Lord felt that all of this was reasonable. Alright, I called you here today for another matter. You have now become the Lord of the Divine Firmament of our clan. In the primordial universe, and even in the Universe Sea, you have made a great name for yourself. Therefore, I want you to do as the previous universe lords have done and leave behind a chaos steel of your own in Primordial Chaos City. Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said slowly. Quote. Upon hearing what Primordial Chaos City Lord said, Shen Chen hesitated for a moment. Why didn't I think of that? I can also set up a chaos steel of my own within the Shen family. Let them comprehend various laws. Shen Chen quickly reacted and thought to himself. All right. Following that, he looked at Primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him and agreed directly. I will have Venerable Gui Yi send the materials to your Lingshu secret realm. Before Primordial Chaos City Lord could finish speaking, Shen Chen continued to speak. Teacher, give me 2 sets of materials. I also want to set up a chaos steel within my Shen family. After thinking about it, Shen Chen decided to fleece the clan directly. Alright. Given Shen Chen's current contributions to the human race, asking for 2 sets of chaos steel materials was nothing. Primordial Chaos City Lord agreed without even thinking about it. Oh, that's right, teacher. My skills in forging true treasures have recently had a breakthrough. I have crafted a strange object-level staff-type true treasure. I heard that Lord Peng Gong excels in staff-type attacks. So please ask him if he is interested. Just as Shen Chen was about to leave the Chaos Temple, he suddenly seemed to think of something, turned around to look at Primordial Chaos City Lord, and continued speaking. He was informing Primordial Chaos City Lord that he could forge strange object-level true treasures. Shen Chen still had his own ideas. After all, the only treasure-refining great master in the primordial universe capable of forging strange object-level true treasures was Zuo Shenk. What he wanted to do was to tell those universe lords in the clan. As long as you have enough true treasure points, there is hope to find Lord of the Divine Firmament to forge a strange object-level true treasure. Primordial Chaos City Lord's pupils immediately dilated as he looked at Shen Chen in front of him in disbelief. With Primordial Chaos City Lord's heart nature, he had not been shocked for a long time. But Primordial Chaos City Lord thought about it carefully, as Shen Chen gradually revealed his edge. The number of times he was astonished had also increased more and more. Although Primordial Chaos City Lord had long anticipated that Shen Chen would be able to forge strange object-level true treasures, he never thought it would happen this quickly. All right, I will inform Lord Peng Gong. After a moment of silence, Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen and said. After Shen Chen revealed a smile, he took his leave and departed from the temple. One day later, Shen Chen had already obtained 2 sets of chaos steel materials from Venerable Gui Yi. Subsequently, Shen Chen set to work, beginning to engrave the origin law of time, the origin law of space, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, light, and wind. Gold space, water space, fire space, lightning time, light time, wind time, one after another, fusion laws. Very quickly, 2 chaos steles, which had cost Shen Chen much painstaking effort to build, were born. 1 chaos steel was placed by Shen Chen in Primordial Chaos City. The other chaos steel was placed directly in the Lingshu secret realm. Bestow chaos steles to all clansmen with aptitude in the family, 10,000 times return, special true treasure law unification steel. What made Shen Chen feel extremely surprised was, bestowing a chaos steel upon the clan actually triggered the return mechanism of the creation treasure tree. It returned to Shen Chen a special true treasure named the Law Unification Steel. Chapter 225, as if seeing the universe chaos steel again. 1 million true treasure points. After the explanation from the creation treasure tree, Shen Chen finally understood why he was able to trigger a return this time. Because the chaos steel Shen Chen created for the Shen family recorded the 10 great laws. And the 8 great fusion laws. Even clansmen with gold aptitude could improve themselves by contemplating the chaos steel. Therefore, it was recognized by the creation treasure tree as having bestowed it upon all clansmen with aptitude in the family. Soon, Shen Chen returned to his divine power kingdom. After all, for an item that could be called a special true treasure by the creation treasure tree, what if it caused a huge commotion? When he extracted the law unification steel from the creation treasure tree, a pitch-black stone tablet, hundreds of millions of kilometers high, appeared before Shen Chen. On that stone tablet, streaks of light were constantly dancing, like meteors, and Shen Chen, just by looking at one streak of light, could feel the intoxicating law patterns within it. And within those secret law inscriptions, it seemed to contain endless profound mysteries. Shen Chen merely looked at these law inscriptions, but felt as if he had never truly understood any kind of law. Shen Chen kept staring at the law unification steel in front of him. Time, space, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light. The 10 great laws were constantly flowing within it. Shen Chen's consciousness immediately immersed itself within it. Too strong. After a long while, Shen Chen's consciousness finally awakened. At this moment, he felt he had a brand new understanding of the fusion laws and the 10 great laws. If he were to create the 5 elements fusion and the 3 elements fusion now, the power would be even more heaven-defying. It was very likely to reach the extreme of the strongest fusion secret technique directly. It's just that, with my current comprehension ability, watching the law unification steel, it would also require a bit of heaven-defying opportunity to allow me to create a rank 6 secret technique. After all, rank 6 and rank 5 are completely different concepts. A rank 6 secret technique already belongs to the level of the universe strongest. Shen Chen looked at the law unification steel in front of him and said slowly. However, he had no regrets, as the law inscriptions recorded on this law unification steel were truly too heaven-defying. It was just like when he first saw the universe chaos steel. Let's contemplate with full effort. Create a stronger universe Lord's strongest fusion secret technique. Then try to create a rank 6 secret technique. By that time, with the divine power burning secret technique and the ultimate true treasure added on, I would be able to unleash peak rank 8 power all at once. After Shen Chen finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face. Subsequently, Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone was summoned over, staring at this towering stone tablet. Afterwards, Shen Chen's human original body disappeared from here. After all, one clone here was enough. Shen Chen's human original body had other things to do. Shen Chen's figure soon appeared in Primordial Chaos City. After sensing that Shen Chen had arrived here, this clone of the Primordial Chaos City Lord abruptly appeared by Shen Chen's side. Are you here to contribute true treasures this time, or are you going to exchange for special treasures again? The Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen in front of him, his face full of confusion, and said. After all, Shen Chen coming to Primordial Chaos City in person only meant these two things. Only things like the large pile of treasures for Champion and Universe Exalt use that Shen Chen purchased previously were delivered by Venerable Gui Yi himself from Primordial Chaos City to the Lingshu Secret Realm. And now, in the human race treasury, the treasures used by King Level Immortal, Universe Exalt, and Universe Overlord had basically been completely exchanged by Shen Chen. Now, the Universe Lords were all having meetings to discuss whether they should bring back some of the low-rank treasures they encountered in the Universe Sea. However, after discussing, they still decided to let those Universe Overlords and Universe Exalts in the human race go and seize them in the various Universe Secret Realms. Nowadays, the number of Universe Exalts in the human race has reached over 10,000. It was time for them to make contributions to the human race. My Temporal Thunder Hu clone took the time to bring back the true treasures I obtained. Plus the few true treasures I refined, and that peculiar grade true treasure, I am prepared to donate them all to the human race. Anyway, it's useless for me to keep them. After all, there isn't a single Universe Lord in my family yet. If they held onto this kind of true treasure, it would simply be telling the whole universe that my Shen family has many true treasures. Shen Chen waved his hand in front of the Primordial Chaos City Lord and said with a smile. Given the Primordial Chaos City Lord's heart nature, he almost rolled his eyes at Shen Chen. Did he even need to say that? Wasn't it very normal for those powerhouses in your Shen family to possess so many true treasures? Just the top-tier true treasures displayed by Venerable Thunder Sword alone were not less than a full set. There was even a top-tier palace-type true treasure. The other Universe Exalts and King-level Immortals were even more outrageous. King-level Immortals, each person having a top-tier heavy treasure. Universe Exalts, each person having a full set of true treasures. After the two spoke a few words, Shen Chen waved his hand, and treasure after treasure was taken out by him and placed on the stone disc. Among them were Lord Anyong's Peak True Treasure Armor, Peak True Treasure Weapon, and a top-tier Domain-type True Treasure, Ice Sand Sea. Lord Jinqian's 3 special Peak True Treasures, 1 Peak True Treasure Armor, 1 Peak True Treasure Weapon, and a Peak Soul-type True Treasure that Shen Chen obtained in the Water Domain. Plus some of Lord Jinqian's special gains. This contribution of treasures totals 4 special Peak True Treasures, 2 Peak True Treasure Armors, 2 Peak True Treasure Weapons, and 1 top-tier Domain-type True Treasure. The total value is 100,000 true treasure points. Does Lord of the Divine Firmament wish to donate them to the human race? That mechanical voice rang out in front of the Primordial Chaos City Lord and Shen Chen. This time it's another 100,000 true treasure points. Many of our human race's cosmic rarities will probably be gone again. After hearing the sound from the stone disc, the Primordial Chaos City Lord let out a sigh. It's fine. The average price of a special Peak True Treasure is 20,000 true treasure points. Plus those 5 true treasures, it's about right. After all, the Peak True Treasures used by Lord Anyong and Lord Jinqian can be considered top quality, worth 3,000 to 4,000 true treasure points. And that Ice Sand Sea is about the same. After calculating, Shen Chen found that there was no difference from the value he had imagined before. In the human race treasury, ordinary top-tier true treasure weapons are at 100 true treasure points, and ordinary top-tier special true treasures are at 2,000 to 3,000 true treasure points. So, following the pattern, peak special true treasures should also be at 20,000 to 30,000 true treasure points. Shen Chen. Peak special true treasures. This kind of treasure, even in our human race, is only possessed by 2 or 3 rank 5 universe lords. Therefore, in terms of value, the average price is 20,000. After all, this level of treasure must be in the hands of universe lords to exert its value. There is no need to leave it empty in the human race treasury. Soon, the primordial Chaos City Lord explained the reason to Shen Chen. His authorization level was very high. The virtual universe consciousness even specifically revealed this to the primordial Chaos City Lord. However, he felt he shouldn't keep it from his disciple, Shen Chen. Does that mean if there are more of this level of treasure, they will be priced normally? However, contrary to the primordial Chaos City Lord's expectations, Shen Chen's train of thought took a sharp turn. That's right, you actually guessed it. After getting confirmation from the virtual universe consciousness, the primordial Chaos City Lord nodded and said. After hearing what the primordial Chaos City Lord said, Shen Chen nodded, and directly placed a world ring on the stone disk. Inside were 50 peak special true treasures refined by Shen Chen. Lord of the Divine Firmament, 50 peak special true treasures, total value of 1 million true treasure points. Are you willing to donate them to the human race? Chapter 226, The Universe Lords are shocked. Lord Peng Gong and Great Axe are pleasantly surprised. Lord Ganwu. After the voice of the virtual universe consciousness rang out, even the heart nature of primordial Chaos City Lord was subjected to an incredibly terrifying shock. He could never have imagined that his disciple would actually produce 50 peak special treasures all at once. And the value granted by the human race actually reached 1 million treasure points. Such a terrifying contribution. Could it be that even all the universe lords added together could not compare to Shen Chen? Only the contributions of Great Axe founder and his teacher, origin ancestor, were greater than the current Shen Chen's. After all, just having the universe strongest standing there meant their contribution to the human race was greater than anything else. Ahem. After soothing his spirit and coughing lightly a few times, primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen beside him with a complex expression. And when the 1 million treasure point contribution was registered, all the universe lords of the human race, including Great Axe founder, were informed of this news as well. When they learned that there were over 50 peak special treasures in the human race now, their reactions were even more exaggerated than that of primordial Chaos City Lord. Without the slightest hesitation, Great Axe founder immediately convened a Great Axe meeting. Soon, one universe lord after another appeared directly inside the giant axe temple. Their faces still could not hide their look of shock at this moment, and they continuously inquired of the other universe lords beside them. Especially Lord Longxing and the others from the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, Lord Longxing, Ice Peak Lord, and the others did not understand why Shen Chen had contributed so many treasures. Therefore, they turned their gaze to Great Axe founder, who was sitting at the head. Great Axe founder also shook his head, indicating that he was completely unaware. Afterward, the figures of primordial Chaos City Lord and Shen Chen also appeared in the giant axe temple. Lord of the Divine Firmament. Lord of the Divine Firmament. Lord of the Divine Firmament. Upon seeing Shen Chen arrive, the many universe lords present all stood up, greeting Shen Chen one by one. There was no other way. Everything Shen Chen had done was simply too heaven-defying. That was over 50 peak special treasures. Even if they sold all the universe lords present, they could not afford them. At this moment, Shen Chen's seat automatically descended into the number 2 position, second only to Great Axe founder. The universe lords had no objection to this. After all, Shen Chen's strength had already been revealed as a 6th-tier universe lord. Added to that were so many treasures. What else could they say? Perhaps in the future, they would still have to rely on Shen Chen to craft treasures for them. Lord of the Divine Firmament, what are these 54 peak special treasures? Given Shen Chen's status in the human race now, only Great Axe founder could ask him this. Previously, regarding Shen Chen's self-forced treasures, Great Axe founder had only offered congratulations. But this time was different. I crafted them. Shen Chen had nothing to hide and directly admitted it. After all, inside his world ring, there were still 100 peak special treasures lying there. And after crafting the 5 elements staff, he still had 300 pieces of peak treasure materials left. If Shen Chen wanted to, he could still craft quite a few more peak special treasures. As soon as Shen Chen finished speaking, the breathing of all the universe lords present became somewhat rapid. There was no help for it, such a large number of peak special treasures. Even those powers in the universe C, it was estimated that only powers like the God Eye race, which had several universe strongest, could bring out so many peak special treasures. Good, good, good. Great Axe Founder repeated the word, good, 3 times. He had carried the human race on his shoulders for a long time, ever since Origin Ancestor was suppressed. But today, as Shen Chen contributed so many treasures to the human race, Great Axe Founder suddenly discovered that the pressure on his shoulders had vanished by a great deal. Everyone, according to the results of my discussion with the virtual universe consciousness. After I contribute so many peak special treasures to the human race, future peak special treasures will be priced normally. That is, between 20,000 treasure points and 30,000 treasure points. Everyone knows very well that I am actually not a universe strongest. It is still useful for me to have treasure points. I ask that everyone please obtain more cosmic rarities or treasure materials in the universe C. After sweeping his gaze over the universe lords, Shen Chen spoke slowly. Very well, Lord of the Divine Firmament. My 3 clones are currently in the universe C, and I will definitely bring back more cosmic rarities for the human race. Lord of Huangjian was the first to express this. Clearly, Lord of Huangjian was very excited at this moment. After all, he had 4 divine bodies. The other universe lords also stood up and expressed the same sentiment. They understood very well that the current Lord of the Divine Firmament was different from Great Axe Founder. Great Axe Founder contributed treasures to the human race without compensation, but Lord of the Divine Firmament was, after all, still a universe lord. Or rather, even if Lord of the Divine Firmament truly became a universe strongest in the future, they would not dare to demand that Shen Chen contribute treasures to the human race without compensation. This was actually quite good. They could obtain treasures and cosmic rarities in the universe C and then exchange them with the human race. At that time, they would also be able to obtain higher ranked treasures. In fact, the predicament that the universe lords had faced before was that there were not enough treasures within the human race. They had lived for far, far too long. Their personal wealth was simply unimaginable. Even after Shen Chen had emptied out their top-tier treasure materials and treasures that could increase their life gene level last time, they actually still had quite a few treasures. This time was exactly their opportunity. After witnessing the drive of these universe lords, Shen Chen nodded with great satisfaction. After all, relying solely on himself in the universe C, how could he obtain treasures like the hymning spirit pearl and the ethereal green lotus? There is strength in numbers. Soon, the other 21 universe lords left the giant axe temple. When they left, their faces were full of smiles, clearly imagining the future. After all, judging by the many peak special treasures in the human race treasury, even if they were 4th-tier universe lords, they had hope of obtaining one. In the giant axe temple, only Great Axe Founder, Lord of the Divine Firmament, Primordial Chaos City Lord, and Lord Peng Gong remained. Lord Peng Gong, I asked you to stay behind solely because there is one more piece of information. That is, this time I did not just craft peak special treasures, I also crafted a staff-type secondary supreme treasure named the 5 Elements Staff. Shen Chen projected the appearance of the 5 Elements Staff within the giant axe temple, looking at Lord Peng Gong before him. And at this moment, Lord Peng Gong immediately stood up, looking at Shen Chen before him with an expression of disbelief. How many treasure points? Lord Peng Gong, without the slightest hesitation, spoke directly. After all, he had known Lord of the Divine Firmament for so long. Who didn't know that Lord of the Divine Firmament took treasure points just to exchange for various cosmic rarities and treasure materials? It seems Lord Peng Gong is truly the wealthy big spender of our human race. After seeing Lord Peng Gong acting without hesitation, Shen Chen was a bit surprised. I am not like the others. I have long since possessed 3 types of peak special treasures. Not to mention peak treasure weapons. With billions of years of accumulation, my current total wealth actually still has 10,000 treasure points. The reason there is such a remainder is entirely because I do not have other clone divine bodies that need to be equipped with treasures. Like your teacher, Primordial Chaos City Lord, it is because he has 3 clones that all need to be equipped with treasures, so he does not have many treasure points in his account. Lord Peng Gong stroked his large beard and said with a smile. So that was it. Although Shen Chen was surprised that Lord Peng Gong did not have any clones, he did not say much more. The virtual universe consciousness has given the 5-element staff a value of 40,000 treasure points. I will place it in the human race treasury. In the short term, the other universe lords probably won't have that many treasure points to exchange for it. Lord Peng Gong, you need to work hard too. Shen Chen said with a chuckle. Sure enough, with Lord Peng Gong's authorization, he immediately learned that there was a 5-element staff worth 44,000 treasure points in the current human race treasury. It seems that in the future, all the universe lords of our race will have to work for you, Lord of the Divine Firmament. I will go and gather some points. After all, the universe lords of those other peak races who want to exchange for wonder-level treasures probably don't even have this opportunity. Yet, our human race actually has this opportunity. After Lord Peng Gong finished speaking, his consciousness immediately left the place. He was going to gather treasure points. Although those universe lords are very excited, in reality, only a small portion of 4th-tier universe lords are qualified to exchange for those peak special treasures. The other newly promoted universe lords of our race will probably just be watching. Primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. What I need are various cosmic rarities and treasure materials. In any case, I have already handed the treasures over to the human race. What they use to exchange for them is their business. I actually hope they often go adventuring in the universe sea." Shen Chen waved his hand and said regarding this. This time, he had harvested a full 1.14 million treasure points. But when it came down to it, whether these 1.14 million treasure points could be used up was an unknown. In fact, it was just equivalent to Shen Chen contributing many treasures to the human race. Great Axe Founder, your account has how many treasure points? If you have been contributing to the human race without compensation previously, then if possible, you should let the virtual universe consciousness calculate your contributions over all these years. Just as Great Axe Founder and Primordial Chaos City Lord were about to leave, Shen Chen abruptly said these words. Upon hearing what Shen Chen said, the bodies of Great Axe Founder and Primordial Chaos City Lord shook violently. In an instant, they understood the meaning of what Shen Chen had said. However, Shen Chen had already disappeared from the giant axe temple at this moment. Ha 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 ha, a supreme treasure. I have waited too long as well. It seems I must also let Origin Ancestor calculate my contributions to the human race over these epochs. Great Axe Founder laughed loudly. Primordial Chaos City Lord was also very happy on the side. At the same time, he felt that he should also let his teacher, Origin Ancestor, calculate his contributions to the human race over these epochs. Although Primordial Chaos City Lord was devoted to the human race, his other 2 clones did not yet have matching peak special treasures. Just when all the universe lords were feeling shocked by the treasures contributed by Lord of the Divine Firmament, in a time chamber in Primordial Chaos City, Lord Ganwu, whose luck was off the charts, had long since returned from a certain secret realm in the universe. The first thing he did upon returning was to immediately offer many treasures to the human race, exchanging them for the use rights of the time chamber and the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. After all, the human race also had to subsidize these universe overlords with 50% of the treasure points. I understand, I finally understand. The problem that has troubled me for so long. Under the state of the time chamber accelerating time by 100 times, Lord Ganwu had actually been in the time chamber for 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, he had done nothing else. He had been trying his best to fuse the 3 mysteries of the origin law of time into one, thereby comprehending the origin law of time. And as Lord Ganwu figured everything out, the 3 mysteries of the origin law of time slowly fused. And as Lord Ganwu comprehended the origin law of time, his realm also suddenly reached that of a universe lord. Ha ha ha, from now on, you should call me Lord Ganwu. Chapter 227, Teacher Ganwu's banquet. The status of Lord of the Divine Firmament. Lord Ganwu was incredibly happy at this moment. One must know, he had existed since the primordial era of the human race and could be considered a contemporary of many universe lords. He had even heard the origin ancestor preach. He was a true veteran of the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, ever since those 3 accidents, the Lord of Ganwu had become increasingly dispirited. He had even remained at the rank of a high-level universe venerable. He had not even dared to harbor any extravagant hopes of becoming a universe overlord. Yet, how much time had passed since then? He had transformed directly from a high-level universe venerable into a universe lord. Even within the current human race, a universe lord could be considered among the absolute top tier. As I said before, everything I have today is thanks to my disciple. At this moment, Lord Ganwu thought to himself, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. Who told him to have such good judgment? After all, Shen Chen just happened to agree to join the Ganwu secret region at that time, and he just happened to take a liking to Shen Chen and personally took him as his personal disciple. Others all said he was lucky, but Lord Ganwu expressed that his luck had been too poor in the past. Now that he finally had good luck for once, was he not allowed to be happy? Just as Lord Ganwu wanted to say something more, the figure of the primordial Chaos City Lord appeared before him. Teacher Ganwu. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Lord Ganwu, his eyes revealing satisfaction. After all, Lord Ganwu was also a universe lord from his Virtual Universe Corporation lineage. And he was also the other teacher of his own disciple. City Lord. Although Lord Ganwu had broken through to become a universe lord, his attitude remained the same when facing the primordial Chaos City Lord. There was no other way, ever since the origin ancestor was sealed, the primordial Chaos City Lord had been the person in charge of the Virtual Universe Corporation. As Lord Ganwu of the virtual lineage, facing the primordial Chaos City Lord, he naturally felt a head shorter. Not to mention that the primordial Chaos City Lord was also his disciple's teacher. I already knew that your life gene level had been raised to 10,000 times by Shen Chen. However, since you broke through within primordial Chaos City, you have no way to immediately transform your divine body. But you are, after all, the 25th universe lord of our race. For the upcoming highest meeting of universe lords, we will invite you to join once you have finished transforming your divine body. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Lord Ganwu before him and said, 25 universe lords. Although Lord Ganwu had previously been considered to have the authority of a top-tier universe overlord, he still did not understand how many universe lords were currently in the human race. That's right. Apart from Lord Zhu Shu, Demon Lord Xing Yu, and Tianxi Palace, 2 new universe lords have been born recently. However, like you, our race has not spread the news of their breakthrough to the level of universe lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord said. But you were different. After you return to the primordial universe and transform your divine body into a 10,000 times gene universe lord level divine body. Even without being equipped with supreme treasures, you can be considered a second-tier universe lord. Once you spend some time creating an ultimate secret technique of a universe lord and obtain a set of good top-tier supreme treasures, you will be able to be directly considered a third-tier universe lord. Therefore, you can spread the news of your breakthrough. And I also know that once Shen Chen learns that you have broken through, he will likely spend a certain price to raise your strength. After thinking for a moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Lord Ganwu and said, there was no need to hide the news of Lord Ganwu's breakthrough. Very well, City Lord. However, I still don't want to take Shen Chen's things. After all, I already owe him too much. Lord Ganwu's face was somewhat helpless at this moment. Don't underestimate Shen Chen. With his current wealth, even if he gave you 1%, it would be enough for you to quickly rise to the third-tier level. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Teacher Ganwu and said with a smile. Is that so? Actually, ever since Shen Chen broke through to become a universe lord, Teacher Ganwu had rarely learned about some of Shen Chen's affairs. So he really didn't know that Shen Chen had contributed more than 50 peak special supreme treasures to the race. Alright, go down and settle down properly. You have also caught up with the best era of my human race. After the primordial Chaos City Lord said a few simple words, he raised Lord Ganwu's authority to that of a Universe Lord, let him understand it on his own, and then left. When Lord Ganwu's authority was raised to that of a Universe Lord, he finally understood why the primordial Chaos City Lord had said those words. Is this the terror of my disciple nowadays? Teacher Ganwu muttered to himself. After shaking his head, Teacher Ganwu soon spread the news of his breakthrough to become a Universe Lord. The first person he notified was, of course, Shen Chen. And after Shen Chen learned the news of Teacher Ganwu's breakthrough, he was also very happy and told Teacher Ganwu that he was preparing to send him a big gift. This also left Teacher Ganwu completely bewildered. And as the news of Teacher Ganwu's breakthrough to become a Universe Lord spread, it obviously caused a sensation directly within the human race. There was no help for it, even in the current human race, Universe Lords were extremely rare. After all, the human race only had a total of over 10,000 Universe Exalts, and the number of Universe Lords was only over 20. Coupled with the fact that Teacher Ganwu's own connections within the human race could be considered second to none. So for a time, no one knew how many Universe Exalts and Universe Overlords were preparing to go and celebrate Teacher Ganwu's breakthrough. After thinking about it carefully, Teacher Ganwu decided to hold a banquet all at once. This would save them the trouble of arriving one by one. And as the news of Teacher Ganwu holding a banquet was announced, no one knew how many existences began to prepare gifts, ready to attend this banquet. After all, apart from being a Universe Lord, Teacher Ganwu was also the teacher of Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race. Even some Universe Lords from other races within the Great Alliance were preparing to go in person. Even apart from the Great Alliance, some other neutral forces, including some special life forms from the Elder God cult, were preparing to head to Ganwu Universe country. They knew very well that by pleasing Lord Ganwu, it was possible to please Lord of the Divine Firmament. In the future, there would also be hope for Lord of the Divine Firmament to refine supreme treasures for them. Consequently, a scene that even Teacher Ganwu had not imagined took shape. In his Ganwu secret region, one Universe Exalt after another, one Universe Overlord after another, arrived here one after another. There were even Universe Lords from the Elder God cult, the Thorn Ring Alliance, the Piao Feng Alliance, the Great Alliance, and so on, who also arrived here. Even to Teacher Ganwu's surprise, several Universe Lords from his own human race had personally come to his Ganwu secret region. This also made Teacher Ganwu feel an unprecedented sensation. However, Teacher Ganwu was still very self-aware. He knew very well that these guys came to his Ganwu secret region to attend the banquet. Apart from the reason that he had broken through to become a Universe Lord, a large part of the reason was entirely due to his disciple, Lord of the Divine Firmament. But what made Teacher Ganwu happiest was that his disciple, Lord of the Divine Firmament's true self, had also arrived here. Greetings, Lord of the Divine Firmament. Greetings, Lord of the Divine Firmament. Those Universe Exalts and Universe Overlords all bowed to Shen Chen one by one. Lord of the Divine Firmament. Lord of the Divine Firmament. And the attitudes of those Universe Lords also appeared extremely polite. Just the fact that Shen Chen could refine peak supreme treasures was enough to make them respectful. Not to mention that Shen Chen's combat power was equally terrifying, reaching the 6th tier level. Chapter 228, Plotting. Teacher. Shen Chen's human original body waved his hand, looking indifferent. Although Shen Chen appeared indifferent, the other powerhouses did not think so. There was no other way, they relied on Shen Chen to a great extent. After all, obtaining a peak supreme treasure in the Universe Sea and gathering materials for a peak supreme treasure to request Shen Chen to refine one were completely different in difficulty. Teacher, the standard of this banquet is quite good. So much fine wine and food. You must have spent a lot, right? As soon as Shen Chen arrived, Teacher Ganwu placed him in the main seat. However, Shen Chen was very tactful. After all, it was Teacher Ganwu who had broken through to become a Universe Lord, so he sat in the second position. It was indeed quite expensive. However, now that I have broken through to become a Universe Lord, the human race has directly bestowed upon me 300 supreme treasure points. This is also thanks to you. Teacher Ganwu said with a sigh. You know, this is 300 supreme treasure points. it could be exchanged for 3 ordinary top-tier supreme treasures. After hearing what Teacher Ganwu said, Shen Chen nodded. Indeed, after Shen Chen contributed supreme treasures worth 1 million supreme treasure points to the human race treasury, the human race's rewards for powerhouses had increased significantly. Newly promoted Universe Exalts receive 300 heavy treasure points, while newly promoted Universe Lords receive 300 supreme treasure points. Of course, the number of Universe Lords is limited. So, 300 supreme treasure points is just that. Of course, if the newly promoted Universe Lords of the Northern Border Alliance and other races knew about this, they would probably be maddened with envy. The main table was the territory of those Universe Lords. The other Universe Overlords and Universe Exalts found their own seats and sat down. And Teacher Ganwu did not neglect those Universe Overlords and Universe Exalts who were his friends before. After the banquet ended, those Universe Overlords and Universe Lords greeted Teacher Ganwu and Shen Chen before leaving the Ganwu secret region. And this time, the Undying in the Ganwu Universe country truly had their eyes opened. Teacher, how many gifts did you receive this time? After everyone had left, only Shen Chen and Teacher Ganwu remained at the banquet. They were all very generous, including the gifts from over a dozen Universe Lords. Adding it all up, I calculated a total of 200 supreme treasure points. With the human race's reward, my current net worth has reached 500 supreme treasure points. After calculating for a while, Teacher Ganwu spoke up. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had previously been worried about debts of just a few supreme treasure points. But now, he had 500 supreme treasure points himself. Teacher, some of those Universe Lords gave you top-tier supreme treasure materials. They probably calculated that I would refine supreme treasures for you. Just give me these 9 pieces of top-tier supreme treasure materials, and I will help you refine 3 top-tier supreme treasures. As for the 300 supreme treasure points given by the human race, you should continue to use them to exchange for meditation time on the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. Strive to create a Universe Lord ultimate secret technique, and with the 3 top-tier supreme treasures I refine for you, Teacher, you can be considered a Tier 3 Universe Lord. Then you can head to the Universe Sea. After nodding, Shen Chen also instructed Teacher Ganwu on what to do next. Good, I will listen to you. Regarding this, Teacher Ganwu naturally had no objections. After all, this was his disciple, and previously, his disciple had already given him too many treasures. After all, a 10,000-fold life gene level is not so easy to improve. Immediately, he handed the 9 supreme treasure materials to Shen Chen. Shen Chen also left the place with these 9 supreme treasure materials. The Universe Sea. What Shen Chen wants should be various kinds of cosmic rarities. The beast god skeleton I prepared for him before was of this category. Does he need these things now too? Alright, at present, this is the only area where I can help Shen Chen. I will strive to create an ultimate secret technique as soon as possible, and then go to the Universe Sea to take a look. Teacher Ganwu thought to himself, then without any hesitation, he spent 100 supreme treasure points to exchange for 100 years of usage time on the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. He also spent another 100 supreme treasure points to exchange for a 100-fold time chamber. He felt that with 10,000 years of time, given his accumulation, he should have hope of creating a Universe Lord ultimate secret technique. After breaking through to become a Universe Lord, the human race would no longer provide subsidies for using the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne and the Time Chamber. However, Teacher Ganwu's current net worth was still sufficient. On the other side, in the Lingshu secret realm, Shen Chen handed the 9 top-tier supreme treasure materials directly to his Laotian clone. Shen Chen had only said he would refine 3 top-tier supreme treasures for Teacher Ganwu. In reality, he planned to give Teacher Ganwu a full set of top-tier supreme treasures. However, Teacher Ganwu's luck seems really a bit bad. He has already fallen 4 times before. Now that he is a Universe Lord, if he falls again, I really have no way to help. I must think about preparing a life-saving secret technique for Teacher Ganwu. For example, the Undying River secret technique that Luo Feng possessed in the original work. Shen Chen muttered to himself. However, Shen Chen suddenly thought that life-saving secret techniques could not only be prepared for teacher Ganwu, but also for other universe lords of the human race. After all, some other universe lords still did not have clones. They still had concerns about heading to the universe C. And in order to let these universe lords have no concerns, so they could collect more cosmic rarities with different effects. Life-saving secret techniques are a must. I have been able to get the creation treasure tree to return the ash burn divine power combustion secret technique to me. Life-saving secret techniques are just that. Researching them is quite promising. Yes, that's it. Moreover, Cheng Zhou, Chu Yong, and a large portion of the clansmen with purple talent do not have life-saving means. It's perfect to get it all done at once this time. After thinking it through, Shen Chen immediately had his Yuanming Yuhai clone and human original body devote themselves to the research of life-saving secret techniques. Meanwhile, in the Universe C, inside the waters of the collapsing peak world, controlling the palace-type supreme treasure Ice Cliff Fortress, the seventh true master of the God Eye race had a face full of anger. Because he had been searching for too long in the waters of the collapsing peak world, and many universe lords of his God Eye race had also been mobilized by him. But he had searched for a long time without finding any trace of the human race's Lord of the Divine Firmament. You know, Lord of the Divine Firmament had killed the strongest original bodies of his God Eye races Lord Jinqian and Lord Anyang. Just the supreme treasures carried by Lord Jinqian and Lord Anyang were enough for the God Eye race to make a big fuss. Not to mention that Lord of the Divine Firmament was suspected to have a domain-type supreme treasure in his hands. I possess a palace-type supreme treasure. In terms of offense, domain, and binding, I cannot compare to other universe strongest. But it just so happens that because I possess a palace-type supreme treasure, I can easily suppress Lord of the Divine Firmament in terms of defense. Therefore, I have more advantages than the other true masters in the race. After the seventh true master finished speaking, excitement appeared in his eyes. But the more excited he was, the more helpless he felt, because he had truly searched for thousands of years without discovering Lord of the Divine Firmament. Moreover, according to their God Eye race's intelligence network, the reputation of that guy, Lord of the Divine Firmament, in the primordial universe was becoming increasingly loud. I must think of a way to force Lord of the Divine Firmament to come out on his own. The seventh true master's face was full of contemplation. On the other side, there was another universe strongest in the waters of the collapsing peak world who had the same idea as him. That was the lone universe strongest of the primordial universe, the Yao Beast ancestor. That strange beast with a black body stretching for millions of kilometers was constantly cruising in the waters. Damn it, I heard that those guys from the God Eye race are also looking for Lord of the Divine Firmament. If I don't hurry, it's really possible that someone will snatch that domain-type supreme treasure from Lord of the Divine Firmament. Damn it, the supreme treasure should belong to me. At this moment, the Yao Beast ancestor was roaring in his heart. You know, in the primordial universe, without a supreme treasure, he was extremely weak. He even prided himself as the leader of the monster race, yet he was driven out of the monster race by the latecomers, the Gen Monster Ancestor and the Dream Monster Ancestor. Even the Space Beast did not acknowledge his identity as the leader of the Space Beasts. Even the subsequent Space Beast Ancestor, Gen Monster Ancestor, and Dream Monster Ancestor, those three hateful guys, all obtained supreme treasures. But he just didn't have one. How angry and frustrated this made the Yao Beast Ancestor. That was why he was desperate to obtain a supreme treasure. It just so happened that news of Lord of the Divine Firmament possessing a supreme treasure reached his ears. Robbing a universe strongest of their supreme treasure versus robbing a universe lord of their supreme treasure. The difficulty was worlds apart. Therefore, the Yao Beast ancestor targeted Shen Chen directly. However, that guy refused to show himself. It seems I really have to be forced to use measures. Lord of the Divine Firmament has two teachers, one is the primordial Chaos City Lord, and the other is Lord Ganwu. Lord Ganwu just broke through to become a universe lord, so it is basically impossible for him to come to the universe C. Then there is only one person, the primordial Chaos City Lord. Although the primordial Chaos City Lord is a Tier 5 universe lord, I am a universe strongest with Tier 7 top-tier combat power. Plus, the primordial Chaos City Lord is in the inner domain of the collapsing peak world, while the Great Axe founder is basically adventuring on the periphery of the core area of the collapsing peak world. Even if the Great Axe founder learns that the primordial Chaos City Lord wants to come and support, it will take some effort. The Yao Beast ancestor thought, and in his blood-red pupils, excitement was reflected, because the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter could succeed. That guy, Lord of the Divine Firmament, is basically in the waters of the collapsing peak world. I don't believe he went to the universe boat or the flowing heavy mountain in a short period of time. He must be relying on that domain-type supreme treasure to hide in the waters. That's it, suppress the primordial Chaos City Lord and make Lord of the Divine Firmament bring his domain-type supreme treasure to exchange. Even if the primordial Chaos City Lord has a clone, so what? If he self-destructs, then the exotic item level Wanbao River possessed by his original body, along with the rest of his full set of peak supreme treasures, is enough for me to make a move. After thinking of all this, the Yao Beast ancestor immediately began to search for the location of the primordial Chaos City Lord's original body through his intelligence network. Chapter 229, Lord of Flower Fairies. Life-saving secret technique. Blood origin life scripture. Within the Lingshu secret realm, Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone is currently immersed in studying a life-saving secret technique. Meanwhile, his golden horned beast clone and his human original body are immersed in studying the Law Unification Stele. The Law Unification Stele is a peerless treasure, with incredibly clear law patterns inscribed upon it. The moment Shen Chen laid eyes on the Law Unification Stele, he understood that his Tier 6 and Tier 7 secret techniques would both rely on the Law Unification Stele to be created. After all, he has already comprehended all 10 laws and the 8 fusion laws. To take the next step forward, the Law Unification Stele is indispensable. On the other side, Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone is also continuously studying life-saving secret techniques. The Undying River possessed by Duan Dong is an incredibly heaven-defying life-saving secret technique, useful even in the several stages after reaching true God. I shouldn't even think about a secret technique of that rank. It would be enough if I could be returned a secret technique like Ash Burn, which has 3 levels and can be used by Universe Exalt, Universe Lord, and True God level powerhouses. The Yuanming Yuhai clone muttered to himself. Soon after, he quickly put it into action. With Shen Chen's current wealth, there is no secret technique within the entire human race that he cannot purchase. Even some Great Axe scripture collections that the Great Axe founder donated to the race. However, what Shen Chen wants is not an attack secret technique, but some life-saving secret techniques. To his surprise, the secret techniques recorded within the human race are basically very shallow and not of very high rank. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain a relatively special life-saving secret technique from a Universe Lord of the Great Alliance. The current Great Alliance already has 30 Universe Lords. Originally, the Great Alliance only had 21 Universe Lords, but ever since Lord Liho joined the Great Alliance, and the strength of the human race became increasingly terrifying, several more Universe Lords have joined the Great Alliance one after another. These new Universe Lords have also provided the Great Alliance with quite a few secret techniques. And the secret technique Shen Chen obtained is from the Flower Fairy race. The Flower Fairy race only has one Lord of Flower Fairies. In the vast universe, they can only be considered a powerful race. Once the Lord of Flower Fairies falls, the Flower Fairy race will inevitably return to mediocrity, or even be annexed by other races. Therefore, the Lord of Flower Fairies sought out the human race's Great Alliance. Lord of the Divine Firmament. For this secret technique, I only asked to exchange it for one high-rank treasure. Knowing that Lord of the Divine Firmament was searching everywhere for life-saving secret techniques, the Lord of Flower Fairies immediately realized this was an opportunity. After all, who in the entire universe doesn't know about Lord of the Divine Firmament's methods nowadays? But even some Universe Lords within the Great Alliance cannot manage to build a good relationship with Lord of the Divine Firmament. Therefore, the Lord of Flower Fairies immediately brought out her race's precious secret technique. This secret technique of the Lord of Flower Fairies was created by her. Interesting. This secret technique can even preserve the life of a Universe Exalt of your race, even if the divine power body and soul are annihilated, one can still preserve their life by relying on a fairy flower. After receiving this secret technique named Fairy Flower Substitute Death from the Lord of Flower Fairies, Shen Chen was also extremely satisfied. Subsequently, he threw a top-rank treasure directly to the Lord of Flower Fairies. The Lord of Flower Fairies, looking at Shen Chen before her, widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. This secret technique is only effective for the universe exalt and king-level immortal of her flower fairy race. It means it could be used for the powerhouses of the human race after modification, but according to her own estimation, it was only worth a few high-rank treasures. To curry favor with Lord of the Divine Firmament, she even only reported a value of one high-rank treasure. But she never expected that Shen Chen would directly give her a top-rank treasure. Take it. I am quite generous toward the universe lords of the Great Alliance. If you don't believe me, you can go ask those other universe lords. Shen Chen looked at the Lord of Flower Fairies' expression and waved his hand, saying it nonchalantly. In his view, the value of this secret technique, after his own modification and then bestowing it upon Shen Chengzhou, would increase 10,000 times. It is simply not comparable to one top-rank treasure. And to maintain his generous persona, to facilitate receiving cosmic rarities from subsequent universe lords, Shen Chen was not stingy at all. Many thanks, Lord of the Divine Firmament. The Lord of Flower Fairies looked at Shen Chen with joy. She never thought Lord of the Divine Firmament would be so generous. One top-rank treasure was already enough to improve her strength. After all, she had been truly poor before. The entire race was entrusted to her. Watching the Lord of Flower Fairies leave, Shen Chen had nothing more to say. After sending this secret technique to the secret realm where the Yuanming Nether Sea was located via God Kingdom teleportation, the human original body once again fell into seclusion. With the analysis and modification of the Yuanming Nether Sea, a secret technique suitable for all humans was created by Shen Chen. This secret technique was named Divine Power Reincarnation Secret Technique by Shen Chen. It is a life-saving secret technique that can act upon a top-tier universe overlord. Through special treasures and methods, one refines a part of their own divine power specifically. Even if the main body suffers annihilation of the physical body and annihilation of the soul, one can still recover through this part of divine power. Of course, for this part of divine power to recover to the main body's peak state, it also requires a large supply of treasures. It is not as good as the Undying River. The Undying River only requires a drop of blood and can recover by slowly absorbing energy. However, it is enough for Shen Chen. After all, he is going to bestow it upon Shen Chengzhou. Soon, Shen Chengzhou, who was traveling through the universe secret realm with Luo Feng, received the secret technique from Shen Chen. After the divine power silent burning secret technique, is there another life-saving secret technique? Even the current me can save my life. As expected of my dad. After observing the entire secret technique, Shen Chengzhou was also very happy. After all, in the end, he does not have a clone. In terms of life-saving, he is actually not as good as Luo Feng. And Luo Feng, who was beside him, saw Shen Chengzhou's happy appearance and understood something. But he didn't say much. Subsequently, after Shen Chengzhou informed Luo Feng that he was going to cultivate this life-saving secret technique, Luo Feng also expressed understanding. Luo Feng had previously intended to stay silent for a period of time before achieving the breakthrough to Undying at the World Lord rank. However, upon thinking that Shen Chengzhou had already achieved the breakthrough to Undying, Luo Feng only traveled through the universe for 10,000 years, created a powerful ultimate secret technique, and achieved the breakthrough to Undying. On the other side, in the Chronos Temple, Shen Chen, who was still studying secret techniques, also heard the notification sound from the creation treasure tree. Bestowed divine power reincarnation secret. Technique to clan member Shen Chengzhou with golden aptitude, 10,000 times return, blood origin life scripture. Upon hearing the notification sound, Shen Chen did not hesitate at all and directly extracted the blood origin life scripture to start studying. Not bad, just as I expected. Like the Ashburn secret technique, it is a secret technique with 3 levels: Universe Exalt, Universe Lord, and True God. But no wonder it is called the blood origin life scripture. After reaching true God, all clones must merge and continue to become flesh and blood life forms. Shen Chen nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he immediately sent a message to teacher Ganwu, asking him to come to the Lingshu secret realm immediately. Could it be that my disciple has already finished refining my treasure? How long has it been? I have only been out of the time chamber for a few years. On the other side, teacher Ganwu, with a look of confusion on his face, also came to the Lingshu secret realm via God Kingdom teleportation. Chapter 230, 6th Order Secret Technique, 3 Origin Ash Annihilation. 8th Order Peak Combat Power. Chaos Besieged. To make it easier for Shen Chen to find him, teacher Ganwu had long left a token in the Lingshu secret realm. Coupled with the fact that this time he was prepared to receive the treasure refined from the 9 pieces of treasure materials from Shen Chen, he naturally came in person. However, teacher Ganwu was soon dumbfounded as he looked at Shen Chen before him. Because Shen Chen had actually given him a whole set of peak treasures. Attack type, armor type, origin type, domain type, palace type, soul type. A full 6 pieces of peak treasures, including a special type peak treasure like the domain type. Teacher, take them. Special type peak treasures are just things I can casually give away now. But what I am about to give you next is the truly important thing. What Shen Chen said next made teacher Ganwu feel deep doubt once again. Soon, Shen Chen took out 2 volumes of the Blood Origin Life scripture and handed them to teacher Ganwu. This. After watching these 2 volumes of the Blood Origin Life scripture, teacher Ganwu was filled with disbelief. He even suspected whether Shen Chen knew that he was prone to falling, and after breaking through to Universe Lord, he would have no chance of resurrection in the future. So he specifically got a life-saving secret technique for him. Teacher, don't be too worried. I will give this secret technique to the human race later. I'm sure you know clearly that what I need are all kinds of universe exotic treasures with different effects to improve my family. But currently, I am the only universe lord from my family roaming in the universe sea. How many universe exotic treasures can I obtain? So, I need the various universe lords in the human race to work for me. Some universe lords actually don't have a clone, so to reduce their concerns, this secret technique will be priced at 100 treasure points. And listed later. With your net worth, teacher, even if I hand it over to the human race, you can easily redeem it. So it's no big deal to give it to you in advance. Shen Chen waved his hand and said indifferently. After hearing what Shen Chen said, teacher Ganwu breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking that his disciple actually had the ability to drive all the universe lords of the human race to work for him, such a strong sense of déjà vu made teacher Ganwu feel a bit shocked. After all, in teacher Ganwu's eyes, those universe lords before were not like this. With this life-saving secret technique you gave me this time, and the whole set of peak treasures you taught me, plus the Universe Lord ultimate secret technique I created in the time chamber combined with the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne, I can be considered a 3rd order peak Universe Lord. I will also go to the Universe Sea in a while. I will save some universe exotic treasures for you, and if you need them, I will give them to you at any time. Teacher Ganwu looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said seriously. After hearing what teacher Ganwu said, Shen Chen actually wanted to refuse, but after looking at teacher Ganwu's firm appearance, Shen Chen finally didn't say it out loud. Afterwards, teacher Ganwu left this place. He couldn't wait to cultivate the life-saving secret technique and then go to the Universe Sea to explore. After so many years, the adventurous spirit in teacher Ganwu's heart had not yet faded, especially after he learned about the various situations in the Universe Sea. Watching teacher Ganwu leave, Shen Chen also shook his head helplessly, and then continued to immerse himself in researching secret techniques. Most of the time, he stayed in the Chronos Temple to research secret techniques. The strongest fusion secret technique had long been thoroughly understood by him. He had successively created several types of secret techniques that could be called perfect at the Universe Lord level, reaching the limit of the strongest fusion secret technique. However, wanting to create a 6th order secret technique to reach the level of a universe strongest, even the current Shen Chen could not do it. Although the hymning spirit bead can improve my comprehension ability, it cannot make me easily create a sixth-order secret technique. I still have to place my hope on the law unification stele. After Shen Chen shook his head, he continued to fully comprehend the law unification stele. Just like that, years passed. Shen Chen had already stayed in the Chronos Temple for hundreds of epochs. During this time, he also studied some secret techniques at the universe's strongest level created by Great Axe. Combining the secret engravings of the law, he began to study carefully. Just on one day, when Shen Chen was continuing to comprehend the secret engravings of the law as usual, a lightning time law secret engraving in front of him displayed a perfect posture. That lightning time law secret engraving contained endless lightning implications. Reflected in Shen Chen's eyes, it was like lightning snakes slithering in Shen Chen's pupils. Shen Chen had long ago thoroughly understood the origin law of thunder and lightning, but now, he felt as if he had never seen the origin law of thunder and lightning before. Moreover, Shen Chen also felt various different fusion laws from this secret engraving, such as lightning time law, lightning space law, wind light thunder law, lightning space wood law, etc. Simply put, the secret engraving he saw was not a secret engraving of the origin law of thunder and lightning at all. It was that Shen Chen's comprehension ability was not enough before, and he could only see the secret engraving of the lightning law. It was just that now, Shen Chen seemed to have been enlightened overnight. His comprehension ability directly underwent a major transformation. For a time, Shen Chen was directly immersed in creation. He summarized and reviewed all the secret techniques he had seen in his life and began to create continuously. In the eyes of the current Shen Chen, the strongest fusion secret technique no longer had any obstacles. With Shen Chen's slow comprehension, wind, light, and lightning, these three different laws gradually fused, forming a unique and terrifying law power. For a moment, Shen Chen seemed to see the goal he was pursuing. After another 10,000 years passed, Shen Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying divine light was born from his pupils. That divine light carried an incomparably sharp aura. It's done. Subsequently, the time punishment sword slowly appeared in Shen Chen's hands. When Shen Chen drove this brand new secret technique he created, the time punishment sword erupted with incomparably terrifying might. Shen Chen had a premonition that if he unleashed this sword now, even the Chronos Temple could not withstand such a terrifying attack. After all, the Chronos Temple is not a palace-type treasure, it is just a special treasure. And at this time, Shen Chen directly tore through space and entered the space interlayer. Then he entered the end of the space interlayer directly. 3 Origin Ash Annihilation. As Shen Chen erupted, a brilliant 3-colored sword light lit up, and the entire end of the space interlayer seemed to have suffered a terrible blow, trembling constantly. This sword contained the terrifying secret technique created by Shen Chen. The unparalleled sword light directly bombarded the universe membrane wall. A crack 10 billion kilometers long appeared directly. Ordinary universe lords could already pierce the universe membrane wall and enter the universe sea. Not to mention Shen Chen, who had already created a 6th-order secret technique. 6th-order secret technique. 3 Origin Ash Annihilation. This secret technique contains all my insights into the 3 major laws of wind, light, and lightning. If I add the origin law of time later, there is hope to reach the 6th-order peak directly. Even hope for the 7th order. Shen Chen said very happily at this moment. You must know that now, after creating the 3 Origin Ash Annihilation secret technique, if he thoroughly understood the 4th layer of secret engravings of the time punishment sword, he could directly burst out with 7th order peak power. If he superimposed the Ash Burn Divine Power Burning secret technique, he could directly burst out with 8th order peak attack. You must know that 8th order peak attack, even for a considerable number of universe strongest in the primordial universe who possess supreme treasures, is just at this level. And now, Shen Chen, a universe lord, had reached this combat power. My strength already allows me not to keep a low profile. It's time to take some people to sharpen my blade and test my time punishment sword. At this moment, excited light reflected in Shen Chen's eyes. Shen Chen, where is your Thunder Howler clone now? Chaos's true body is besieged by the beast ancestor, but he only notified me. But I am currently on the edge of the core area, and it will take some time to reach where chaos is. I remember your Thunder Howler clone is in the water domain, and the speed to the inner domain should be faster than mine. Your Thunder Howler clone also has 6th order combat power, so I think you can hold off the Beast Ancestor until I arrive. However, just at this time, the message from Great Axe founder made Shen Chen's eyes turn cold immediately. He also didn't expect that just after he created the 6th order secret technique, another one of his teachers was attacked. Very good, Beast Ancestor. Without a word, Shen Chen passed through the universe membrane wall he had just torn open and entered the universe sea. Then he immediately began to contact primordial Chaos City Lord. On the other side, in the inner domain of the collapsing peak world, primordial Chaos City Lord looked at the Beast Ancestor in front of him with a solemn expression. Primordial Chaos City Lord's personality is different from Great Axe Founder's. Great Axe Founder has a flamboyant and unrestrained personality and likes adventure. Primordial Chaos City Lord is as steady as a mountain and does not like adventure. However, because Primordial Chaos City Lord's strongest true body has 5th order combat power and can better obtain resources in the Universe Sea, Primordial Chaos City Lord came to the Universe Sea for the sake of the human race. Previously, Primordial Chaos City Lord had also encountered some Universe Strongest. But those Universe Strongest actually had a sense of proportion and did not take action against Primordial Chaos City Lord. However, he did not expect that today, the Beast Ancestor came specifically for him. Chaos, let your disciple, Lord of the Divine Firmament, come here and hand over that domain-type supreme treasure of his to me. Otherwise, I don't mind sealing your true body. The Beast Ancestor looked at Chaos below and said directly. The Beast Ancestor is a universe strongest, and it can make the laws of the primordial universe retreat. Even though the domain-type treasure it possesses is at the peak level, the exotic treasure level Wanbao River of Chaos is no match for the Beast Ancestor at all. Universe Strongest driving peak treasures is fundamentally different from Universe Lord's driving peak treasures. And you must know that this is the Universe Sea, the Universe Strongest are not under too much suppression, and the Beast Ancestor can burst out with 7th order peak power. While Primordial Chaos City Lord can only be considered 5th order peak. If it were a real life and death struggle, Primordial Chaos City Lord would have no other way but to abandon this true body. Beast Ancestor, do you really think my human race is stupid? A supreme treasure in exchange for my strongest true body and some peak treasures. Even the exotic treasure level Wanbao River is not comparable to a domain-type supreme treasure. You should give up this idea. Primordial Chaos City Lord stood in the Wanbao River, looking at the Beast Ancestor with disdain. Who in the entire primordial universe doesn't know the experience of the Beast Ancestor? Repeatedly abandoned by the monster race and the space beast. It is because of its personality. A universe strongest abandoned by its race, Primordial Chaos City Lord despises such guys the most. Then go to hell. The exotic treasure level Wanbao River, plus a whole set of peak treasures, is enough for me to take action. At this moment, after the Beast Ancestor finished speaking, it also took action directly. However, what was unexpected to the Beast Ancestor was that with the Wanbao River, Primordial Chaos City Lord's strongest true body still had room to resist. Just when the Beast Ancestor was completely angry and preparing to erupt with stronger power to attack, the Ice Cliff Castle of the 7th True Master of the God Eye race arrived here. Beast Ancestor, Primordial Chaos City Lord. A bit interesting. Primordial Chaos City Lord, let your race's Lord of the Divine Firmament come here and give my God Eye race an explanation. After the 7th True Master arrived here, he suppressed the Beast Ancestor with the Ice Cliff Castle, and then he focused his attention on Primordial Chaos City Lord. Damn it. Primordial Chaos City Lord cursed in his heart. If possible, he really didn't want to abandon his strongest true body. Other peak treasures are fine to say. In the current race treasury, there are still many peak treasures. But the Wanbao River was upgraded for him by his disciple step by step.